Mic check 1 2. Check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Check 1 2.
We can hear you on platform. Thank you very much.
Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2.
Yes, we can hear you on platform. Can you hear me in the room?
I can. Thank you very much.
Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2.
Yes, we can hear you in the platform. Thank you.
Sound check.
Do I keep this thing on here or not?
Yeah, they put them up.
The committee will come to order. We're meeting today to consider budget reconciliation legislative recommendations to comply with the reconciliation directive included in Section 2001 of the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2022. And we'll consider those recommendations as 16 committee prints. Due to the COVID-19 public health emergency, members can participate in today's markup either in person or remotely via online video conferencing. Members, staff, and members of the press present in the hearing room must wear a mask in accordance with the updated guidance issued by the attending physicians. Of course, when you're speaking, that's not the case, but for members participating remotely, your microphones will be set on mute for the purpose of eliminating inadvertent background noise. Members participating remotely will need to unmute your microphone each time you wish to speak. Please note that once you unmute your microphone, anything that is said in Webex will be heard over the loudspeakers in the committee room and subject to being heard by the live stream and C-SPAN. Additionally, I ask that members participating remotely use the raise hand feature of the software platform when you wish to be recognized, including to give an opening statement or to offer an amendment. After you're recognized to speak, please use the lower hand feature of the software platform so that I know that you no longer seek recognition. Now, during voice votes, members participating remotely will need to unmute yourself so that we can hear your response. If you'd like to request a recorded vote, please do so immediately after you respond to the voice vote. During recorded votes, you will need to unmute yourself to respond to the clerk once your name is called. And in responding to the clerk, I ask that instead of just saying aye or no, that you respond with a phrase like Frank Pallone from New Jersey votes yes. And that gives us additional time for the voting member to be identified and made visible on the platform. Now, since members are participating from different locations at today's markup, all recognition of members will be in the order of full committee seniority. And during this markup, amendments will be sent to members electronically, as we did during virtual markups. Members participating in person should not bring paper copies of their amendments to the clerk's desk. If a member participating in person would like a paper copy of an amendment or bill, please let staff know during the consideration of the amendment or bill. And amendments and motions should be sent to Chloe Rodriguez and Perry Hamilton, and documents for the record to Ed Kasmarsky at the email addresses we provided to staff. All documents will be entered into the record at the conclusion of the markup. So I'm now going to recognize myself for 3 minutes for an opening statement. Let me mention, the members, the subcommittee chairs and ranking members will have 3 minutes, and individual members other than those have 1 minute. And of course, since this bill is comprehensive, all of the subcommittee chairs and ranking members other than O and I would have 3 minutes, okay? All right, let me find my opening statement. And I recognize myself for 3 minutes. Today, we continue this committee's critical work of revitalizing our economy for the future, lowering costs for American families, and combating the worsening climate crisis. We'll mark up our portion of the Build Back Better Act. This transformational legislation is needed now as the American people are facing a public health crisis, a rapidly escalating climate crisis, and long-term economic challenges. We'll begin by taking critical action to combat the worsening climate crisis. There's no time for delay. This summer, the communities nearly 1 in 3 Americans were hit by an extreme weather disaster. Earlier this month, the remnants of Hurricane Ida devastated my state with both severe flooding and tornadoes. I think we're up to over 30 deaths from Ida at this point in New Jersey. Natural disasters cost Americans a record-shattering $95 billion in damages last year, and they're expected to be even higher this year. Bold action is clearly needed because the days of incremental change are long gone. Now, the Build Back Better Act will create a clean energy future that produces millions of good-paying jobs right here at home. The legislation invests $150 billion in a clean electricity performance program that will help us meet our climate goals. It invests $27.5 billion in a greenhouse gas reduction fund to support the rapid deployment of low and zero-emission technologies. We also invest in electric vehicles, appliances, and building efficiency rebates, electric transmission, and low-income solar. And also on the environmental front, we provide $30 billion in funding to fulfill the President's commitment to replace all lead service lines and drinking water systems, as well as $10 billion for Superfund cleanups and $5 billion for environmental and climate justice block grants. Turning to healthcare, we expand access to coverage, make it more affordable, and lower the cost of skyrocketing prescription drugs. The Build Back Better Act gives the federal government the ability to finally negotiate lower drug costs with drug manufacturers so Americans are no longer paying 3 or 4 times as much for the same drugs as people in other countries. It also finally closes the Medicaid coverage gap, which will expand coverage to more than 4 million uninsured Americans. We provide $190 billion in funding to allow more seniors and individuals with disabilities to receive the services they need in their homes. And the legislation includes a historic expansion of Medicare, adding dental, hearing, and vision benefits for seniors for the first time. We also make critical investments in public health and preparedness. The COVID-19 pandemic has shown that our public health system was not equipped for the full force of this global pandemic. And so today we provide the critical funding necessary to ensure our nation will be able to address any future public health emergency head-on. And finally, we'll make investments in public safety, broadband, manufacturing, privacy. So the Build Back Better Act is transformational legislation that invests in the American people, responds to the challenges of our time, and builds back a better future for generations to come. I cannot exaggerate the importance of it, in my opinion. So now I'd like to recognize Mrs. Rogers, the ranking member, for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, I believe in the promise of America. It's here that we turn our dreams into a reality, dreams to build a better life, work hard, and leave this country better off for our children. This is America's history for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for all. We've done more to lift people out of poverty and raise the standard of living than any nation in the history of the world. But today, there's an overwhelming sense that America's promise is slipping away from us. Americans left behind in Afghanistan under Taliban rule, recovery from Hurricane Ida in Louisiana and Mississippi, an ongoing crisis at the southern border, rising COVID cases and pressures on our hospital systems, public health officials breaking our trust and undermining vaccine confidence, a record number of deaths of despair, inflation ticking up every day on American families. These are the challenges that people are worried about, that cause sleepless nights, and rightfully, people expect us to address. That is not what is happening today as we consider the energy and commerce provisions of the left's $3.5 trillion tax and spending spree. This should be called Build More Inflation Act. Record spending that has already raised record price increases on families. Spending $3.5 trillion for a radical wish list will only make rising costs worse. This is not what American people want. This is Speaker Pelosi's grand socialist agenda to destroy freedom and embolden our enemies on the backs of American people. This massive bill fundamentally changes America's life and security for the worst, blackouts, unaffordable electricity bills, tax hikes, entire American industries and jobs destroyed, no hope to cure diseases, long lines of sick, begging the government for life-saving treatments, and weak American defenses against our adversaries like China and Russia. That's the future my colleagues across the aisle are proposing today. The freedom-loving men and women of this country deserve better. I think about a man from Deer Park, Washington, who drives his own truck to provide for his family. He told me that because of higher gas prices and inflation, he doesn't know what his future holds. Under the Build More Inflation Act, we know the answer because it shuts down American energy. Just like our Keystone Pipeline workers, he loses his job. His livelihood is gone. All the while, Democrats, political allies, and campaign donors get billions and billions and billions of kickbacks to advance a radical political agenda. It's cruel. The Build More Inflation Act must not dictate our future. Mr. Chairman, I'm strongly opposed. My colleagues and I will do whatever it takes for as long as it takes in this markup to expose how this bill before us will build more inflation, reward our nation's enemies, and end the American dream. I urge this committee to stop the partisanship directed by Speaker Pelosi and return to its rich bipartisan history. That's the American way. We have a promise to keep for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for all. And I yield back.
I thank the gentlewoman. I think I'm just going to go based on seniority here and see who wants to speak rather than raise hands. The most senior of our chairs, subcommittee chairs, would be Mr. Rush. Is he remote?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Rush is recognized for 3 minutes. Oh,
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am pleased that we're here today to discuss this important package, which I will call finally the little guys benefit from the federal government program and not the rich, the well-off, and the wealthy. Mr. Chairman, this package will make much needed investments in our nation's health, climate, and economic infrastructure. Through this legislation, we're setting up clean electricity to be the backbone of Biden's economy, an economic plan that truly works for all Americans and not those who have benefited from a $250 billion tax credit or tax giveaway. Mr. Chairman, an independent analysis found that the clean electricity performance program included in today's package will create nearly 8 million jobs and nearly $1 trillion of economic growth. And I am pleased that we're including this investment, which will create desperately needed jobs and enhance business opportunities for all Americans, particularly those from marginalized, discredited, and disinvested communities. I'm also pleased to see investments from the No Exhaust Act included in this package. These provisions will direct $1 billion to ensure that underserved or disadvantaged communities, and particularly those of color, are not once again left behind as our electric vehicles transition guarantees tremendous wealth nationwide. Mr. Chairman, I'm also pleased that we're making more money available to the weatherization program, which helps low-income families spend less on energy by making their homes more efficient. Mr. Chairman, I am also delighted that we're including monies for our children's schools to remove toxins, address air pollution, and eliminate lead in drinking water. On the health side, Mr. Chairman, I'm excited about the inclusion of coverage for glasses, dentures, and hearing aids. This is one area, Mr. Chairman, that I find, there's one area, Mr. Chairman, that I find woefully lacking in today's committee print, markup, and that's the support of community-based health investment funding. And I hope that this oversight is addressed in the immediate future. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. So I understand we're not going to go to Mr. Upton. Mr. Latta, you would be next? Oh, he's virtual? Okay.
Well,
Bob,
thanks, Mr. Chairman.
recognized
Thank you
for
very much,
3
Mr.
minutes.
Chairman. Thank you. Good morning. I'm disappointed in the bipartisan product before us today. I've always sought to work with my friends across the aisle to produce legislation that helps Americans, but this bill is the opposite. It hurts Americans by spending more than $1 trillion to advance a radical agenda that gives the federal government more control over Americans' health care, more control over energy production and use, and will drive up consumer costs on everyday goods and services. There are numerous issues that could have been bipartisan, many that were bipartisan, and being forced into this liberal wish list of a bill. For example, this package includes funding for Next Gen 9/11 and authorizes a spectrum auction. All topics have historically been bipartisan. However, it also includes $4 billion to incentivize schools to stay closed and appease teachers' unions, just adding to our national debt. The partisanship continues throughout this bill and specifically harms our nation's energy sector. I'm fearful that the multi-trillion-dollar boondoggle of a bill enshrined in statute what President Biden has hypocritically done in the executive branch, handicapping American energy while giving a pass to China, Russia, and OPEC. These policies will undermine our energy security and increase our reliance on foreign sources of energy, which are dirtier, less regulated, and more expensive to the American consumer. I'll be offering amendments that seek to protect the American people from higher fees and prices that we'll face because of this bill, and to make sure we are not handicapping American competitiveness on the world stage. My amendments will also make sure there is transparency in these programs, so the American people know exactly what they will be facing if these disastrous policies are implemented. I go on to talk about how this bill hurts seniors, raises healthcare costs for Americans, keeps kids out of school, and will hinder our nation's economic recovery. The list of negative consequences from the policies in this legislation never seems to end. Again, we should be united in our efforts to help our American people, especially in a time when inflation is out of control. Gas prices are up more than 40% from last year, leaving many Americans, like my constituents in Northwest, West Central Ohio, struggling to pay for gas to commute to work and drop their kids off at school.
Yes.
Families are stretching their last dollar because of the president's inflation crisis, and this bill will only make things worse for Americans. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Latta. Let me remind those who are not speaking, if you would, virtually, if you would mute, put yourself back on mute so we don't hear you speaking while the other person is speaking. And so next we would go to Ms. Eshu, is recognized for 3 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and colleagues. Thank you for recognizing me. This weekend, we commemorated the 20th anniversary of the horrendous attack on our country. And I'm sure many of you saw, the extensive coverage of it. And it all said to me that the American people have really been through hell. Not only on 9/11, but with floods, with hurricanes, with tornadoes, with the loss of life, with the pandemic. Trillions of dollars spent on wars and all that are a part of that. Today, the American people are front and center. Working families, children, seniors. I think the members know that as chairwoman of the Health Subcommittee, I always work to include testimony from a patient at nearly every hearing. During our hearings, we've heard from Teresa Ball, whose multiple sclerosis medication costs over $7,000, which is 5 times higher than any other wealthy nation in the world. We heard from Wanda Irving, who lost her daughter, Dr. Shalon Irving, from preventable maternal causes. We heard from Laura LeBrun Hatcher, who worried about whether her son Simon would lose his health insurance or his home care. The needs across our country for all of our constituents, not just Democrats, all of our constituents are great. The bill before us offers an historic opportunity to lower drug prices for the American people through direct negotiation of Medicare. And with the savings, we can invest in vision, dental, and hearing coverage for seniors in our country. We can close the Medicaid coverage gap that has kept healthcare out of reach for as many as 4 million Americans because their state refused to expand Medicaid eligibility. Every single one of us has health insurance. Every American deserves the same. We can lower premiums for many of the 11.3 million Americans enrolled in the ACA health insurance plans. We can provide $190 billion to expand access to home-based health care to older adults and people with disabilities. We can extend Medicaid coverage for new mothers for 1 year postpartum and provide $1 billion to prevent maternal deaths and injuries. These are extraordinary investments. The bill before us invests billions to rebuild and modernize our public health agencies across the country. We all know that that's a necessity, and we can bolster biosecurity. I'm especially proud that the bill funds a strong domestic supply of essential medications and their ingredients, and it invests in an ARPA-H to deliver transformational technologies to address the most devastating diseases. This legislation also includes my legislation to help communities respond to wildfire smoke, which possess significant
Gentlewoman,
health risks.
Anna, you're over. I don't know if you're about to wrap up.
All right, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your leadership in bringing this bill up. I look forward to what it will bring to the American people, and it will not only build back better, but make people's lives better as well. I yield back.
Thank you. So now Dr. Burgess is going to take Fred Upton's time. So Mr. Burgess is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the chairman. And, Mr. Chairman, as we sit in this room with the portraits of all of our former chairs looking down on us, it's interesting to note that when this committee, and you were probably the only one who was here, when this committee marked up the Clean Air Act, it took you 8 months. We are hearing a markup on a bill today that will fundamentally change life in America for every American citizen for generations, and we are spending 2 days. This is a travesty, Mr. Chairman, something of which really none of us should be proud to have our committee and our committee's expertise trampled in the way it has been by the Speaker of the House with this bill that we have in front of us today. We're going to devastate our nation's energy, our nation's health, telecommunications, and where is our oversight on the Office of Refugee Resettlement? So recently, we saw in the previous administration, this country achieved energy independence, something that a goal that had been sought since the Arab oil embargo in the early 1970s. Energy independence was not just about energy, it was about security and our security in the world. But the current administration decided it was no longer important. We could buy our wind and solar from Chinese companies, and if you did happen to need a little natural gas, maybe the Russians would sell it to you through the Nord Stream 2. This is an anti-energy bill that we are considering in front of us today. We should commit to making energy more reliable, more affordable, more accessible, but this bill does none of those. And this legislation contains some of the most significant changes to our healthcare system. And what are we going to achieve? We're going to cripple access, we're going to stifle innovation, and heaven help us as far as quality. And there's been no public debate. There's been no bipartisan dialogue. This is one large step closer to government-controlled healthcare, healthcare in which there is no patient choice, there is no consumer choice, and worst of all, there is no escape. Last we are the committee with oversight over the Office of Refugee Resettlement. We've recently, as recently as the month of July, learned about the 100,000 people that came into our country without the benefit of any sort of normal process on our southern border. Now we have a severe strain on the Office of Refugee Resettlement with all of the Afghan refugees that need to be brought in and vetted and carefully assessed before they are allowed to enter society. But we're not doing that. We're not having any oversight. We're not having any hearing. Mr. Chairman, I submit this is a travesty. This should stop. This bill must not become law. And I yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Burgess. I don't know if I should thank you, though, for reminding everyone how long I've been here, but thank you nonetheless. Next is Mr. Doyle is recognized. Well, does Mr. Doyle want? He does. He's recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for bringing this legislation before us and recognizing and responding to the urgent needs of the American people. There are many meaningful priorities here. Long overdue investments in healthcare, energy, consumer protection, and technology. As chairman of the Committee of Communications and Technologies, I want to highlight some of the aspects that will make a difference in people's lives. First, we're making overdue and very necessary investments in our public safety communications network. Just imagine the difference it will make in our lives and the lives of our families and the lives of all our constituents when 911 is more resilient and modernized, so we can send text, images, and even videos to 911, all while better helping first responders locate callers. Imagine the difference it will make to a kid hiding during a school shooting when he or she can snap a picture of the shooter and send it to first responders, all without saying a word, helping him or her to stay hidden and giving first responders the information they need to identify the shooter quickly. Imagine the difference it will make to an apartment complex set ablaze when residents can send videos of the fire to 911, so firefighters know exactly how many engines are needed even before the first truck arrives on the scene, saving lives in people's homes. Imagine not having to read another story in the paper about somebody desperately calling 911 only for first responders to be left with no way to find him or her because of antiquated 911 location systems. This is not a question if we should fund next generation 911 or when we should do it. Instead, this is a question to my colleagues is if we will do that today. The sooner we make these investments, the more lives will be saved. It's as simple as that. Second, we're providing more resources for the Emergency Connectivity Fund to help students and teachers succeed in the classroom. The COVID pandemic has laid bare not just the absolute necessity of broadband connection and a computer to learning in the 21st century, but also the vast disparity in educational opportunities for those that do not have, those that have broadband and those who do not. The American Rescue Plan made a down payment on closing the homework gap by providing necessary funds to connect teachers and students. The first round of applications for ECF funds shows the vast need for such support, and I applaud Acting Chairwoman Rosenworcel at the FCC for already taking steps to open a new application window to account for the unfortunate spread of the Delta variant in our schools. But we must do more. To deny funds to the students who can't otherwise connect to the vast resources offered by the internet to do schoolwork, research a book report, or complete homework at night is deny children an equal opportunity to learn and succeed. I urge all my colleagues to support this measure. Finally, we're going to make more spectrum, our nation's airwaves available for consumer broadband. This means more capacity for consumers, faster internet speeds, and more innovative services. Mr. Chairman, I see my time is far past expired. So with that, I will yield back the balance of my time and urge my colleagues to support these vital measures.
Thank you, Mr. Doyle. It's rare for you to go over the time limit, but thank you nonetheless. Let me go to Mr. Guthrie next, if he wants to speak. Yes, he's recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the recognition. I'm disappointed that we are here today for such a partisan and dangerous bill that will only build inflation. As a result of the Democrats' inflation bill, we will need to have the highest level of sustained federal spending ever in our country's history. This means higher taxes for American families and more debt to burden our children and our grandchildren. Currently, out-of-control federal spending is already fueling an inflation fire that is on pace to raise prices at the fastest rate in almost 40 years. In Kentucky alone, food prices are up 4.8%, and residents are paying 74% higher gas prices. In addition to fueling inflation, this bill will raise taxes on American families and will destroy innovation for life-saving treatments and cures. In our last health subcommittee hearing in this very room, we heard from patients about the need for more research and development for neurodegenerative diseases. Yet here we are with the Democrats' drug pricing scream, including in this massive spending package that will result in fewer cures coming to market. This would directly impact the patients we recently heard from. Further, this massive bill is irresponsible. One example of this irresponsibility is the significant step this inflation bill takes towards exacerbating traditional Medicare's financial challenges by creating a duplicative and expensive new benefit which stands to disrupt the increasingly popular innovation-friendly Medicare Advantage program that is currently serving 26.9 million seniors. Of these 26.9 million seniors, over 80% already have access to some combination of dental, vision, and hearing services. Instead of creating new vision, hearing, and dental programs that in some cases won't be fully implemented and even phased in until 2032, we need to allow seniors to choose plans that work best for them. Currently, our country is facing multiple crises at home. COVID-19 is spreading relentlessly through our communities, and overwhelming hospitals and overdose deaths are on the rise. One of the driving factors of those overdoses is fentanyl, which is coming from the southern border at record numbers. Despite the bill's astronomical price tag, it does not address the urgent need to permanently place fentanyl analogs in DEA Schedule I of scheduled drugs. The current temporary scheduling expires on October 22nd. Instead, this proposal would build electric vehicle stations, raise taxes, fuel inflation, and destroy innovation for new cures, and allow for taxpayer-funded abortions. I ask my colleagues to reconsider moving forward to avoid the damage that this spending bill will do for the future of our nation. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Guthrie. Next is Ms. Schakowsky, is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I mean that. I really appreciate your leadership, and I'm looking forward to passing this legislation. I actually agree with Dr. Burgess when he said it will change the lives of Americans for generations to come. And I say, hear, hear, it's about time. The President of the United States has said that we're going to have an economy that builds from the bottom up and the middle out, and that we are going to prioritize, finally, children and women and people with disabilities and seniors and small businesses, ordinary American families, instead of the kind of trickle down, the kind of tax cuts that the Republicans voted for, $2 trillion that went to the absolute wealthiest Americans in this country, instead of the struggling middle class. In fact, the hollowing out of the middle class that they presided over, and the dismissal of low-income people. We are changing that paradigm right now with this bill that will transform this country into a place that is fair, that is helping ordinary Americans succeed. It is transformational, and I look forward to seeing it pass. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Next is Mr. McKinley, is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I don't understand why we're doing this highly partisan bill. Seriously. Sure, it might pass the House if Pelosi strong arms its members, but in its current form, Mr. Chairman, the bill won't survive the Senate. Just yesterday on the Sunday talk shows, Senator Manchin, again, doubled down on his promise not to support a $3.5 trillion social infrastructure package. And Senator Sinema has said she's not going to support it either. So apparently, this is all about political theater. Wouldn't it be novel as an alternative if Congress worked together to pursue bipartisan solutions? Take the clean energy payment, for example. In your Clean Future Act, the goal of this payment program is to reduce CO2 emissions by 80% by 2030 and 100% by 2035. But not one utility has told us they can reach that goal if they are using only wind, solar, and hydro to provide baseload power. One of America's largest wind utilities, AES, told me they will not be able to erect enough wind turbines in that time frame. And in a meeting with my colleague Paul Tonko in New York, the director at GE Research in upstate New York said to us that if Congress insists on a political deadline of 2030, 2035 to reduce CO2 emissions, our electric grid will collapse. Is anyone listening? Our electric grid will collapse. So instead of grandstanding about the virtues of this social spending program, Congress should be doing something bipartisan, something that could actually become law, something like perfecting carbon capture and advanced nuclear, creating a market for CO2, building out pipelines, streamlining the permitting process, or reforming new source review. So, Mr. Chairman, how about having an adult conversation instead of this charade? I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McKinley. Next is Mr. Tonko is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Pallone. I know that we have a long day ahead of us, so I'll try to keep my comments brief, but want to share that I believe the energy and commerce provisions of the Build Back Better Act certainly make critical investments that will protect our public health and the environment. It will certainly respond to the climate crisis and modernize our infrastructure. If we're going to be robustly competitive as a nation in a global market, we need to be operating with 21st century infrastructure. The President and this bill really push that agenda, making certain that we are equipped with all the tools to go forward in a way that enables us to have a more robust, more fair, more just, more sustainable economy. I'm indeed proud, very proud, of the Environment and Climate Change Subcommittee's contributions to this package. I'll have more to say on each subtitle, but I want to thank you for moving forward, Mr. Chair, with this markup, and with that, I'll yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Tonko. Next is Mr. Bilirakis is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it very much. Republican leader Rogers rightly called this.
Gus, is your mic on?
I got it on. Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Republican leader Rogers rightly called this the Build Back Inflation Act. As a ranking member of the Consumer Protection and Commerce Subcommittee, I feel the need to shout a warning that our consumers need to be protected from this bill. Our ENC jurisdiction alone has roughly $1 trillion on its own, only to be rewritten at the Speaker's direction, then to become part of a bill over triple the size of what is in front of us today. The process and the product should be frightening to my friends across the aisle. This is not a bill to rescue the economy. It is a socialist blueprint to remake our country with a cradle-to-grave nanny state philosophy that is driving the most radical elements of the Democratic caucus. A vote for this bill makes harder for every American to make ends meet, with the ultimate price tag coming due on our kids. That includes constituent small business owners in my district, one of whom told me, and I quote, "My costs are skyrocketing. Every month, prices are rising, and I can't pass them along. Qualified people that want to work are non-existent. It is the most challenging time in my business career since the Great Recession. I'm worried about tax rates, energy costs, but mostly I'm worried about my children and my grandchildren having to pay for this unnecessary spending plan. It is irresponsible, unquote. This hyper-partisan spending package includes $1 billion to the Federal Trade Commission under the guise of a privacy bureau, but without virtually any guardrails or federal privacy framework for how FTC would use those funds. This is not well thought out. It's not well thought out legislation to take on big tech and as marketed, but rather a war chest for the most radical elements of this administration to go after any business in any sector on just about anything. And none of us will ever know because all the rules at the FTC are getting changed on consultation and disclosure. These are real concerns that should be considered when providing almost triple the amount, the total amount of the FTC's bipartisan annual budget request. I hope my colleagues will stand up to the pressure they are receiving to pass this inflation instrument and instead work with us on real consumer protections for our constituents. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I'm told that we've lost audio. Oh, we haven't? Okay, we're back. So that concludes the chairs and the ranking members. And so the members now will only have a minute for their opening. And the first one is Ms. Dingell, who I believe is virtual, right? Diana's
That's correct, Mr.
recognized for a minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I will just briefly say thank you for your hard work under difficult circumstances in drafting this important bill. There are many important provisions. I want to share issues. Delight, we are funding the new institution, the other things. I just want to give two rebuttals to a couple of things that were said by my friends on the other side of the aisle. The first is the Subcommittee on Oversight and Investigations continues to monitor the situation of the kids at the border. And in fact, in case Dr. Burgess doesn't realize this, we had a hearing on this earlier this year, and we intend to continue our oversight progress. And secondly, I will say, in response to Ranking Member McKinley, our renewable energy standard in this bill does not have only, it's source neutral to get to our energy levels. And that is important. And people should not misconstrue what's in this bill, even if they disagree with it. With that, Mr. Chairman, I will yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Dingell. Okay. Mr. Scalise, does he want to make an opening statement? Okay, if not, we'll go to Mr. Kinzinger, I guess, in order of seniority. Mr. Kinzinger? I don't like to call people if they don't want to do it, but.
Yeah, maybe we should just have people raise their hand.
No?
Maybe we should just have people can raise their hand.
Why don't you raise your hand, Mr. You're next. Huh? All right, we're going to go to Bill Johnson next. Mr. Johnson is recognized for a minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, it's a sad day for America. Our president is orchestrating America's retreat from global leadership, laying bare his false promise that America is back. It's alarming to see the majority taking this committee down that same path. I would have never imagined we'd be here. I doubt many Americans would. America just recently was energy independent, but the majority's natural gas tax and green electricity mandates in this bill will end that. America has led the world in medical breakthroughs, but the majority's socialistic drug pricing scheme will stop that. It makes me wonder what other sources of American exceptionalism are on the chopping block. I don't know what the goal of this $3.5 trillion mess is, but it certainly isn't, quote, building back better. Maybe the Biden theme should be, let me take you higher, because that's where this bill takes us. Higher taxes, higher energy costs, higher grocery costs, higher inflation. Mr. Chairman, I sure hope the American people are paying close attention today. And with that, I yield back.
All right, I'm going to try to, I would ask you to raise your hand either virtually or in person here, because I don't want to call on people that don't want to speak. But my understanding is, next would, no, for Democrat. Ms. Castor? Well, I assume in Butterfield and Matsui don't want to speak, right? Okay. Ms. Castor is recognized for 1 minute.
I'm here. Is here.
Oh, no, Mr. Butterfield.
I'm here.
Oh, Mr. Butterfield, okay, I'm sorry. Mr. Butterfield is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for convening this most important hearing. I've been looking forward to it. I want to associate myself with the words of Mr. Chakowski a few moments ago. Without question, this legislation, when it is passed, will transform America, not just the infrastructure of America, but it will transform America's families. You know, as I travel throughout the country, that's all that I'm hearing. People are hurting. They want relief. They want Congress to protect them and to empower them and their families and their communities. And so I'm excited about this legislation. I look forward to voting for it. If this hearing takes 16 hours or 16 days, we've got to get it done and get it passed. Thank you very much. I yield back.
We're trying to avoid the Andy Warhol, if that's what it is, phenomena here as best we can. Thank you, Mr. Butterfield. So next is Mr. Bouchon is recognized. Correct? For 1 minute?
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so I think we're just going to go people in the room.
I'm here.
Bouchon has his hand up.
He had his hand up.
I'm here.
Oh, we did?
Yeah.
Bouchon has his hand up.
Okay.
Larry, you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
You're recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today's a sad day for this storied committee. At a time when inflation is causing Americans to pay more for almost all household items, ranging from gas to groceries, we're debating legislation set to spend more than $1 trillion, and of a total package of $3.5 trillion. Throwing more money at the problem doesn't do anything to help inflation rates. The money in this legislation is simply going towards the advancement of socialist programs and government-controlled healthcare. And honestly, I hear a lot of Marxist theory in some of the debate. Everyday Americans need our help. Yet this bill sends hundreds of billions of dollars to Democrat union friends, imposes massive tax hikes on everyone, and eliminates jobs for low and middle income families, particularly in our energy sector. This committee can do better. Let's ditch this socialist wish list and get to work on common sense solutions that provide actual relief to those who need it. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Now we're going to go to Ms. Castor, is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, colleagues. You know, it is time to invest in America again, to invest in American families, invest in American businesses, invest in American workers, and build back better. The goal, I heard, let me explain what our goal is. It's to boost good-paying, high-quality jobs in this country. Our goal is to lower the cost on families and businesses, whether that's their electricity bills or their pharmaceutical cost or their healthcare cost. And we want to strengthen supply chains through Buy American and Build It in America. We're talking about electric cars and trucks or healthcare supplies. This is the culmination of many years of work in this committee, whether it's through the Clean Futures Act, the Lift America Act, the Lower Drug Cost Act, and more. This isn't something that's sprung out of the blue. This is a culmination of a lot of work and an understanding that in this country at this moment, we have got to build back better. I yield back my time.
Next, we have Mr. Carter is recognized for a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the socialist agenda that we are discussing today reveals the foolishness of the left. My friends on the other side of the aisle have sought to appease the most liberal in their caucus in proposing legislation that reads like a socialist wish list. These reconciliation instructions will drastically expand the role of government on the backs of American families who will foot the bill. In offering this socialist bill, my Democrat colleagues are proposing massive tax hikes. Our constituents and businesses need this money to survive through this pandemic, especially as we experience record high inflation rates because of Biden's reckless spending. It's just astounding that Energy and Commerce Democrats plan to spend more than $1 trillion to advance their radical agenda for more federal command and control over energy production and use, healthcare, and the entire economy. It's just ridiculous that we are focusing on this wish list instead of the crisis at our borders, an inflated economy, crime in our cities, and leaving behind Americans in Afghanistan. In the end, we all know this is really the Build More Inflation Act, and I yield back.
Thank you. Now we're going to go to Mr. Sarbanes, who is virtual, is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you for honoring our late colleague Elijah Cummings by including in today's markup the legislation that would reduce prescription drug prices.
Oh, he has raised.
I had the occasion many times to be with Baltimore and to see how, on behalf of his constituents, he felt deeply the burden that high prescription drug prices were placing on families in Baltimore and Maryland and throughout the country. It's very gratifying. We're in a position now to move on this. And I thank you for that and all the other good pieces of the legislation we'll be considering today, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Sarbanes. Next, we go to Mr. Palmer, is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This markup is another example of Democrat socialism on steroids and another example of Democrats rushing to achieve a political objective, much like the hasty and disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. The Democrat administration has left hundreds of Americans behind who are now at the mercy of the Taliban, and this massive bill will leave millions of American families behind in jobs, income, and opportunity. This bill is reminiscent of the 2009 Democrat stimulus bill that promised more jobs, higher wages, and a robust economic growth, but only prolonged the recession that was described by University of Chicago economist Casey Mulligan as the redistribution recession. He pointed out that when people are paid more not to work, people work less or don't work at all. He estimated that the 2009 stimulus expansion of welfare and unemployment benefits meant that between 2 and 3 million people had as much disposable income while unemployed as they would have by accepting a job that paid 80 to 100% of what they made their previous job. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer. Next, we go to Mr. Welch, who's recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Chairman, I'm ready for this fight. We have a disagreement. We have a plan here that is ambitious and long overdue. It's being described as a radical socialist agenda. Well, let me tell you what that radical socialist agenda is. It's childcare for families where moms are trying to work but can't when they have to leave their children unattended. It's affordable health care. We pay the highest prescription drugs in the world by far. And pharma, by the way, got a tax cut and used it for share buybacks, not to hire people or do R&D. It's for climate change. The planet is baking. It's flooded. The air we breathe is getting contaminated. This is about a plan that is going to be good for American families, whether that family voted for Donald Trump or Joseph Biden. Lower health care costs, access to health care, taking care of your family, pre-K. These are investments that are overdue and a statement of confidence that this Congress cares about the well-being of every family in this country. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. Mr. Wahlberg is next. He's recognized for 1 minute.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I listen to the conversation that's going on, I'm reminded
that while I respect and appreciate the fact that I have the opportunity to serve with this committee, with friends on both sides of the aisle, yet what we're talking about is something that is not an investment in positives. It's not a build back better. It's a buy off of special interests at the expense of freedom and opportunity. We've seen what took place when we gave up and walked away and let the Taliban gain control. What we're doing today is we're not talking about some of the things that my colleagues have said that are things we could agree on and we could work together on smaller bills. But we're taking a massive, massive approach here that will destroy opportunity for our citizens, for our country. It will not build back better. It will break down. It will destroy. It will frustrate. I would encourage us to step back and do the right thing as opposed to the political thing. And I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Wahlberg. Next, we go to Mr. Schrader, is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say at the outset, I really appreciate all the hard work the chair and committee staff have done to get such a bill ready in this short of time period. But we need to stop spending. The economy has recovered. There are plenty of jobs out there. Wages are up dramatically. We just spent over $5 trillion the last 18 months on COVID alone, more than over 3 times what we spent on all defense and non-defense spending in 1 year. And we have not cut any of our regular appropriations. Indeed, we have increased it. Family health care, families have an emergency in their health area, they go to their savings and take up that money and spend it, but they cut back on other spending. We're not doing that. We're adding more to the deficit. This is insanity. It is fiscally irresponsible. It's a terrible process. In 1 month, we're put together a $3.5 trillion bill that has no chance of passing the Senate, virtually no member input, no amendments supposed to pass, no hearings on this gargantuan bill. Members had no chance to represent their districts. Well, I'm going to represent mine. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Schrader. Next, we go to Mr. Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am strongly opposed to this bill and strongly opposed to a socialist vision for America. This bill was drafted in secret and released to members of this committee late last week. Additionally, major changes were made in the form of amendments just yesterday. This bill will spend trillions of dollars of taxpayer money in an attempt to drastically change the nature of our country. It will increase the cost of electricity, healthcare, food, and have devastating consequences in virtually every sector of the American economy. Over the last year, Americans have seen the value of their savings and wages diminished by inflation, and this bill will accelerate that problem for years. This is no way to run a country, let alone a democracy. This bill should not go forward, and I urge all of my colleagues to oppose it. And I like to associate myself with comments of my friend, Representative Schrader. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. So on the Democratic side, who's next?
Peters.
Mr. Peters is next, recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're going to address some very important priorities for the nation in this markup, but we should recognize that because of the nature of this process, much of our work will be academic. We're marking to a total figure of $3.5 trillion when we know, as we sit here, that the number coming back from the Senate will be at least $1 trillion lower and maybe more. Since the President and the Speaker have both committed, to their credit, that the package will be fully paid for, that means that much of what we and the other House committees approve will have to be scaled back. The bipartisan infrastructure package took 5.5 months. We are doing this bill in 5 weeks, and this is a bigger bill. And because this process is so rushed, it means that the individual members of this committee will not be involved in making the hard choices our constituents sent us here to make. Nevertheless, with the exception of the disagreement I have over drug pricing, I'm willing to work to forward this package to the floor, but with the caveat that I can't commit to what will be a very different final product before I see it. I hope we can get this package into shape and ensure the Senate will support these policies so we can get a bill that can actually become law. And I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Peters. Next is Mr. Curtis, who's recognized for 1 minute. Is he's virtual, right?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, you're recognized for 1 minute.
thank you. I'll be very brief. Would like to associate my comments with so many of my colleagues this morning. As many of you know, I love to talk about local government and my time serving in local government. I can't tell you the number of city council meetings and other meetings I've attended where constituents have complained that they haven't had the proper time to understand what we were doing, the proper notice, the proper opportunity to review and think thoroughly and thoughtfully about our work. I don't need to remind anybody of the amount of time that all of us have had to absorb this bill, this information, let alone our constituents. And I'd just like to go on the record as saying this is really poor government. And I'm hoping that all of us on all parties can figure out a way to change this momentum and do things in a way that our constituents expect us to do. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. Next, I recognize Mr. Soto for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today we make history by moving on the largest infrastructure package in the history of our nation. Today is the day where we build back better. We're making investments to combat climate change, finally, by boosting clean energy and electric vehicle infrastructure. We're making investments in healthcare to lower drug costs for seniors, close the Medicaid gap, which is key in Florida, and expand Medicare to cover hearing, vision, and eventually dental. Worsening hurricanes, record floods, massive fires, and what's the minority solution? To do nothing. What is the Democratic majority solution? We will act. When the Republicans were in the majority, what did they do? They passed a tax cut for the top 1%. What are we doing with ours? Improving the lives of the other 99% of Americans. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Soto. Next is Ms. Lesko. Is virtual and wants to be recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, you call this bill the Build Back Better Act. It doesn't build back America better act, I'll tell you that. In fact, I think it's going to hurt America, and especially the energy portion of this bill is going to back China better, not America. And so we're spending money we don't have. We're going to go more into debt. This isn't going to be totally paid for. And the parts of it that are paid for are going to increase taxes on everyone in America. This bill is not ready for prime time. This is a bad bill for America, and I yield back.
Thank you. Next is Mr. O'Halloran. Is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. This legislation package is put together with a full and complete accounting for how much each specific provision will cost. As of right now, it is also clear that our committee will be considering a number of items that are not pre-conference with the Senate. The goals of the Build Back America Act are laudable, and I strongly support many items in today's package and will vote so we can continue to improve the package. Specifically, urgent action is needed to combat existential threat of climate change, expand state, local, and federal public health agencies, onward and onward. I look forward to speaking today on a number of issues that I believe need to be addressed, from rural healthcare to building our energy workforce. This is not buying off anyone, but working to allow families to participate in our great economy and quality of life for our citizens. I will continue to work with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to develop effective solutions to our issues. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. O'Halloran. Next, we have Mr. Pence is recognized for a minute.
Thank you, Chairman Pallone and Ranking Member Rogers. Why are we rushing $1 trillion tax and spend spree? Most experts project this will actually cost $5 trillion, yes, we're trying to push it ahead anyway. This will bankrupt my children's future, my grandchildren's future, and my great-grandchildren's future. We can't afford this. In my home state of Indiana, the price of used cars is up 57%. Food prices up 6.3%, and gas is up 80%. Inflation, inflation, inflation. Taxes, taxes, taxes. You all obviously want more inflation and taxes. Inflation is a tax that hits the lower and middle income classes harder than anyone else. Think of the consequences of your actions that will affect the hardworking Americans in this country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Then we're going to go to Mr. Crenshaw for 1 minute. He's virtual, or? Dan, did you want to speak?
Me now?
You're recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, today we're here to discuss what the majority and the Biden administration are calling Build Back Better. But I think this kind of legislation, the name of the legislation obfuscates the true intent of the bill itself, at least the true meaning. And this is true across many bills that are wrapped within this one: the Protecting Americans with Pre-Existing Conditions Act, the For the People Act, the Lower Drugs Cost Now Act. None of these bills accomplish what the names suggest, and quite the opposite, in fact, but they sound nice. And what's worse is this type of legislating wrapped in false language of compassion and caring. It's nothing more than bribery. And if it's not bribing special interests and teachers unions and solar and wind boondoggles, then you're bribing your own voters, promising them that you'll take care of their every need because you supposedly care the most. But it's a false promise, and it's bribery. It's not compassion. It sucks money out of the free market where money is spent efficiently and puts it in the hands of bureaucrats. This crowds out investment. This lowers growth in the long term. There isn't an economist who will disagree with that. Puts federal government in control of energy production use, healthcare, entire economy, and all while saddling our next generation, my generation, with unprecedented debt and inflation. So let's just take through the highlights real quick. We're proposing a tax on natural gas, which is the single most effective solution to reducing our emissions back to 1990 levels. This will also drive up energy prices, kill energy jobs, and again, do nothing to help the environment. It'll impose price controls on new life-saving drugs. The CBO has already said this will eliminate the development of the unknown and an unacceptable amount of new cures, eliminating the hopes of millions of patients struggling with a deadly disease. Still would hand over $4 billion to
Your
Democrats,
time is
teachers.
up, but if you want to close, wrap it up, go ahead.
Absolutely. Today, I hope we can expose what's actually in the bill today instead of just the compassionate talking points. And I hope my sensible colleagues on the other side will realize this is bad politics and bad policy. I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Clark is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I am pleased to see that this committee is considering a number of historic and sorely needed investments to build back better. I'm particularly pleased and I'm heartened by the investments in maternal health, the electric vehicle charging infrastructure, the emergency connectivity fund, and consumer privacy and data protection, and in expanding dental, vision, and hearing coverage for our seniors under Medicare, among others. This critical investment will strengthen our public health infrastructure, protect the most vulnerable in our society, and address rising costs related to climate change. However, there's one provision not currently under consideration that I find very troubling. The decision is not to include the provision to lower the Medicare eligibility age. It's a decision to allow millions of Americans to continue to live without access to affordable quality health care. In the long run, not expanding access to Medicare will have disastrous consequences for the quality of life for millions of uninsured Americans, as well as the fiscal health of our nation. I urge the committee to reconsider and make this critical investment in our nation's public health. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. And now we go to Mr. Joyce, is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Chair, today we are facing a piece of record-spending legislation that will serve to advance inflation and negatively affect every American. The tax rate will be higher than the tax rate in communist China. These reckless taxes will affect natural gas prices, that same natural gas that has advanced energy independence in America. This careless spending will drastically increase costs to dairy farmers who struggle throughout my district in Pennsylvania. higher taxes, unfathomable debt. Just weeks ago, in this conference room, we heard from patients who were asking us and research the need for additional dollars for life-threatening diseases. Unfortunately, this will be crushed. As we consider this legislation, we must remember these patients. We must remember our responsibilities. We must understand the tax impacts of this spending bill on all Americans. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Joyce. Now, my understanding is that no one else wants to make an opening statement, but let me ask you now, are there any other members who seek recognition for an opening statement, either who are here or virtual? Okay. So that concludes opening statements. Pursuant to committee rules, members' written opening statements shall be made part of the record. Please submit written opening statements electronically to the email address that we've provided. So at this time, we will begin bill consideration, and the chair calls up the committee print Subtitle A, Budget Reconciliation Legislative Recommendations Relating to Air Pollution, and the clerk will report the title of the bill.
Committee print, Budget Reconciliation Legislative Recommendations Relating.
And without objection, Madam Clerk, the first reading of the bill would be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. And without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. So, are there any members seeking recognition to speak on the committee print? This is the air pollution one, right? Members participating remotely are reminded to use the raise hand feature to seek recognition and to use the lower hand feature after you have been recognized.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Tonko.
Was Representative Morse looking to get your attention? Okay, all right. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Okay.
At the desk labeled Subtitle A01.
All right, so this is the Ains. The clerk will report the Tonko substitute amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to committee print for Subtitle A.
And without objection, the reading of the substitute amendment will be dispensed with, and Mr. Tonko is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to start by thanking you for your efforts on this entire package. Subtitle A is a critical component to the overall package, focused on EPA investments to address air pollution. This Ains makes minor and technical changes to the committee print that was circulated just last week. It also adds an additional $5 million to each of sections 3106, the funding for states adopting vehicle standards, and 3109, which is the funding for EPA to provide grants for advanced biofuels, and an additional $45 million for section 3107. That is including more funding for air quality in schools. Overall, this amendment invests over $37 billion in EPA to address critical air pollution issues, including both climate pollution and traditional air pollution. We know, indeed, that low-income communities and communities of color often bear a disproportionate burden from pollution. This subtitle includes investments that will result in pollution reductions from heavy-duty vehicles and ports, which are most commonly found in these impacted communities. A significant amount of funding will go toward deploying zero-emission vehicles and equipment in these neighborhoods. The subtitle also provides some $27.5 billion to invest in nonprofit, state, and local financing institutions designed to rapidly deploy low and zero-emission technologies by leveraging investment from our private sector. Other sections will fund grants to reduce diesel emissions and the risks of smoke from wildfires. It will support major enhancements to our nation's air pollution monitoring network, which is long overdue to be upgraded and expanded, especially in fence-line neighborhoods. This funding also invests in EPA. EPA has numerous existing responsibilities that will be supported by this funding, including upgrading its software and IT capabilities. These upgrades will enable EPA to better collect data, inform the public, and collaborate with state, local, community, and industry partners. Finally, the subtitle establishes a fee that EPA must impose upon and collect from the owners and operators of certain facilities that report methane emissions. The fee will raise new federal revenues that EPA will use to administer the fee, provide technical assistance to covered entities, improve methane monitoring, and provide other assistance to reduce methane pollution from petroleum and natural gas systems. We know the consequences of climate change, and traditional air pollution for that matter, are significant. The costs of our inaction are great and continue to grow with each passing Congress that fails to respond. This subtitle is the foundation of a strong response. It will invest in EPA's capabilities, ensuring the agency has access to robust data and sound science, which is fundamentally important for the other climate-focused investments in this package to be effective, and it will fund deployment of new zero-emission technologies. I urge all members to support this amendment, Mr. Chair, in the nature of a substitute. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Tonko. As the ranking member seek recognition, gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Massive spending, higher taxes, and expanded federal government control over our economy, health, welfare. That may be music to my colleagues' ears to advance their political agenda, but average Americans know the sound of a wrecking ball to their household budgets, their job prospects, their opportunities for a productive, prosperous, and free life. This amendment to the subtitle that nobody, maybe some special interest groups, but outside of that, nobody had seen until Friday. Prior to Friday, it follows the harmful theme of spend however much money it takes, print however much money it takes to get command and control over our lives. The spending in this subtitle reaches roughly $37 billion at an agency whose net annual appropriation is $9 billion. Add in spending in other subtitles, and the EPA will be managing more than $85 billion. That's $85 billion of taxpayer dollars for unelected bureaucrats at the EPA to enforce a radical political agenda with virtually no accountability or care for lost jobs or rising inflation on working families. Many of the provisions overlap or add to funding Congress has already addressed, surging government spending even higher before we even understand where and whether money is really needed. Why is the EPA even involved in spending $5 billion to rebate the full cost of replacing medium and heavy trucks? How does the $7 billion in the new EPA grant spending for rooftop solar work? And how does it impact other issues such as grid reliability and cost to electricity for ratepayers? Maybe downstream consequences and price increases on working families are not EPA's concern. But these consequences are real. Lost jobs, more inflation, and threats to keeping our lights on in a disaster. And why are Democrats taking $20 billion from the American people to establish an unaccountable private national climate bank? This obscure program appears to be for pet projects and kickbacks to fund a political agenda at the expense of clean fossil energy, which Congress has worked hard to promote. Several provisions relate to programs we funded in the American Rescue Act and are in the infrastructure package. What is the extent of overlap and duplication on ports and air monitoring, local technical assistance? We don't know. We've had no hearings to review the text. Beyond the massive spending, note that Democrats chose to include several provisions as amendments to the Clean Air Act. Rather than standalone funding provisions, this reveals a key goal of the bill: to transform our bedrock environmental laws to achieve the left's radical political agenda. It's a federal takeover of our electricity system with new regulations and taxes to drive out American energy, existing fossil and natural gas. This bill beefs up EPA regulatory authorities to shut down American energy and undermine reliable and affordable energy. It readies new provisions such as Section 115 of the Clean Air Act that will be a tool for international environmental movements and no doubt China to use the Clean Air Act to impose harmful decarbonization policies, costing jobs and security. And of course, there's the natural gas tax, to be implemented and enforced by EPA, a program that represents a direct attack on millions of hardworking Americans. It's a tax on nearly every part of our lives, from the food we eat to the clothes on our back. The impacts of these policies, like inflation, will far past the budget window. Indeed, they are part of Speaker Pelosi's larger, grand socialist agenda for radical control of the American economy. The committee has developed no true understanding of the cascading rising costs these policies will force on Americans. And the more we go down this road, the more we're losing sight of what we must do to get results the Americans want. Like the innovative technologies that build on existing energy and industrial systems like nuclear, carbon capture, natural gas, and hydropower. Let's focus on results, not just printing lots of money to throw at a political agenda. Getting results takes durable, bipartisan policymaking for a strong energy economy and securing American supply chains, not a rush to green spending in the Build More Inflation Act. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlewoman. Anyone on the Democrat? Gentlewoman from Illinois? Oh, Ms. Eshoo is first, okay. Ms. Eshoo is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. Colleagues, air pollution causes 7 million deaths annually around the world. And its effects on our health and economy are estimated by Stanford University, which I'm so proud to represent, to cost our country $790 billion. Today's legislation provides critical resources to protect the air we breathe, including significant investments in zero-emission school buses, air quality monitoring, and other efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. I don't know what's so socialistic about that. Every single member has these problems in their congressional district. Importantly, the bill provides $150 million to state and local governments to develop plans to prepare for smoke caused by wildfires and mitigate its negative health impacts. This provision is based on my legislation, the Smoke Planning and Research Act, that I introduced with Senator Merkley in 2019. For several days in the summer of 2020, as hundreds of wildfires burned across California, my constituents were breathing the dirtiest air in the entire world. The haze was so thick that street lights came on during the day. Smoke from wildfires contain toxic chemicals and particulate matter that can irritate the eyes and airways, and if severe enough, trigger wheezing and burning eyes and aggravate chronic heart and lung diseases. It can drift hundreds of miles, as many of you experienced, and is particularly dangerous for children, the elderly, and those with underlying health conditions. Research continues to show that wildfire smoke is more dangerous than we previously understood. A study from the University of Montana found that after bad wildfires, the subsequent flu season is 3 to 5 times worse than average. A recent study from Harvard University also linked last year's wildfires to hundreds of deaths from COVID-19 on the West Coast. So the grants that are funded by this legislation will help state and local governments better prepare for future wildfire smoke and protect the health of their residents. These efforts can include creating shelters for at-risk populations and retrofitting schools with air filters so students can continue to learn safely. Sadly, much of the West is burning again, and the threat of wildfires and wildfire smoke is likely to persist as climate change causes these fires to occur more frequently. Wildfire smoke community planning grants are a critical and important investment in protecting air quality and the health of millions of Americans. And that's why I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Eshoo. Do we have someone on the Republican side? Mr. Burgess is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yes, move to strike the last word.
Oh, Mr. McKinley goes first, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I asked to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
And hopefully to engage my colleague, Paul Tonko, in a colloquy. This is the most important, this is the most expensive bill in energy and commerce history. And we don't have a CBO score yet. It's been estimated that it would cost over $1.25 trillion. And it would make it, that would make it the largest standalone bill in congressional history if it moves to the floor by itself. This markup is the only opportunity for the American public to learn what's included, how we will pay for it, and how it will impact their lives. Since the majority has chosen to rush this massive, reckless spending and tax plan without any type of regular order, we need to take the time during this markup to understand the ramifications it will have on American lives and livelihood. For example, just last week, the markup of the Natural Resources Committee, which was only dealing with $25 billion, was cut short by the majority. They called for the previous question, and in so doing, cut off all debate. Given our bill is 50 times larger than theirs, it's imperative we don't follow that lead, that precedent, and we allow for a full and robust debate. So, Chairman Tonko, I'm asking you, as we begin this discussion on these various subtitles, can you ensure us that Democrats will not, or that Democrats will allow us to take the time to examine this bill in its entirety? Can you share with your thoughts? I yield to Chairman Tonko.
I believe the chairman wanted to address the issue.
Okay, I can't hear you with your mask on. It helps when we're deaf. I read lips.
I apologize. So, look, we're going to try to get, as you know, we've noticed this for 2 days. I mean, we have to get through it by tomorrow because the next day is Yom Kippur, and it's not a, it's not even a session day or committee day. So, we got 48 hours here to go through it, but I'm not looking to so far, we've had a full debate, and I anticipate we will, but I can't go beyond tomorrow because, plus, the budget resolution has a deadline of September 15th, so that's the problem too, both the budget resolution and the Jewish holiday.
Yield to my friend from Virginia.
Mr. Chairman, if I might ask, it's my understanding, and I'm not Jewish, but my understanding is that Yom Kippur doesn't actually start until sunset. And isn't it true that we could recess and come back after the holiday?
No, because the budget resolution that was adopted has a September 15th deadline. And I'd rather not go to Wednesday morning because people have to travel. Remember, during Yom Kippur, you're fasting and praying, and you can't really travel. So we have to get done by tomorrow.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
So next is Ms. Schakowsky is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, I look forward to voting on this to address air pollution, but I want to make one other point right now because we keep hearing over and over again about raising taxes. And I think it's really important that everyone in this room acknowledge the fact that no taxes are going to be raised unless you make over $400,000. Now, that's not in the jurisdiction of this committee. But I think it is important not to misstate what the reality is. And in fact, what we're going to be seeing is that people and companies and businesses, often who have made billions and billions of dollars and pay no taxes at all, are going to finally pay their fair share. We have a history, as I mentioned earlier, of the Republicans cutting taxes on the very wealthiest Americans. Those days are over right now, and no one I'm going to say it again, who makes less than $400,000, as promised by the President of the United States, are going to pay higher taxes. So I think that we should just stop the misleading statements. I'll call them lies, because it's just simply not true that everyone is going to pay more in taxes. And I yield back.
Thank you. Dr. Burgess is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And of course, the methane fee will be assessed to any family or business that happens to purchase methane. And if they purchase that methane to produce electricity that a family then purchases, that methane fee will cause that electricity purchase to now be at a higher dollar. So I don't think you can credibly say that this will have no effect on anyone who earns less than $400,000 a year, unless you're going to establish an elaborate rebate system for people in that price range. I think we've heard from the last two exchanges, this hearing is important. It's depressing because we're deciding the nation's fate for its energy sector for decades to come. You know, unlike just spending our children's inheritance, which is what we normally do, we're also now crippling them in their ability to be able to provide for their families, because we're going to make the cost of energy and the cost of everything that emanates from that much more expensive. We have, in this country, come to expect that energy is going to be reliable and affordable and easily accessible. You turn on the light switch and you expect something to happen. You don't expect to have a notification from the government that not today, we're going to wait until it's perhaps easier to provide you with that energy. We're setting up higher costs, greater fragility of the system, and going through a bad winter in Texas last year, I will tell you, fragility in the system comes with a cost as well. So many of the provisions in subtitles A through D, which cover energy and environmental issues, do pose grave challenges to our nation's energy systems. The worst is the new tax on natural gas. We call this a methane fee because we don't want to say we're raising taxes on everyone. This is nothing short of an attack on America's energy sector. As of 2020, 69% of the nation's energy came from oil and natural gas. The natural gas tax will immediately increase energy costs and make it harder for American energy production to succeed. Back home in Texas, there are over 2.5 million jobs that are directly supported by the oil and gas industry. Should the natural gas tax take effect, what is the future of these jobs? This industry has delivered approximately $1.7 trillion to America's GDP and over $400 billion to Texas's own GDP. At a time when economic growth is so important, the Build Back Better Act will only put more roadblocks on the path to prosperity. Another concerning provision of the bill is the Clean Energy Performance Program. The goal of this policy is to reduce emissions from electricity generation by 80% in less than a decade. While reducing emissions is a laudable goal, it is important to note that great strides are already happening. America leads the world in emissions reductions, thanks to technological innovation and better energy solutions. Instead of committing to what has been shown to work, the majority's legislation doubles down on failed concepts from over a decade ago. And I say this with the benefit of some experience. Mr. Chairman, I sat at this committee with you in 2009, and we marked up the Waxman-Markey cap and trade climate bill. And that legislation, which was supposed to have increased energy prices and reduced energy emissions, but after the bill failed to become law, studies that were done actually showed that the Waxman-Markey bill would have been worse for emissions production than what actually occurred. After years of falling emissions, it's time to let America's potential for rapid technological innovation and abundant energy resources and get the government out of the way. The Clean Energy Performance Program will penalize energy producers for not building out clean energy systems despite federal regulations and permitting requirements delaying the deployment of those systems. How can we expect our providers to abide by this bill when the federal regulatory burdens continually get in the way? It is simply the wrong approach. And then, of course, on top of everything is the constant threat of inflation. Congress has provided unprecedented amounts of money to chase after goods and services, and the consequence has been inflation rates that people haven't seen for decades. As someone who came of age in the 1970s, let me just tell you, you don't want to go back down that road of the Carter years. It is time for us to get out of the way and allow our energy producers to do what they do best, produce energy for the American people. I yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Burgess. Next, we're going to go to Mr. McNerney, who's virtual, I guess. Mr. McNerney is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Well, I'm proud to support the once-in-a-generation investment in improving our nation's air quality, but my Republican colleagues continue to deny the threat of climate change, and Republicans continue to fight tooth and nail to keep us from stopping it, despite the fact that the west half of the country is burning and the east half of the country is drowning. And this is just the beginning of climate change. History's watching. History will remember this. After experiencing a year and a half of pandemic that attacks our respiratory systems, we are acutely aware of how important clean air is and the long-term health damage that pollution can cause. My district, the 9th District of California, sits in the San Joaquin Valley, which has among the worst air quality in the country and remains in non-attainment for multiple ambient air quality standards. This has led to very high rates of asthma and other chronic health problems, as well as frequent haze and air pollution that you can see. You can't even drive in it sometimes. This pollution disproportionately impacts low-income and disadvantaged communities who are more likely to live near sources of pollution. The conditions in my district are due to a number of polluting industries, including a port, heavy-duty freight trucks, and agriculture, and have been exacerbated by increasingly devastating wildfires. I'm pleased to see the investments across a range of programs that will improve air quality, including grants and rebates to replace heavy-duty vehicles with zero-emission vehicles, and with special attention to those that serve non-attainment areas like my district. This legislation also includes important funding for the purchase and installation of zero-emission equipment at ports. The EPA has found that communities that live near ports are exposed to high levels of pollution that contribute to health problems. I'm proud to represent the Port of Stockton and welcome an investment in modern port infrastructure that would eliminate harmful air pollution. I'm also pleased to see many other investments, including grants to reduce the risk of health and environmental effects from wildfire smoke, grants to reduce diesel emissions from existing engines, and fundings for expanding air quality monitoring and Clean Air Act assessments. Finally, I'm proud of this committee's work to include a fee on methane emissions. Not only does methane cause adverse health effects, but it's also a very strong greenhouse gas that contributes to climate change. Funds raised by this fee will be used to provide financial and technical assistance to emitters to reduce and mitigate methane pollution and improve monitoring. Altogether, these provisions represent a critical down payment on health of our communities and our environment. I do urge my colleagues to support the aims. I thank the chair and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McNerney. Mr. Johnson is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, the members of this committee have an enormous responsibility writing policies that impact virtually every critical American industry. Each of us should be humbled by that. I know I am. And I note that while we're here today to debate this massive bill that in many ways overhauls significant parts of America's economy, few members of Congress have actually worked in the private sector that this majority now seeks to dramatically overhaul. Very few have ever signed a check on the front side or have ever had to comply with the very rules and regulations that emanate from the laws we pass. As members of Congress, we have the awesome responsibility to not screw up what hardworking Americans outside the DC Beltway have built. If this committee and this House get this wrong, the damage could be lasting and permanent. This is especially true for the energy provisions of this dangerous legislation. The availability of affordable and reliable energy affects global geopolitics, the pocketbooks of every working American, and the bottom lines of every business in America, both large and small. It's troubling to see efforts to tax natural gas, put reliable, affordable coal and gas-fired power out of business with a so-called performance program, and then plow tens of billions of taxpayer dollars into green pet projects. This is all designed to generate so-called clean power and a clean economy. But after handing global energy dominance to China and Russia and Iran, will America have a clean conscience when this is all over? If the EVs, solar panels, and batteries we'll discuss today have components that are made by slaves in China, or if the reports are true that lithium, copper, and rare earth minerals critical for a clean economy could start coming from Taliban-controlled Afghanistan, then you can count me out. I mean, is all of this worth effectively sanctioning our own economy and handing our energy sovereignty to China? And China is building hundreds, that's hundreds, folks, of new coal-fired power plants right now, presumably to manufacture critical components for America's so-called green economy. Now, how does that make sense? It's not to say this committee doesn't have a responsibility to look at ways to reduce emissions, and we've done that. But we also have a duty to balance national security, grid reliability, America's economy, and the jobs that are created right here in America. In Ohio, we don't want to sacrifice our energy industry and the tens of thousands of good-paying jobs that come with it. According to Ohio Jobs and Family Services, the average oil and gas worker makes $81,700 a year. If these workers are suddenly put out of a job by this legislation, I guess my Democratic friends will look to our climate envoy, John Kerry, who infamously said, and I quote, "They can go build the solar panels." Well, in Appalachia, solar farms are being built, many with foreign-made components. When completed, these sites may support 1 or 2 permanent jobs. Does anyone here think the worker whose job it is to cut the grass around the local solar farm, which is one of the only jobs it creates, is going to make as much money as a worker on an oil rig or a coal miner? Do any of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle see this, and do they even care? Mr. Chairman, let's think about this before we rush to green and turn our back on America's affordable and reliable energy resources. I look forward to opposing this desperately ill-conceived legislation. I urge my colleagues to do the same, and with that, I yield back.
Thank you. So now we go to Mr. Peters, who's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Okay, thank you. Wildfires are both a result of and a cause of climate change. In 2020, 10 million acres burned across the United States, including 4 million in California alone. That is double the previous record of 2 million acres burned in a single year in California. In 2018, wildfires caused $31 billion in public health impacts and $29 billion in real estate losses nationwide. Firefighters are saying that the blazes they are battling are more dangerous, severe, and unpredictable than they've ever seen. Climate change is driving more dangerous blazes by increasing temperatures, especially extreme heat events, and causing more severe droughts. Those two factors combine when longer droughts dry out fuel such as shrubs and trees, and higher temperature increase evaporation rates. Over time, these changes have made fuel available to burn, so when ignition occurs, fires burn faster and more aggressively. Wildfires are also significant drivers of climate change because they release carbon dioxide, black carbon, brown carbon, and ozone precursors into the atmosphere. In 2020, California wildfires released 112 million metric tons of carbon dioxide, which which is about 50 million metric tons more than the California power sector releases per year, and roughly equivalent to the greenhouse gas emissions of 24 million passenger vehicles driving in a single year. Our fire crisis is a result of multiple factors: good or poor land use decisions over hundreds of years, population growth into dangerous wildfire-prone areas, and of course, climate change. I've been working with my colleagues to create a more effective federal response, one that provides the resources needed to meet the challenges of the moment, and one that considers future risks, especially a warming planet. Through the bipartisan infrastructure deal and this budget deal, we have a historic opportunity to invest in wildfire resilience and mitigation. In the bipartisan deal, we included funding to make our grid more resilient to wildfires and to reduce hazardous fuels through controlled burns. On the latter investment, the bill authorizes nearly $3.4 billion for the Department of the Interior and the Forest Service for wildfire risk reduction, like thinning and controlled burns. In the bill we're marking up today, we included $150 million to help communities mitigate the impacts of wildfire smoke. Wildfire smoke is now a serious public health issue. The smoke can travel large distances, even across the entire United States, and cause a variety of health impacts from cancer to mental health issues, especially for our firefighters on the front lines. I can see smoke from the western fires in DC today. While we have done an impressive job at reducing particulate matter from other sources, wildfire smoke is now the largest source of particulates pollution in the country. We're continuing to learn more about its negative consequences, and most recently, Stanford researchers found that exposure to wildfire smoke during pregnancy increases the risk of preterm birth. The $150 million investment in this bill is a crucial first step. We should also explore how EPA and other agencies can better address wildfire smoke. In other committees, this budget bill is investing in wildfire mitigation and resilience. Last week, the Ag Committee included $40 billion in investments for forestry programs to help combat forest fires and build more resilient forests. I co-sponsored Representative Crow's Outdoor Restoration Partnership Act to advocate for investments like these, and I'll continue pushing to ensure both the final infrastructure bill and this budget bill maintain these historic investments. We have to combat these fires with the full strength of the federal government. Our communities and our first responders deserve nothing less. My prayers are with the brave firefighters battling the fires currently burning, and I send our deepest condolences to the families who lost homes, livelihoods, and loved ones. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Griffith, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. I want to bring us back to the September 15th deadline. It's my understanding that Ways and Means Committee met last week. They are continuing their markup, and that committee is unlikely to conclude tomorrow. It's my understanding further that that while it was suggested that we finish by September 15th, that is not a hard and fast deadline, that it is a goal, but not a hard and fast deadline. Also, it's my understanding that the minority is entitled to 2 calendar days after the markup to file our minority views. The committee, therefore, cannot report with minority views its report until after September 15th. So the earliest that E&C can file our reconciliation materials would be Thursday the 16th, and that's if we were to finish today. So what we're doing, and we want to make sure we have time to have everybody heard and have all the issues heard and have all the amendments heard, because if we were not to take any recesses and we just started at 11 and we just continued all the way through until midnight, as I understand it, tomorrow, if we did the whole 48 hours on the bill, and I do appreciate the travel time for those folks who do celebrate the holiday. But with 48 hours, we would actually be spending in our committee $4.34 million per minute. And that's debating $4.34 million per minute. And that's assuming if we did the whole 48 hours. We just feel like we need more time. And isn't it true that you're not bound by handcuffs to the September 15th date?
Well, I mean, they got rid of the jail in the basement of the Capitol years ago, so.
They have an annex. I visited it once. It's across the way.
So I don't think anybody's going to put us in jail.
I agree.
And I also don't listen to Ways and Means, but that's okay if you want to mention them. But look, let's just continue, all right? I mean, I don't want to just keep repeating the same thing. I think we have to, we have to finish by tomorrow, and so far, I think we're doing okay, so let's just keep going.
I thank the gentleman. I hope we will continue, and I don't want to belabor it, but I'm just not sure we can do a good job for the American people if we must, by an artificial edict, finish tomorrow. I yield back.
Okay, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Fletcher, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this AINS, and I appreciate the work that you and the committee staff has engaged in and done to address my many concerns with the methane fee provisions in the bill, several of which are reflected in this AINS, which is why I wanted to speak on it now. I represent a lot of people who work in the field of oil and natural gas extraction, transportation, and storage. As we've discussed before, my constituents share the concerns of the committee and the Congress, and they are committed to reducing methane emissions and fighting climate change. With Tropical Storm Nicholas bearing down on my district as I speak at this moment, I can assure you that we have a real interest in mitigating climate impacts that we see at home and across the country, as we were just hearing from Mr. Peters, and we know from our colleagues all too well. We also know that natural gas has a critical role to play in our energy mix right now and into the future. Supporting exploration and production of natural gas will not only create good, well-paying jobs and keep good, well-paying jobs that currently exist, the kinds of things this Build Back Better Act seeks to support, but it is vital to our energy independence. And ensuring that U.S. natural gas stays a clean and competitive fuel source is key for domestic energy production and for our national security. So, to do this, we need extraction and transportation policies that recognize that methane leaks make American gas less competitive on the world market and make it harder to achieve our climate goals. So I've had a lot of conversations about how this can best be done, about the investment operators have already made and are continuing to make. And as you will recall, my constituents supported the CRA this committee passed earlier this year, repealing the Trump administration's rollback of EPA methane standards, and they did so vocally. I have also discussed with them the real impediments to making these investments and improvements to asset integrity, including regulatory delays and slow permitting, some of which we worked to address last year in the PHMSA reauthorization. They're also engaging in the EPA rulemaking process on methane emissions right now. So it's against this backdrop that I've raised concerns about the proposal that's before us today. And I appreciate that you and the committee have worked with me to address the problems with the methane proposal introduced in the Senate by Senator Whitehouse, which called for a basin-wide fee approach. I heard directly from my constituents many problems with that approach, and I appreciate this committee's effort to tailor its approach to actual, measurable, individualized emissions in an existing mechanism where attainment is possible, something that the Senate bill does not do. That said, the original Section A raised many concerns for my constituents and left important provisions undefined and uncertain. I appreciate that you have responded to several specific concerns that I raised in this AINS, the clarification of the fee, the extension of the implementation date, and the creation of a higher intensity threshold for natural gas transmission. As we have discussed, however, I continue to have concerns about the provisions in this bill, especially where additional clarity of its scope and impacts is needed. And I also want to note that while I appreciate this framework omits other substantial sources of methane emissions, I think it is important to address methane emissions from all sources, not only from the sources that are the subject of this title, but those that we know exist in other sectors, including agriculture and waste management. I appreciate that you have committed to address my concerns and to work together to clarify and respond to concerns in the final bill. Because of your commitment to address the issues in this bill, And because, most important, I believe this bill presents an important and more workable alternative to the Senate proposal that is preferable for the House to present in negotiations and discussions with the Senate as this bill moves forward, I intend to support this subtitle today with the understanding that our work is not done. It's not done here, and that you have committed to work with me to address the continued concerns so that we can get a final bill that I can support going forward. I appreciate your commitment to that work. I thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlewoman. Thank you. Is Mr. Palmer next? Mr. Palmer is recognized for 5 minutes.
I have my hand up.
Thank the gentleman. I want to address the issue of this false claim that people under 400,000 in income will not pay taxes. And I want to point out that with all of the increases that are included in this bill, everyone is going to pay more for goods and services. It's in the form of a hidden tax. Businesses don't pay taxes. People pay taxes. They pay them through higher prices for groceries, for household utilities, for medicine. They're paying them right now at the gas pump. The increased cost for energy in this bill will impact the cost of everything because energy is the most inflationary component in our entire economy. There's an energy cost in everything that we have in front of us right now, whether it's what we're drinking or what we're using to write with. And those costs get passed on to everyone. They don't delineate between the wealthy and the poor. And energy costs are already up over 25%, and we've seen the highest inflation we've seen in over 30 years. The last time I checked, it was over 6.4%, and it's mainly driven by energy costs, which creates this hidden tax that's in this that's passed on to everyone. And what's in this bill will disproportionately impact low-income families and elderly households on fixed incomes. And despite my Democrat colleagues' attempts to deny this massive increases in this bill, it is really a massive tax on everyone, period, no matter what their income is. And I would also like to address this issue of the air quality over California. And I understand what's going on with the forest fires. I was out there this summer talking with the aerial firefighters about what they were facing, and their big concern was not only the weather that they're dealing with, but the amount of fuel on the ground, which significantly increases the intensity of the fires. And I'd also like to point out that 25% of the air pollution in the skies over California originated in China. So California is getting hit on multiple levels, not the least of which is foreign-born air pollution, along with the problems we're dealing with from the forest fires. And then the last point I want to make is I've really enjoyed reading this book, Unsettled, by Stephen Coonan, who was Undersecretary for Science in the U.S. Department of Energy during the Obama administration. And what I'm about to share with you is consistent in the reports, whether it's the International Panel on Climate Change, fifth annual report, or the National Assessment on Climate that the U.S. government puts out. But the key here is there's no significant trend in the global number of tropical cyclones, nor is there any trend been identified in the number of landfalling hurricanes in terms of the number of storms or their intensity. And this is multi-decadal. I mean, this is going back to the mid-1800s. So you can keep talking about all of these things that are you think are caused by human activity, and I will tell you the climate is changing, and we're not preparing for the change that's coming. And this bill does not prepare us for the climate change that's coming that we can't do anything about. And I think we need to stick to the science, we need to stick to the facts, and we need to tell the truth about this bill, Mr. Chairman. It is a massive increase in cost on the entire population of the United States and disproportionately on low-income families throughout the country. And I yield back.
Thank you. Next is Ms. Barragan. Is virtual? Recognized.
Thank you, Mr.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, Subtitle A includes a critical $3.5 billion investment to reduce air pollution at ports by providing grants and rebates for the purchase and installation of zero emission technology. Nearly 40% of Americans live within 3 miles of a port and will benefit from these investments in clean air. In my district, the Port of Los Angeles, it's a major economic engine, and it touches every congressional district across the country, but it's also a major source of pollution. We have some of the worst air quality in the country, and it disproportionately impacts communities of color and economically disadvantaged communities in South Los Angeles. For decades, my constituents have advocated for the zero emission solutions this $3.5 billion ports investments in the Build Back Better Act will deliver. It's a long overdue investment in environmental justice, in climate action, and in jobs. I urge my colleagues to support Subtitle A and the long overdue investments in clean air for our ports community. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. So we're on the Tonko substitute. Does anyone else want to speak on that? Ms. Matsui would like to. Oh, is there a Republican? All right, we'll recognize Ms. Matsui for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. In light of the global pandemic and the devastation impacting 1 in 3 Americans and causing billions of dollars in damages, we really must prioritize investments that help improve the health of our communities and lower carbon emissions to combat the climate crisis. On one of the legislative items, very popular items included in this section, is the Diesel Emission Reductions Act, or DERA, which is a popular bipartisan program they have long championed. DERA has successfully helped retrofit polluting diesel engines with cleaner technologies, lowering transportation pollution and improving air quality for communities nationwide. Additional DERA investments through the Build Back Better Act are crucial to meet the challenges of the climate crisis and COVID-19. These funds can help protect our communities from the health and environmental harms of transportation pollution during a critical time in our nation's history. I urge my colleagues to support the DERA investment in this legislation, and I support all the other legislative items in this section. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank the gentlewoman. Anyone else on the Tonko substitute? If not, we're going to move to amendments. Oh, Ms. Dingell. Ms. Dingell's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I've been having COVID and technology issues this morning. I rise in support of Subtitle A and important investments it'll make aimed at curbing air pollution, which will benefit every generation of Americans. And I really want to comment to some of my colleagues who are asking why the urgency. Since the end of June, my district has had 7 once-in-a-lifetime floods. Just in my hometown, 20,000 homes have had damage. Every time it rains, we're getting thunderstorms and tornadoes now, and water is going above the first floor windows of several of my communities. People are really desperate. And I feel awful of what's happened in Louisiana, in New York, in New Jersey, and Connecticut. But the Midwest is hurting. Global climate is real, and once-in-a-lifetime storms are coming every week. The Build Back Better Act invests $27.5 billion in nonprofit, state, and local climate financing institutions that are designed to rapidly deploy low and zero emission technologies by leveraging investment from the private sector. Across the United States, these financing institutions have a proven successful track record of making investments that create a healthier and more prosperous communities. Over the last decade, 15 of these state and local programs, which are, why do we always have to look at everything as a red or blue state? They're in 15 states across the country that have generated more than $3 billion in climate and clean energy investments by leveraging public and private capital. Michigan is one of them, but actually it started under a Republican governor. And these investments have created tens of thousands of jobs. Through the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, the Build Back Better Act makes critical investments to expand these efforts across the United States. These funds will be used to invest directly in projects that reduce emissions at the national, state, and local levels, while also supporting the establishment or expansion of state and local climate financing institutions that can tailor investments to their specific priorities and preferences. Tackling the climate crisis requires all of us to be hands on deck. And that's why it's so important what we're doing today. Too many of our communities, including frontline communities and schools, are plagued these days. So I'm pleased that these important programs are included in the Build Back Better. I urge my colleagues to support them. My community just can't keep flooding the way that it is. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. I think you're the last one before we go to amendments. All right. So, are there any members who seek recognition to offer an amendment to the Tonko amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Okay, Crenshaw has it.
Mr. Crenshaw has an amendment? What is your amendment labeled?
No, Mr. Chairman, I had my hand up.
Oh, you want to strike the last word. Okay, I'm sorry. We'll go back to that. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized.
Look, I just want to address some of the things being said. There has been claims that Republicans deny climate change, and I would say that the people who said that deny climate change themselves, especially being from California, where they're shutting down nuclear plants. Climate change was indeed the emergency that many say it is, then we would spend a fraction of the dollars we're talking about right now. We would build a bunch of nuclear plants. We would have reliable carbon-free energy. That's what we'd be doing. But in California, they're shutting them down, and they're complaining to us about their wildfires. Here's the thing. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change says the number one thing you can do to mitigate wildfires and their carbon footprint is forest management. Studies by the Forest Service say the exact same thing. Okay, you're not on fire in California because it's a couple degrees hotter and a little bit drier. That might intensify it just a little bit. But the primary cause, and everybody knows this, is bad forest management. And so if you destroy our Texas oil and gas industry, and California's Texas oil and gas industry, by the way, America's oil and gas industry, raise our energy prices, raise our gas prices, make us energy dependent instead of energy independent, make it harder for the poor to afford to heat their homes, to air condition their homes. You do all that, you ruin our farming industry with the methane tax, increase prices on food across the board. Americans will be hurting drastically. Do you really think that all of a sudden you're not going to see any storms, or that wildfires are just going to stop now or in 100 or even 200 years? Absolutely not. Not until you get forest management under control. And if we want to talk about the science, by the way, yes, there's storms. We're going to have a storm here today, here in Texas. But guess what? We've been having that for a very long time, a very long time. And according to the science, if we're going to talk about the science, storms will intensify because of climate change by about 5%. 5%. That's what the actual science says, guys. But they're going to decrease in frequency by about 25%. If we're going to listen to the science, let's quote the science. And let's talk about the costs and benefits. If you think Republicans don't want to do anything about mitigating carbon emissions, nothing could be further from the truth. We want to do the things that work and that also create reliable energy. That's why we're against this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back and reserve the rest of my time.
Thank you. Now, again, does anybody want to speak on the Tonko substitute before we go to amendments? All right, so then, are there any members who seek recognition to offer an amendment to the Tonko amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, the ranking member. What is your amendment labeled? Do we know? Or maybe there's only one, I don't know. Does the clerk have the amendment?
Is it B113?
Do I know which one it is?
Is it the top?
Is there one on the top?
It's B113.
Yes.
All right, yes.
Yes.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to Subtitle A offered by Mrs. Rogers of Washington.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I reserve a point of order on the amendment, please.
Chitanko reserves a point of order, and the gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is simple. It would strike the natural gas tax from the underlying draft. Unfortunately, much of this proposal is an assault on reliable and affordable energy to appease radical environmentalists on the far left. The natural gas tax will impact our entire economy by making it more expensive to heat homes, cook, eat, and manufacture thousands of products from PPE to medicines to solar panels. This new natural gas tax is a punitive tax designed to artificially raise the price of natural gas to discourage job-creating investments in fossil fuels and force a radical transformation of American life. I think about the restaurant owner from Spokane who told me that it's getting harder to manage a budget and buy the basics. Food is more expensive, and grocery stores can't keep their shelves stocked because there's not enough workers to move product off of trucks. She's struggling to purchase food for her menu. She said she cringes at the thought of raising her prices because most of her customers are elderly. What will she do when everything is more expensive, thanks to the natural gas tax in the Build More Inflation Act? We know that Americans overwhelmingly oppose new taxes. This new natural gas tax will generate significant costs for every American household and eliminate a substantial number of jobs across our entire economy. Based upon an economy-wide analysis, the natural gas tax could reduce U.S. GDP by $9.1 billion and result in 90,000 jobs lost. The natural gas tax will increase prices for every American who relies on natural gas for home heating, cooking, electricity. However, the burden will fall disproportionately on lower income and rural Americans. According to the Energy Information Administration, 1/3 of households have difficulty meeting their energy needs, a challenge that has only been made more difficult by the COVID pandemic. This new natural gas tax would result in more than a 12% increase in utility bills, which is more than $100 for the average household. Why would Democrats want to raise taxes on struggling Americans during a pandemic? President Biden and the Democrats are threatening our national security at home and abroad. On President Biden's first day in office, he canceled the Keystone XL pipeline, cutting thousands of construction workers out of a job. President Biden imposed a moratorium on drilling on federal lands while giving a green light to Russia to build the Nord 2 pipeline. At the same time, President Biden is begging OPEC and Russia to increase oil production as our prices at the pump are skyrocketing. We're nearly to the Obama-era highs of over $4 a gallon. President Biden has promised not only to raise taxes on any household making, he's promised not to raise taxes on households making less than $400,000. This tax breaks that promise by increasing taxes on every single American household, regardless of their income level. This natural gas tax has never been the subject of a congressional hearing to understand the impact that it will have on American families. The majority slipped it in the dark of night because they know how unpopular it's going to be. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting an amendment to strike the natural gas tax and correct this injustice. Lower income and rural Americans should not be forced to pay more for their energy. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. So this is the Rogers Amendment to the Tonko substitute. Ms. Castor is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm speaking out in opposition to the McMorris-Rogers Amendment because we are all dealing with the devastating consequences of a rapidly warming planet. We know this, but here are a few facts. July 2021 was the hottest month ever recorded. The past decade made up the hottest decade in history. The last 7 years were the hottest in history, with the 10 hottest years on record. They've all occurred in the last 2 decades, according to NOAA. And it's become very personal for so many Americans. More Americans are facing higher costs this summer nearly 1 in 3 Americans experienced a climate-fueled weather disaster in their community, and nearly 2 in 3 experienced a heat wave that lasted multiple days. These climate-fueled disasters come at a great cost. Last year, the U.S. spent nearly $100 billion responding to major disasters and extreme weather events, and it's getting more expensive. In fact, the Nonpartisan Government Accountability Office has warned us that climate change poses a high economic risk to America, and that government-wide action is needed to protect our national economy and reduce our fiscal exposure. And you bet it has become personal. Deaths in the past 5 years, just over the past 5 years, nearly 4,000 Americans have died because of extreme weather events and disasters. Every year, we lose about 700 Americans to heat-related deaths. In 2021, the heat waves, nearly 200 Americans in Oregon and Washington state died just this summer as they shattered temperature records across the West. Hurricane Ida, 84 Americans died across 8 states just a few weeks ago. And that bizarre cold snap in Texas in February, 200 Texans died during that bizarre cold snap that cut power to 5 million Texans. The Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas says that cost at least $80 to $130 billion in direct, indirect economic losses, and they think that's a conservative estimate. So this amendment is targeted towards eliminating our very modest methane fee. Methane, over 20 years, is more than 80 times, it traps more than 80 times the amount of heat than CO2. It is a major contributor to the climate crisis because methane escapes at every point of the oil and gas production. It escapes when it's extracted, it escapes when it's transported, it escapes when it's refined, and these leaks undermine any climate benefit that frack gas, natural gas has when compared to coal. Methane pollution in 2020 represented the largest annual increase recorded since systemic measurements began in 1983. So moving quickly to reduce this super pollutant is one of the most immediate and powerful ways to start solving the climate crisis. The methane fee in this bill is a great start. It would incentivize companies to find and fix leaks and stop intentional emissions like venting and flaring. It is a very important tool to solve the climate crisis, to improve air quality, and to protect the health of communities across the country. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. In doing so, they are voting to lower cost on American families and businesses. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman from West Virginia.
Mask, were you talking to me?
Yeah, I thought you wanted to speak.
You're the gentleman from I couldn't see with the mask.
I know the mask, and I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word in support of this amendment.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, the natural gas tax in this bill is an unadulterated assault on the American oil and gas industry. But what would be the effect on West Virginia? We've become the fourth largest we have the fourth largest natural gas reserves of any state. We're the 6th largest producer in the nation. And last week, EIA, Mr. Chairman, reported that the natural gas production in the Appalachian Basin became the 3rd largest producer in the world, behind only Russia and the rest of the United States. No, so finally, Appalachian communities may be able to emerge from their generational poverty. But instead, this legislation, Democrats are calling to impose, to depress this opportunity and shamelessly imposing a tax to discourage its use. Look, Mr. Chairman, as you know, natural gas is a key ingredient in the manufacturing of thousands of products from PPE, solar panels to iPhones. But this tax would make it more expensive to produce these products and outsource jobs in production overseas. Didn't we learn anything during the pandemic about our reliance on China and overseas providers? This tax would also make it more expensive for consumers. As the majority pushes America to 100% renewables and tries to eliminate fossil fuels, the American Natural Gas Association has found that this tax would add between $85 and $242 a year to energy bills. And according to the Yale study, Yale University, 50% of Americans are not willing to pay any more for their renewable costs. So, is it really in Americans' best interest to pursue this tax? Remember, Congress already passed a CRA earlier this year that would impose strict regulations on methane emissions. And in your legislation, under the Clean Future Act, Section 902 would impose a 3-year moratorium for permits for new and expanded facilities that develop plastics from natural gas. Mr. Chairman, what do you have against natural gas? In football terms, this trifecta would be likened to piling on, and you would be assessed a 15-yard penalty. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. All right, so let me just ask, if you have your hand raised virtually from the last one, could you please lower your hand virtually so we don't get confused? I think that Ms. Eshu is the one that's not left over from the last one. Ms. Eshu, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just moved to strike the last word to speak on the amendment. I really am taken back by this all-out enthusiastic support of fossil fuels. I would say to my colleagues, examine the automobile industry, really all over the world. Why are they moving to all-electric vehicles? Why is there such a demand for them? I mean, this is the private sector. Have you gone to Detroit to talk to them, talk them out of it? That we have efficient systems, that we move to that in terms of the federal fleet. Your argument is about yesterday. It's not about the future. Any society that isn't moving away from fossil fuels does not have a bright future. We know what is attached to it. We know what the emissions do. They have an effect on all of us and all of our communities. We are paying a heavy price for not having it done it sooner. I, for one, am tremendously excited about what has come out of my own congressional district, Tesla. We made an investment through the Department of Energy years ago, almost $700 million for a loan so that those batteries could be developed. And they were, and Tesla paid the loan back earlier and with interest to the American people. So to argue, to have an amendment in 2021 that raises up and places fossil fuels on the altar of supposedly the future, I think that this is really a march to folly. It really is a jaw dropper to me. You want to talk about special interests? You want to talk about special interests? Fossil fuels? Come on. Come on. That is not the future. And it really should not be the future for the United States of America. And with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. Palmer is recognized for 5 minutes.
Move to strike the last word. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to address something one of my Democrat colleagues said about the bizarre polar vortex that struck the state of Texas and much of the Midwest, and just point out that polar vortex was predicted by a group of observers in Europe around January, and predicted almost to the week when it would hit. And the reason they were able to do that, and again, this is sticking with the science and the history of our climate, the reason they were able to make that prediction was they were observing the atmospheric conditions above the Arctic, and they matched almost exactly the atmospheric conditions the last time we had a polar vortex, of a super vortex of that magnitude, in 1929. These were first observed in the 1840s. They were even mentioned in a magazine that Charles Dickens was one of the editors in the 1850s. We had one in the 1880s in which the temperature in Lafayette, Indiana hit -32. These are not unusual. They occur about 6 per decade, not of that intensity. Those are rare, you know, maybe once 100 years or once every 50 years. But you should not attribute these things to climate change, as though it, and particularly human-caused climate change. I implore this committee, the Energy and Commerce Committee, to understand the science. I'd also like to address the issue raised about fossil fuel. There are realities that this committee needs to recognize. And the reality is that fossil fuels supply 80% of the world's energy today and remain the most reliable and convenient means of meeting the growing energy demand of under and undeveloped countries. If we were to eliminate all fossil fuels, that would be sentencing billions of people in undeveloped and underdeveloped nations to poverty, to permanent poverty. I don't think that's where we want to go. And I think the same thing's true here. We had a hearing in the Select Committee on the Climate Crisis. There were 3 Democrat witnesses who were all climate scientists, one of whom was a British scientist who was one of the lead editors and lead authors of the 5th annual report from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. And I ask a simple question. I ask if the United States completely eliminated all carbon emissions, all CO2 emissions, went to absolute zero, which means we'd all quit breathing and quit talking, which would probably be a good thing. But if we went to absolute zero, would it stop climate change? And after an embarrassingly long pause, as the witnesses looked up and down the witness table at each other, one of them finally leaned forward and said it would not. And then I asked if the entire world completely eliminated all CO2 emissions, went to absolute zero, would it stop climate change? And once again, the answer was it would only mitigate the impact. In other words, the answer is no. We need to stick to the science, and we need to base our policy on the science, because this is going to impact people in an enormously negative way, imposing massive cost increases on the people who can least afford it, and potentially keeping billions of people in poverty, risking their lives because of the policies undertaken by this committee and by this Congress. With that, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your indulgence, and I yield back.
Would the gentleman yield?
Be happy to yield to the gentleman.
And that is such an important point, that at what cost? At what cost? Because literally every family globally would be affected. We've learned in this committee many, many years ago that without energy, life is cold, brutal, and short. I think we ought to be following the science. We ought to be actually expounding upon what is available to us technologically, and recognize the United States of America produces some of the cleanest energy in the world, and it is going to be produced somewhere. We shouldn't hamper our ability to produce, and at the same time allow an area of the world that perhaps is less sensitive about the way it produces its energy to hold the trump card. And then, of course, there's a dangerous creep into other industries as well. This would affect agriculture, other areas of manufacturing. This is a very pernicious tax that has been proposed, and I hope this committee will reject it. I'll yield back.
I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. McNerney is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, I thank the chairman for recognizing me, and I move to strike the last word. Well, I'll start. Methane emission has 80 times more potent as a greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide during the first 20 years. This year's IPCC report found that strong, rapid, and sustained reduction in methane emissions will help reduce the impacts of climate change and improve air quality, especially in the short term. Now, the fee proposed by this committee is the best solution to the problem of methane emissions. It targets methane emissions, not its production. It would cause reduce methane emissions. It would cause them to be captured and used. It should lower the costs of methane to consumers because there'll be more methane available. It's a false claim that this bill will be levied in all natural gas production. This bill targets leakage. So don't tell me that the pollution fee raises costs. And the technology already exists to detect and repair leaks from energy infrastructure, which not only curbs pollution, but also reduces waste. Much of this technology can be implemented at little or no cost and could be supported through grants, rebates, and contracts supported by the proceeds from this section. There's a lot of work to be done, including in my home state of California, where the legacy fossil fuel infrastructure continues to emit large amounts of methane with no incentive for remediation. The proposed methane emission fee is a win-win-win. It curbs pollution, it reduces waste, and invests in infrastructure improvements and emissions detection and mitigation. In response to Mr. Palmer, I'd say that we're already under the impact of climate change. Continuing emissions will accelerate the change. When you're already in a hole, stop digging, stop polluting. It's just making things worse. I urge my colleagues to reject any changes to the fee as proposed and oppose this amendment. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield? This is Cardenas.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to echo what my fine colleague, Mr. McNerney, just pointed out. I live in my district in the Los Angeles area, and methane escaping from plants is a major, major issue. And Mr. McNerney is absolutely right. This is a win-win-win when it comes to local jobs. It's a win when it comes to protecting local communities and also the environment writ large. This is a win-win-win. This is something that, thank you, Mr. McNerney, for characterizing the truth in this matter rather than allowing others to say that this is in fact what it is not. So this is something that's going to be a tremendous benefit all the way around. Thank you so much. I yield back.
And Mr. McNerney.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. I yield back to the chair.
Thank you. So next I have Mr. Bouchon is recognized for 5 minutes.
I move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Yeah, I just have a few quick comments about some of the things that have been said. First of all, I would ask my Democrat colleagues to stop preaching at us like we're uninformed or we don't know what we're talking about. I can assure you we're informed about this issue and we're not stupid. So, I mean, my Democratic colleagues should stick to defending their own policies and not preach at us. And I want to answer a couple questions why we support fossil fuel. Because you can't get to zero carbon emissions without fossil fuel, without addressing how we use fossil fuel to produce energy. It just can't be done. And it's not going to be done. And I want to associate myself with Mr. Palmer's comments. And the other one about why the auto industry is going towards electric cars. Look, I love electric cars. I hope we get there. But they're doing it because they're not stupid. The U.S. federal government is threatening to shut down their entire industry if they don't do it. So, I mean, and in addition, we keep putting in massive tax incentives to get the American people to adopt a technology, which right now only about 4% of the American people can afford, because that's the only ones that have electric cars. Electric cars are very expensive. Most people I represent can't afford them, and there's no infrastructure. So I just wanted to answer a couple of questions that were asked. We can't get to zero carbon emissions without addressing fossil fuel. Just can't be done. And the auto industry is developing electric cars because you're threatening to shut their industry down. If they don't, they're not dumb. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Is there another Democrat? If not, I go to Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
I support the McMorris-Rogers amendment, and I want to ask my colleagues, it feels like sometimes you hate fossil fuels more than you hate climate change, and I'd love to extend a challenge and have anybody show me how I'm wrong. I believe using U.S. natural gas to replace Russian natural gas and coal burning plants in China, India, and Russia would do more to reduce greenhouse gas emissions than this entire bill. I'll even throw in the entire Green New Deal. I believe this natural gas tax is a bad idea and will have the opposite effect of what you're all intending, and I hope you'll hear me out. Taxing U.S. natural gas has the same impact as subsidizing foreign natural gas. If foreign energy is cheaper than U.S. energy, countries will buy their energy instead. I'll stipulate that we need to continue to reduce our methane emissions, but the fact is the U.S. produces natural gas with less methane emissions than any of our foreign competitors. As an example, life cycle greenhouse gas emissions from Russian natural gas pipeline to Europe and China is over 40% higher than U.S. LNG exports. Domestically, we have 3,374 trillion cubic feet of natural gas that can meet the world's needs for over 100 years. Who wouldn't want to replace China's coal plants with U.S. natural gas? By increasing the cost of U.S. gas and therefore the cost to get it to developing countries, we encourage China and Russia to export their higher emitting coal and gas instead. By making U.S. gas more expensive, we get more foreign pollution, and the atmosphere doesn't really care about the country of origin of greenhouse gas emissions. What we're doing today is the continuation of the villainization of natural gas, despite the role that natural gas has played over the last decade in helping the United States radically reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. If we're serious about the climate issues, we need to spend more time talking about worldwide greenhouse gas emissions. Can we say with confidence that this methane tax does not increase worldwide greenhouse gas emissions? I don't think so. It might feel good to sound tough on U.S. natural gas, but let's keep our eye on the right ball, worldwide greenhouse gas emissions. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Thank you. And then we go to Mr. Pence, who's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to strike the last word. I support the McMorris amendment. You know, I heard the phrase modest methane fee. That's how the Democrats are describing this. Now, I'm an individual that moved product for all my life, light product, petroleum product, and there's no such thing as a fee that isn't a direct consumer tax. That's exactly what this is. It's a hidden tax. You knew they were going to put it in the bill. You knew they say they're not going to charge any tax on anybody that makes less than $400,000. This fee would be taxed on everybody. And who pays the most? The lower income and the middle income people as a percentage of their income. You know, I guess we're taking the attitude that Hillary Clinton took many years ago, and she said, what difference does it make? A fee, a tax, what difference does it make? And to that I say, come on, man, be honest with the American public. I yield back.
All right, so
Mr.
we're
Chairman,
on
I've had my
the,
hand up.
who was that?
Mr. Chairman, it's Dingell. I've had my hand up for some time now.
Okay.
I seek recognition. I move to
Gentlewoman's
strike the last
recognized
word.
for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I've been sitting here very patiently, listening to my friends across the aisle, collision attacks. This provision is not a tax. Now, I'm sure that they have tested this. I'm sure that they think if they keep saying that's a tax, it will confuse the American public. But the problem is, it's a fee on natural gas waste.
And here's how it works. Companies are now releasing methane into the atmosphere. It is a worse pollutant than carbon dioxide. It causes health risks. It causes all kinds of problems, but equally bad, it causes a loss of millions and millions of dollars that the energy companies could capture if they captured the methane gas. And furthermore, they have the technology to do it. And so if they meet reasonable standards of waste prevention, then they won't pay any fee at all under this provision. The smart players in the natural gas industry, in fact, know how to prevent waste, and they want to prevent waste because they can capitalize on it to make money. And so they won't be paying a fee on the natural gas at all. Customers won't be paying a fee on the natural gas delivered to them. The only fee will be paid on what doesn't make it to the consumer. I also want to point out that there are a lot of other great provisions, as Representative Castor pointed out, that'll fund critical investments in clean air, industry improvements, and climate resiliency. Now, I'd like to ask my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, Mr. Chairman, do they oppose funding all of those activities? One last thing, which I said in my very brief opening statement, and I will say again, if you look at the provisions in this bill and in all of the sections, we are not banning fossil fuels. What we are doing is we are transitioning to a clean energy environment, which means we are transitioning to clean fuels in a source neutral way. That's the way we're going to get to 80% by 2030 and 100% by 2035. And I think all of our constituents would support that. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. Is there anybody else that wants to speak on this, on the Rogers? Mr. Joyce is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I wish to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
I support the McMorris-Rogers amendment. Mr. Chairman, this partisan tax is damaging, it's dangerous, and it's unnecessary for a number of reasons. First and foremost, the United States has led the world in reducing greenhouse gas emissions over the last 2 decades, empowering through innovation, not suffocating with regulation. That's the ultimate answer to cutting emissions and strengthening the American energy industry. As a nation, we simply cannot tax our way to a cleaner environment. That damage that this bill would do to every American is in jobs, and it's immense. The American Chemistry Council estimates that this harmful legislation would cost businesses more than $66 billion over the next 10 years. And who would end up footing that bill for these new costs? Working class American families, that's who. American families who would pay increased costs for clothing, for home appliances, for food, and of course, for energy prices. Worse, this tax is dangerous to the thousands of American families that rely on the energy jobs that the industry provides, and our nation could lose up to 90,000 jobs nationwide. This tax would harm and it would take away opportunity from the very communities that I represent in Pennsylvania. This is not the right way forward. We must do better. Our constituents expect and deserve that. I yield the balance of my time.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes.
I'd just like to point out that when we talk about a tax, it is a tax, as I pointed out. But in regard to methane, 29%, which is the highest percentage of methane emissions, comes from enteric fermentation, in other words, from cattle. And I think we've had a discussion about the increased cost for dairy cattle that's in this bill, a massive increase for beef cattle, a massive increase for pigs. Another 10% from rice cultivation, other ag services, 7%. So we're talking about almost half of all the methane is coming from food sources. And to the gentlelady from Colorado, I just point out that this is going to be a tax. You can call it whatever you want to, a fee, but it is going to impact the cost of food for millions and millions of people, not only in the United States, but worldwide. I thank the gentleman for yielding his time.
Mr. Joyce, did you yield back? Thank you. Does anyone else want to speak on the Rogers Amendment? Okay, hearing none, we'll go to the vote on that. Let's see. But again, please unmute yourself so that we may hear your response to the voice vote. Okay. No, you want a recorded vote? Okay. A recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Those opposed to the amendment will say no. And remind you, please say Frank Pallone from New Jersey before you say aye or nay. So the clerk shall now call the roll. This is the Rogers Amendment to the Tonko substitute.
Mr. Chair, at this point, I should remove my point of order.
The gentleman removes his point of order. Okay. Thank you. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Rush. Ms. Eshoo.
Eshoo of California votes no.
Ms. Eshoo votes no. Ms. Dingell. Mr. Doyle.
Doyle from Pennsylvania votes no.
Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield of North Carolina votes no.
Mr. Butterfield votes no. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui of California votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor.
Ms. Castor of Florida votes no.
Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes from Maryland votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney votes no.
Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko from New York votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark.
Clark from New York votes no.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas representing California votes no.
Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz from California votes no.
Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingell.
Dingell votes
Ms. Dingell, I couldn't hear. Could you repeat your
Dingell
vote?
votes no.
Ms. Dingell votes
Can you hear
no. Mr. Vesey.
VC votes no.
Mr. Vesey votes no. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes no.
Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly from Illinois votes no.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes no.
Ms. Barragan votes no. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin of Virginia votes no.
Mr. McEachin, I didn't see you on screen. Could you repeat your vote?
Can you see me now? McEachin of Virginia votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt
Mr. Chairman?
Rochester.
Mr. Chairman, point of order. I love Don McEachin, but I've never seen him on the screen, and he's supposed to be visible to us.
Well, he only has to be visible to the clerk.
He's visible on Webex.
He only has to be visible to the clerk, not to us.
He's on the screen.
Okay, I didn't see him up there. All right, fair enough.
All right,
Here, I witnessed him.
let's continue.
Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Ms. Blunt Rochester of Delaware votes no.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto?
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. O'Halloran?
O'Halloran votes no.
Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Ms. Rice?
Rice votes no.
Ms. Rice votes no. Ms. Craig?
Craig votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no. Ms. Schreier?
Schreier votes no.
Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan?
Trahan from Massachusetts votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher?
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Rogers?
Rogers votes aye.
Mrs. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Upton? Mr. Burgess?
Burgess of Texas votes aye.
Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Scalise?
Scalise votes aye.
Mr. Scalise votes aye. Mr. Latta?
Latta from Ohio votes aye.
Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie?
Guthrie votes aye.
Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley? Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger?
Kinzinger votes aye.
Mr. Kinzinger, I didn't see you. Could you repeat your vote?
I'm here, but I vote aye.
Mr. Kinzinger votes aye. Mr. Griffith?
Mr. Griffith votes aye.
Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis?
Mr. Bilirakis votes from Florida votes aye.
Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long? Mr. Bouchon?
Mr. Long votes aye.
Mr. Long, I couldn't
Long
see you.
votes
Could you
aye.
repeat your vote?
Long from Missouri votes aye.
Still can't see you.
Can you
Mr.
see
Long,
me?
I think your video is off.
Nobody can imitate that voice.
Should be, yeah, there we are. Mr. Long from Missouri votes aye.
Mr. Long votes aye. Mr. Bouchon?
Mr. Bouchon from Indiana votes aye.
Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen?
I vote aye. Hello, Mr. Mullen from Oklahoma votes aye, please.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson?
Hudson from North Carolina votes aye.
Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg?
Wahlberg from Michigan votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan?
Mr. Duncan from South Carolina votes aye.
Mr. Duncan, I didn't see you. Could you repeat your vote?
Mr. Duncan from South Carolina votes aye.
Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer?
Mr. Palmer of Alabama votes aye.
Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn?
Mr. Dunn from Florida votes aye.
Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis?
Mr. Curtis votes aye.
Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko?
Lesko votes aye.
Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence?
Pence votes aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw?
Crenshaw from Texas votes aye.
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce?
Joyce from Pennsylvania votes aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong?
Armstrong votes aye.
Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Chairman Pallone?
Mr. Pallone from New Jersey votes no.
Mr. Pallone votes no.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, this is to get, how am I recorded?
Mr. Schrader, is he recorded?
Mr. Schrader is not recorded.
Mr. Schrader?
Schrader votes no.
Mr. Schrader votes no.
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Daggett, how is she recorded?
Ms. Daggett is not recorded.
Ms. Daggett, you want to be recorded?
To get votes no.
Ms. Daggett votes no.
Is there any- Mr. Rush?
Mr. Rush is not recorded.
Rush votes no.
Mr. Rush votes no.
Is there anyone else who wishes to be recorded who wasn't? Huh? Mr. Upton, is he not recorded?
Mr. Upton is not recorded.
Oh, he's trying to get on. Well, we could wait a minute or two here.
Can we FaceTime? Can we FaceTime? Can we try that? I don't think it goes up on the
What is it, what's the problem?
He's trying to get on the WebEx.
I mean, we could wait a couple minutes.
Does he have to be on the WebEx?
Does he have to be on the WebEx?
Or can I FaceTime with him?
Can she bring him down there with the FaceTime? I mean, if you, what's the rules? Can he?
He has to be on screen. If she brings him up.
If you go down there to the clerk with him, you can do it.
She has to,
Mr. Upton.
You look good, Fred.
Mr. Upton votes aye.
Anyone else? Oh, that's everyone? Okay. All right, the clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 26 and the nays were 32.
Yeas were 26, the nays were 32. All right, so the vote is 26 ayes to 32 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. So we're back to the Tonko substitute. Are there any members who seek recognition to offer another amendment to the Tonko substitute? Mr. Joyce, what is your amendment labeled?
My amendment should be at the desk. It's B105.
Clerk has it. Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to Subtitle A offered by Mr. Joyce of Pennsylvania. Amend section.
Without objection, the reading of the Joyce amendment will be dispensed with.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I reserve a point of order on the amendment.
Tonko reserves a point of order, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, my amendment would clarify that the natural gas tax does not apply to agriculture, farmers, or ranchers in the United States, or methane emissions from their livestock. According to the American Farm Bureau, if this natural gas tax were applied to the 2019 EPA emissions inventories for agricultural methane emissions, it would cost American farmers more than $414 billion. When broken down by livestock, the impact of the natural gas tax is clear, and the impact is devastating. The natural gas tax would cost dairy industry $112 billion, or more than $6,500 per dairy cow. This would impact my district in Pennsylvania. The natural gas tax would cost the beef industry more than $198 billion, or more than $2,600 per head of cattle. The natural gas tax would cost the swine industry $39 billion, or more than $500 per pig. Our farmers, our ranchers are the backbone of our economy. They should not be subject to a punitive cow tax. Plain and simple, this middle-class tax increase will put family-run farms and small businesses in my congressional district out of business. It will eliminate jobs. It will weaken our economy, and it will exacerbate the drastic increase in the grocery bills that we are seeing today. I hope my friends on the other side of the aisle will join me in support of my amendment. With rising inflation and COVID-related supply chain interruptions, food prices are already going up much too quickly. Expanding the natural gas tax to include agriculture would be devastating. especially to lower and fixed income households. I encourage my friends across the aisle to join with me in protecting the dairy farmers and the ranchers. I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes to prohibit the cow tax. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Mr. Peters is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose this amendment because the methane fee is based on existing reporting to EPA's greenhouse gas reporting program. Agricultural sources are not covered by the GHGRP. We can fight about methane in other contexts, but this amendment is unnecessary, and I urge that we oppose it.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Mr. Rogers is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to speak in favor of this amendment to exempt agriculture operations from any methane tax. Washington farmers and ranchers are already struggling. And even though we are used to the boom and bust of the industry, it's becoming increasingly difficult to stay in business. The COVID pandemic has been especially hard, with commodity prices and global demand taking a big hit. On top of the pandemic, we have an increasing labor shortage. Farmers, small businesses, and employers across the board can't find people to work. More than 10 million available jobs today, and now these same farmers are facing the potential of increased cost. Farmers and ranchers have to worry that their methane emissions will be regulated and taxed by EPA. According to the American Farm Bureau, the natural gas tax would cost farmers and ranchers more than $400 billion each year. The natural gas tax would absolutely cripple Washington State's dairy and cattle operations. According to the Farm Bureau, EPA would charge farmers and ranchers $6,504 per dairy cow per year and $2,607 per head of beef cattle per year. Can you imagine what that will do to the cost of milk? We have 380 dairy farms across Washington. Our farms have over 279,000 dairy cows and produce $1.2 billion in milk production. How are Washington dairy farmers supposed to pay for more than $6,000 per cow? They won't be able to stay in business. This tax will cripple Washington's farmers and ranchers and raise prices again on American families. U.S. farmers and ranchers contribute significantly fewer emissions than our competitors around the world. This would be the final nail in the coffin for many farmers, weakening our food supply chain and driving food and commodity prices even higher. With inflation raging out of control, it is unconscionable that Americans would face a new tax that will increase the grocery bill even further. This tax is disastrous for our economy, our farmers, and our families. Plus, all the record spending in this legislation is only going to hurt people further that are already feeling the pain of this inflation crisis. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting yes on Dr. Joyce's amendment. I now yield.
Mr. Chairman, will the gentlelady yield for a question?
Be happy to yield.
I would ask the gentlelady, I heard Mr. Peters say that it doesn't apply to agriculture anyway, but clearly the Farm Bureau thinks it does apply to agriculture. Can you shed any light on that?
Well, I think the concern is that this could apply. So in the underlying legislation, this fee is assessed, this tax on natural gas, on emissions, and the concern that has been raised by the American Farm Bureau is the potential of this tax, this fee being assessed on agriculture. And as I said, we're talking a lot of money. The potential of $6,500 per dairy cow per year and $2,600 per head of beef cattle.
And would the gentlelady yield for an additional question?
Yes.
I would ask the gentlelady if what she's saying is that if the Democrat side says it doesn't apply and they have no plans of having it apply, are you not asking the question, then why would you object to an amendment that doesn't do anything that you're planning, that doesn't affect anything that you're planning to do in the future? And it wouldn't an objection to this amendment imply that there is some plan in the future, if not today, but in the future, to apply this tax to agriculture? Wouldn't a no vote imply that you're getting ready to tax the cows and the pigs, et cetera?
Well, I thank the gentleman for raising this question because I think it is important that we make this clear. Because if we don't make this clear, to your point, EPA could move forward with assessing this kind of a fee in the future. So I would urge my colleagues to support this, make it very clear that this is not the intent. Support this amendment so that EPA will not be able to move, well, it would be clear in the underlying law that EPA should not move forward.
The gentlelady,
Oh, and this language did pass the Senate with 66 votes. Gentlemen, my colleague, Mr. Palmer, I'll yield.
I thank the ranking member. If this is not in the bill, it's not a problem. I don't understand why any of my Democrat colleagues would have a problem with adopting an amendment that would assure that it's not going to be in the bill. It just seems to be a straightforward, honest approach to this. I yield back.
I yield back. Thank you.
Is there anybody on the Democratic side? I think Mr. Latta has.
Mr. Latta.
Well, Mr. Latta is virtual.
He's virtual.
He's virtual. Mr. Latta, recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman. Again, we've heard that the purpose of this amendment is really simple. If the majority cares about maintaining an affordable and accessible food supply, they will make sure that this tax does not become a detriment to our agricultural industry. And I do say it's an industry. I represent the largest farm income producing district in the state of Ohio. And our American agricultural producers ensure that we have nutritious, safe food for our families' tables. Not only do we produce food that to take care of ourselves, but we also export that food to other countries. As prices for everyday items continue to rise, now is not the time to impose a new tax that will make matters worse. Natural gas is essential to the successful operations of a farm. It's used for cultivation, grain drying, harvesting, and the delivery of that product to market. By imposing a tax on natural gas, we'll be causing the increase of prices for food across our nation. Again, we need to be examining the consequences of these policies before we rush to adopt and implement them. This amendment will tap the brakes and require an examination of the impacts on the agricultural industry before the implementation of this new fee. I urge my colleagues to adopt this amendment, and with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Would the gentleman yield, please?
Yeah, I do have a 322. If the chairman let me yield back to the gentleman.
Well, you want to yield to Mr. Joyce. That's what he's asking you. Is that okay?
Yes, that's fine.
All right.
Yes,
Mr.
that's
Joyce?
okay. Yep, I yield.
Thank you for yielding. This is a relatively simple amendment. I think the message is clear in less than 30 words. It's an affirmation to the agricultural industry that this methane tax will not impact you, your families, and the hard work that you do for America. I think that this is something that's clearly a bipartisan issue. It's a clarification. And I would again encourage every individual here today to vote for this amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to talk about this amendment? Mr. Wahlberg is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman and I thank the gentleman for offering this amendment. I have the most diverse ag district in the state of Michigan and large numbers of dairy farmers, cattle growers, and swine producers. They have had very difficult times in recent years, especially surrounding COVID, the shutdowns, the loss of processing opportunities. It's been a difficult time and the frustrations as well in competing with the needs in China and other places in the world. I can only imagine, for instance, a large hog processing plant in my district that processes upwards of 18,000 hogs a day. The impact of having thousands of dollars daily just for a methane tax assessed in one way or another for their processing, their production. I think of my dairy farmers who've been struggling with the challenges with unfair competition that's going on, and we hope that that's ended with Canada and other places, but the impact has been staggering. And so to add another burden on with just a promise coming from some of my Democrat colleagues say that this is not a tax that's being contemplated. Well, if so, again, I would ask the question, why do major respected organizations like American Farm Bureau have a concern that that'll be the case? I would think every grower of animals, livestock, every dairy producer, every cattle, beef producer, hog producer would sweat bullets with a concern about the impact that would be on their existence. Not simply the cost factor, not simply what they would get at the market, but whether or not they could stay in business. This is an amendment that we all ought to support, even if it was just to make sure the chance didn't come to fruition. A tax like this that would put people out of business and take livelihoods away would take place. So I would call for all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this common sense amendment. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Is anyone else? We're on the Joyce Amendment. Oh, Ms. Castor is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This debate has really gotten my attention because one of the real struggles of America's farmers right now is dealing with the catastrophic impacts of the climate crisis. This amendment is not necessary because it in no way applies to the ag sector at all. But I think we cannot divorce this debate from these impacts of hotter temperatures, floods, fires on America's farmers and our entire food system. And unless we use every tool in the toolbox right now to combat the climate crisis, we are going to be in a world of hurt. And America's agricultural sector, our farmers all across this country, it's going to get more expensive. So that is why we're acting now. And I hope across the Build Back Better plan, we'll be able to help farmers deal with these catastrophic impacts. You know, it wasn't that long ago that I sat down with farmers from across the state of Florida, citrus growers, the dairy farmers, those in forestry, all of our specialty crops. And what they conveyed to me is a fear of what these huge rain events are doing to their crops, what the extreme temperatures are doing to their livestock. They want to be part of the solution. And we're going to make sure that we give them the tools to contain carbon pollution and become more resilient to the climate crisis. But let's make it clear once more, this is a methane fee that will apply to the oil and gas industry. The reason that this has to happen to address the methane waste is if you look at a 2020 analysis published by scientists at NASA and Stanford, fossil fuel-related methane emissions in the United States contributed approximately 80% of the total increase in methane for North America from 2006 to 2017. This fee will help oil and gas companies from wasting methane. And if my Republican colleagues think that methane gas is so important, why waste it? As Congresswoman DeGette said earlier, we have the technology to do this, but we need to act quickly and clearly to cut methane pollution. I remember this amendment is not necessary, and we should move on to more salient debate. I yield back.
I thank the gentlewoman. Mr. Palmer's hand is up. Gentleman's recognized.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I want to point out that I think my colleagues and I would feel a lot more confident if this amendment were adopted. I think I pointed out earlier that almost half of all methane emissions are ag-based. And frankly, I don't have any dairy farmers or cattle farmers contacting me about issue of climate change, they're talking to me about whether or not they can stay in business and the struggles that they're going through with the regulations and the massive cost that's imposed on them that way. In terms of the amount of methane that's emits from oil and gas, that's about 20% of total emissions are from oil and gas. So I think in the spirit of just being very affirmative that this is not going to apply to agriculture, to our friends who are in the cattle business and the dairy business, the Democrats should vote yes on this amendment. I hate to keep bringing this up, but we've just seen this Democrat administration make a promise that there would be no Americans left behind in Afghanistan, and they didn't keep their word on that. So I just think it would be very helpful and assuring to the American public, particularly the people in the cattle and dairy business, if my colleagues could bring themselves to vote yes on Mr. Joyce's amendment. I think this would be very helpful in going forward on the debate on the rest of this bill. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer. Do we have anyone else that wants to speak on the Joyce amendment?
Neil Dunn, Mr. Dunn.
Mr. Dunn is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. I want to thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Dr. John Joyce, my colleague and friend, for this amendment. I appreciate the clarity and simplicity of this amendment. This is literally life-saving for American agriculture, farmers, and ranchers. And it should be very clear to every one of us that protecting farmers and ranchers is imperative. It meets the minimum requirements for any member of the United States House to vote to protect our farmers. This is fundamental to our life and our health. And I thank him again for doing this, and I urge everybody to vote for this amendment. I couldn't think of a more clear, well thought out, and simple answer to protect agriculture. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Anyone else on the Joyce amendment? All right. No? Nobody virtual? Okay. So we're going to proceed to a vote. Now, this is the Joyce amendment to the Tonko substitute. Roll call? Okay. A recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Those opposed to the Joyce amendment will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush. Ms. Eshoo.
Eshoo of California votes no.
Ms. Eshoo votes no. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette, could you repeat your vote? I didn't see you.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Doyle.
Mr. Doyle from Pennsylvania votes no.
Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky.
Schakowsky from Illinois votes no.
Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Butterfield.
Honor.
Mr. Butterfield, could you repeat your vote?
Butterfield, North Carolina votes no.
Mr. Butterfield, I can't hear you.
Okay, Butterfield of North Carolina votes no. Votes no. Votes no.
Mr. Butterfield votes no. Ms. Matsui.
That's me no.
Matsui of California votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor.
Castor, Florida votes no.
Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney from California votes no.
Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch? Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Tonko?
Tonko of New York votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark?
Clark of New York votes no.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Schrader? Mr. Schrader votes yes. Mr. Cardenas?
Cardenas representing California votes no.
Mr. Cardenas, I didn't see you. Could you repeat your vote?
Okay. Can you see me now? Cardenas representing California votes no.
Yes. Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz?
Ruiz from California votes no.
Mr. Ruiz,
you get
could you
that?
repeat your vote? I didn't see you.
Yep, Ruiz from California votes no.
Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingell?
Dingell votes no.
Ms. Dingell votes no. Mr. Vesey?
VC votes no.
Mr. Vesey votes no. Ms. Custer?
Custer votes no.
Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly?
Kelly from Illinois, no.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Barragan?
Barragan votes no.
Ms. Barragan votes no. Mr. McEachin?
McEachin of Virginia votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Blunt Rochester?
Blunt Rochester of Delaware votes no.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto?
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. O'Halloran?
O'Halloran of Arizona votes no.
Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Ms. Rice?
Rice votes no.
Ms. Rice votes no. Ms. Craig?
Craig from drought-stricken Minnesota votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no. Ms. Schreier?
Schreier votes no.
Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan?
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher?
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Rogers?
Mrs. Rogers from the Evergreen State votes aye.
Ms. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Upton? Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess?
Burgess votes aye.
Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Scalise?
Scalise votes aye.
Mr. Scalise, could you repeat your vote? I didn't see you.
Scalise votes aye.
I'm sorry, I still didn't see you.
Scalise, is that coming through? It's coming through on my side. Scalise votes
Oh.
aye.
There he is.
Yes. Mr. Scalise votes aye. Mr. Latta?
Thank you.
Latta from Ohio votes aye.
Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley? Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger?
Kinzinger votes aye. I'm on camera.
Mr. Kinzinger votes aye. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis?
Bilirakis from Florida votes aye.
Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long?
Long from Missouri votes aye.
Mr. Long votes aye. Mr. Bouchon?
Bouchon from Indiana votes aye.
Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen?
Votes yes.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson?
Hudson votes aye.
Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg?
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan?
Mr. Duncan from the Great Palmetto State votes aye.
Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer?
On behalf of the cattlemen and cattlewomen and dairy farmers in my district, Mr. Palmer votes aye.
Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn?
Mr. Dunn of Florida the largest agricultural district in Florida, votes aye.
Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis.
Curtis votes aye.
Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko.
Lesko of Arizona votes aye.
Ms. Lesko, could you repeat your vote? I didn't see you.
Sure. Lesko of Arizona votes aye.
Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence.
Mr. Pence from the Hoosier State votes aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw.
Crenshaw from the Lone Star State, since we're doing that, votes aye.
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce.
Mr. Joyce votes aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong.
Armstrong votes yes.
Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Chairman Pallone.
Pallone from New Jersey votes no.
Chairman Pallone votes no.
Is anyone
Chairman.
not recorded? Only Mr. Rush is
Chairman,
not?
how am I recorded?
Mr. Rush is not recorded.
You're not recorded. How do you want to vote?
Rush votes no.
Mr. Rush votes no.
And everyone else is recorded, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir.
All right. Report the tally, please.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 27 and the nays were 31.
Okay, the vote is 27 ayes to 31 noes, and the amendment is not agreed to. So we're back on the Tonko substitute. Are there any members who seek recognition to offer other amendments to the Tonko substitute? Mr. Carter is recognized. Well, I mean, what is your amendment label, Mr. Carter?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
You have a number or was only one? B106?
Yes, B106.
All right, the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to Subtitle A offered by Mr. Carter of Georgia, amends Section 130.
Without objection, the reading of the Carter amendment.
Mr.
will be
Chair,
Yes.
I reserve a point of order on the amendment, please.
All right, Mr. Tonko reserves a point of order on the Carter amendment. And the, did I say without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with? Okay. And so the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, this is an overarching theme to this legislative package. Without a doubt, it is being rushed through Congress, and there are massive repercussions for each of the policies proposed. The text of this package was only released days ago, yet we are sitting here today to consider approving it for consideration before the entire House without any of the due diligence or examination we normally give a bill a fraction the size of this. We aren't simply naming post offices or marking up simple resolutions today either. As the reconciliation instructions say, we are considering changes in laws within our jurisdiction that increase the deficit by trillions of dollars and fundamentally change our government, all within a matter of days. Never have we considered so much in such a short time. This is reckless and irresponsible, and I hope this is made clear to the American people. While there are any number of items my colleagues and I would like to address in this package, my amendment would amend Section 30114 of the bill that establishes a natural gas tax. Specifically, it would prevent all the provisions of the subtitle from applying to the owners and operators of natural gas facilities whose gas is necessary for critical and public health emergencies. You see, natural gas is an important feedstock for the production of many essential products. This includes hand sanitizer, life-saving pharmaceuticals, antibacterial wipes, medical gloves, disinfecting products, and much more. Aspirin, antihistamines, antibacterial, cough syrups, and more have a base in petrochemicals coming from natural gas. Drugs that are naturally based use pill capsules and coatings that use polymers from petrochemicals. As a pharmacist by trade, I've seen firsthand for years the benefits of these products. By now, in a world with COVID, it is more commonplace, if not necessary, to leave your home with PPE like a mask or hand sanitizer. This past year and a half of the COVID-19 pandemic has truly opened our eyes to how important these products are. Unfortunately, this bill will raise the cost of all of these essential supplies and put additional strain on supply chains. Further, abundant natural gas has provided reliable and affordable energy to hospitals, research facilities, businesses, and homes, improving health outcomes. In fact, the pharmaceutical industry relies on natural gas the most to keep its operators going. No matter how you approach it, this natural gas tax will raise the cost of inputs for nearly everything. Inflation is already a persistent issue, and the natural gas tax will only make it worse. Despite my colleagues' insistence on inflation only being transitory, prices continue to rise. Gas prices are up by more than 40% from last year, clothing up 4.9%, food 2.4%. Imagine what taxing an important input and source of energy for almost every product we use will do. Perhaps the worst aspect of this is that it will affect Americans making the least. This breaks President Biden's promise to not raise taxes on Americans making less than $400,000. According to the American Gas Association, the tax would add at least $100 a year to American energy bills. Not only will Americans face higher energy prices, but their pharmaceuticals and medical devices will cost more. The entire section is bad policy. The stated goal of this policy is to reduce emissions, but it will likely reverse the progress we've already made reducing emissions. The use of lower emission natural gas instead of other fossil fuels is largely responsible for the enormous reduction of American emissions over the past couple of decades. By taxing it more, we will disincentivize the continued transition away from dirtier fuels. It will increase global emissions by giving foreign adversaries competitive advantage exporting energy. This will also jeopardize American energy security. Taxing natural gas is designed to push us to more wind and solar energy. But just this week, it was reported that energy prices in Europe are hitting record highs as their increased dependence on wind power has failed to be consistently reliable. This again demonstrates how we must continue to pursue all of the above energy solutions, including not just wind and solar where it makes sense, but also emission-free and low-emission energy approaches like nuclear, natural gas, and carbon capture. My amendment focuses on protecting the life-saving medical devices, pharmaceuticals, and PPE we need during COVID. But let me be clear, the natural gas tax will be a much larger problem for our country. I urge support for my amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize Representative Dingell for 5 minutes, please.
I thank you for recognizing me, and no surprise, I rise in opposition to this amendment. I guess my friends on the other side of the aisle think if they say something long enough and loud enough, it'll become true, but that's just simply not the case. And these efforts to obfuscate the debate we're having today are simply really not at the level we should be having in a discussion in this august committee. So I'm going to say it again, and I'm going to say it over and over again, because I think the record needs to be clear. This bill is not a tax on natural gas, period. So this entire amendment is a red herring because it talks about taxing natural gas. What this bill does is it has a fee on methane emissions that producers will pay if they cannot reduce their methane emissions. And as I said earlier, most producers want to reduce their methane emissions because it will be useful for them and it will cause them greater profits. Now, I will say that if the Republicans care about ensuring the availability of important supplies for the fight against COVID-19, I know that in one of the later sections of this bill, they're going to be happy to support the supply chain investments that we will be making. But instead, what they talk about is natural gas. Now, look, let's talk about what this section does. It does nothing more than say to producers, if you don't curb your methane, you're going to have to pay a fee. It's a win-win situation for the environment, but also for the producers. What this amendment does is it undermines the important investments made by the Build Back Better Act, investments that will improve the lives of everyday Americans by reducing the amount of air pollution that causes harmful health effects in their communities. The amendment is misguided, and I would urge my colleagues to oppose it. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Are there other members that seek recognition? We'll recognize Representative Lotta, I believe, that has his hand raised. You recognize her for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it, and I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much. And I rise in support of this amendment. It's absolutely essential because according to the Department of Energy, over 6,000, let me repeat that, over 6,000 products and devices are manufactured using petrochemicals derived from oil and natural gas. And when you think about what those essential items are for medical devices, of hearing aids, heart valves, artificial limbs, pharmaceuticals, PPE, antiseptics, cortisones, and more, it's absolutely essential. These are the products Americans rely on every day to communicate with each other, bathe, clothe themselves, and help them keep themselves alive. It's especially important to have these easy and affordable access to these products given the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. Should the methane fee go into effect, prices will undoubtedly increase for these products, or worse, they will be unavailable for use. The majority has not come up with a plan to address this problem in their drive to punish the natural gas industry. They don't realize the ripple effects they will have across the entire economy in our everyday lives. Because of the importance of being able to access affordable medical devices and products, I urge my colleagues to support and adopt this amendment. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes Representative Johnson for 5 minutes, please. Chairman is recognized, or the members may recognize.
Thing of the past.
We can't hear him.
I'm sorry?
It just picked up. Your microphone wasn't picking up. It just picked up.
Okay. You want me to start over, Mr. Chairman? Okay, thank you. Well, I thank you for allowing me to strike the last word. Mr. Chairman, I concur with my colleagues here that this natural gas tax has severe unintended consequences for a wide swath of the American economy. What the majority is doing here, in line with radical environmentalists, is demonizing America's oil and gas industry, claiming it's a thing of the past and unnecessary for the green future they're so desperate to achieve. This couldn't be further from the truth. As my Republican colleagues have rightly stated, petrochemical products quite literally enable modern life, from PPE and medicines to fight COVID, clothing to electronics, and even fertilizers needed by farmers to grow our food. Without these, we'd be back in the 18th century. I know we won't be able to get to all of our Republican critical use exemption amendments to this natural gas tax today, but I did want to mention mine briefly with its relevance to the rest of our markup. It would exempt from this tax any of the oil and gas and feedstock production that would go into much of this green spending we will be debating later. Do my Democratic colleagues even realize that the only way electric vehicles are viable is because they are outfitted with lightweight plastic parts? Do they realize the abundance of plastics and petrochemical-derived materials needed to build wind, solar, and battery components? That my Democrat colleagues either don't know or are ignoring this fact is surprising. I really cannot think of anything that Democrats love more than masks, vaccines, electric vehicles, and batteries. These things all have one thing in common. They don't exist without oil and gas-derived plastics. This is a fact. So to my Democrat colleagues, your choice is simple. Will this feedstock come from America and support American jobs here? Or are we going to tax this out of existence too and risk essentially buying this raw material from countries overseas that don't like us very much, putting money into their economies while sanctioning our own. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The other hand we see raised, I believe, is Mr. John, but I believe he just lowered it. Are there any other members wishing to speak? Mr. Palmer, you're recognized for 5 minutes, please.
I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized.
I just want to point out a few basic things. There was a 2019 study that showed that U.S. low-income households already spend 85% more on electricity and household energy as a percentage of their total expenditures than high-income households. So when you talk about raising the price of natural gas, you're really imposing a regressive tax on low-income people. And you're supposed to be the party of the low-income people. I really think it's my party looking out for everybody, but this doesn't really impact the wealthy people. This impacts low-income people. It impacts, like my family, I grew up dirt poor. So I understand this. I've experienced it. The International Energy Agency estimates that there's 29 million Americans who are energy poor. I pointed this out in various other committee hearings that we're literally, by increasing the cost of natural gas and increasing the cost of energy, increasing the amount of energy injustice and economic injustice that's inflicted upon lower income families throughout the country. And I'd also like to point out that high energy costs literally leads to more weather-related deaths. Lancet, which is the distinguished British medical journal, has published a report that shows that 17 times more people die from cold-related illnesses as a result of people not being able to afford to adequately heat their homes in the wintertime than die from heat-related issues. In other words, this for some people, this is literally life and death. And I just think it's dangerous for us to continue down this path and misrepresent the science of climate change in order to basically reinvent our culture, reinvent society with what is, for all intents and purposes, a massive socialist experiment under the guise of Build Back Better. This is not Build Back Better. It's running along the same path that the 2009 stimulus package that many of my colleagues here today voted for made all these promises about creating new jobs and increasing household income. And the fact of the matter is unemployment didn't go down. Household incomes actually went down. It resulted in more people choosing not to work. None of this works. But what you're doing right now with these increases on natural gas, there's another study that indicated that as a result of the massive decline in natural gas prices, that literally we're saving 11,000 lives per year in the U.S. And I would just like for just on this amendment, maybe put aside the politics and quit thinking about your party first and start thinking about the people first and how this impacts people. I'm really tired of the politics. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I believe Mr. McNerney has his hand raised, and gentleman is recognized.
I thank the chair for recognition. Let's be clear about this. This is a pollution fine. It's going to be assessed at the wellhead, at refinement and transmission of methane leakage, of methane emissions. And basically, the Republicans either don't understand that or they're intentionally misleading. And they're misleading it for political purposes, for political gains. The fees resulting from this will create jobs, and it will actually create more gas. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I believe Mr. Crenshaw has asked to be recognized. Gentleman
Yes,
is
Mr. Chairman.
recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this amendment. Look, I'm from Houston, not just the home of oil and gas production, but home of the Texas Medical Center. And the Texas Medical Center uses high-quality plastics that come from natural gas feedstock that is based in the U.S. Now, we could import all this stuff from China, but it's lesser quality plastic. And by the way, they don't care about all these emission standards. And by the way, you know who else doesn't care about emission standards? All the OPEC producers. And yet, as we attack our own oil and gas industry and demonize our own oil and gas industry, Joe Biden is asking OPEC to increase production. We got to ask ourselves, does this make any sense whatsoever? Well, of course not. Look, if we care about global carbon emissions, then we have to think about it globally. And it turns out that it's natural gas production in the United States that has decreased our emissions back to 1990 levels. There's no dispute about that. Natural gas is what provides reliable, cleaner energy. If we were exporting it more, if we cared about methane emissions, we'd be building more pipelines, capturing it, and exporting it to countries that burn coal. If we actually cared about carbon emissions, that's what we'd be doing. We wouldn't be taxing our mid-sized and our smaller companies right out of business so they can't compete, and then we have to ask OPEC to do all the production for us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Are there any other members seeking recognition? Seeing none, I believe that will conclude debate. So we will now proceed to a vote on the amendment. Please, the ranking member requests the roll call be taken on the vote. So please unmute yourself so that we may hear your response to the voice vote. Clerk will call the roll, please.
Mr. Rush. Ms. Eshue.
Eshue of California votes no.
Ms. Eshue votes no. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Doyle.
Doyle votes no.
Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield of North Carolina votes no.
Mr. Butterfield votes no. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui of California votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor.
Castor of Florida votes no.
Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney votes no.
Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko of New York votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark.
Ms. Clark of New York votes no.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas representing California votes no.
Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz from California votes no.
Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingell.
Dingell votes no.
Mrs. Dingell votes no. Mr. Vesey.
Vesey votes no.
Mr. Vesey votes no. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes no.
Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly from Illinois votes no.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes no.
Ms. Barragan votes no. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin of the Old Dominion votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes no.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto? Mr. O'Halloran?
O'Halloran votes no.
Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Ms. Rice? Ms. Rice votes no. Ms. Craig?
Ms. Craig of Minnesota votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no. Ms. Schreier?
Schreier votes no.
Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan?
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan, I didn't see you. Could you repeat your vote?
Sure. Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher?
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Rogers?
Rogers votes aye.
Mrs. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Upton? Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess?
Burgess of Texas votes aye.
Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Scalise?
Scalise votes aye.
Mr. Scalise votes aye. Mr. Latta?
Latta of Ohio votes aye.
Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie?
Guthrie votes aye.
Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley?
McKinley votes aye.
Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger?
Kinzinger votes aye.
Mr. Kinzinger votes aye. Mr. Griffith?
Aye.
Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis?
Bilirakis from Florida votes aye.
Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson?
Johnson votes aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long?
Mr. Long from the bicentennial state of Missouri votes aye.
Mr. Long votes aye. Mr. Bouchon?
Bouchon from Indiana votes aye.
Mr. Bouchon, I didn't see you. Could you repeat your vote?
Sure. Bouchon from Indiana votes aye.
Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen?
Yes.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson?
Hudson votes aye.
Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg?
Wahlberg from Michigan votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter?
Carter from Georgia votes aye.
Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan?
Mr. Duncan votes aye.
Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer? Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn?
Dunn of Florida votes aye.
Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis?
Curtis votes aye.
Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko?
Lesko from Arizona votes aye.
Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence? Mr. Crenshaw?
Crenshaw votes aye.
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce?
Joyce votes yes.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong?
Armstrong votes yes.
Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Mr. Pallone? Mr. Pallone votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Mr. Schrader's not recorded.
Mr. Schrader from Oregon votes no.
Mr. Schrader votes no. Schakowsky is not recorded.
Kowski votes no.
Ms. Schakowsky votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Mr. Soto is not recorded.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Mr. Rush is not recorded.
Rush votes no.
Mr. Rush votes no.
Mr. Pence, recorded, please.
Mr. Pence is not recorded.
Pence votes aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye.
Anyone? Clerk?
No, that's
Okay,
everyone.
so does any member wish to change her or his vote?
Okay.
Seeing none, will the clerk report the tally, please?
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 26 and the nays were 32.
So the vote is 26 ayes and 32 noes. The amendment is not agreed to.
It failed? You're kidding.
Okay, so we're back to the Tonko substitute. Are there any members who seek recognition to? Mr. Armstrong has an amendment.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk have that amendment, can recognize it?
What's the title of the amendment?
NCB 01? Armstrong?
Armstrong 01?
N like Nancy, NCB 01?
Yes, I've got it.
The clerk will report the Armstrong amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to Subtitle A offered by Mr. Armstrong of North Dakota. Strike section.
And without objection, the reading of the Armstrong amendment will be dispensed with.
Mr. Chair, I reserve a point of order on the amendment, please.
Mr. Tonko reserves a point of order, and the gentleman from North Dakota, right, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment's pretty simple. It strikes the entire section establishing the National Climate Bank. And first, we must recognize this program for what it is. It's a $20 billion giveaway by the EPA to establish a private, unaccountable national climate. The EPA will distribute the funds to special interests that get to keep the proceeds, control the outlays, and determine the projects to finance, without accountability to any of us or to the taxpayer. The DOE loan program, all of its challenges, at least has accountability and returns proceeds to the government. The central requirement of this program, from what I can tell with this brand new text, is to leverage Wall Street investment and state financing to decarbonize, pursue local renewable energy and electric vehicle projects. These projects are already covered by funding throughout this bill and other programs Congress has previously enacted. Instead, this program provides private investors and states money simply to de-risk their own investments. We should not be blindly giving away $20 billion that may simply turn into a special interest fund for Wall Street to push risk onto the taxpayers. Vote to strike this provision to protect taxpayers and avoid waste and abuse. We have heard from our Democratic colleagues that the private sector is already doing this, from auto manufacturers, ESG investment funds. If that is the case, why would we create a $20 billion federal program so that bureaucrats can fund their pet projects with taxpayer money? It makes no sense to say that consumers are already demanding this. Businesses think this will drive investment and profit, but we will create this $20 billion program, otherwise we can't get this done. I urge the adoption of my amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Somebody has their mic on, so if you're in the room, please turn your mic off. And Ms. Dingell is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to this amendment, which would gut funding, and he admits it, for critical investments in this legislation. The Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund has a vital role to play in deploying low and zero emission technologies. This program provides funding in two ways. First, it invests in emission reduction projects by leveraging financing from the private sector. And second, it invests in state and local financing institutions that can tailor their own investments to local needs, preferences, and priorities. This builds on the successes of similar financing entities across the United States. With a relatively small infusion of public investment, these entities have attracted billions of dollars in private sector investment, created thousands of jobs, and reduced air pollution at the state and local level. This investment will expand access to financing for low and zero emission projects, particularly in environmentally justice communities. All too often, these are the communities that struggle to secure financing for projects that would reduce the pollution, create jobs, and improve their livelihood in the communities that they live in. I urge my colleagues to support this program and the critical investments they make in our communities, and I oppose this amendment.
The gentlewoman yielded back. Thank you. I have Mr. Crenshaw on the virtual. Is there anyone else in the room? Mr. Crenshaw is recognized for 5 minutes.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I think my hand was still raised from last time. I'll lower it.
Oh, you don't? Okay. You're going to take your hand down. Is there any Republican who wants to speak on this? Anyone on either side? All right, I guess we're going to go to a vote then. I don't know, does Ms. Rogers want to vote, a recorded vote? Yes, okay. All right, so a recorded vote. A recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of the amendment, this is the Armstrong amendment, will say aye. Those opposed to the amendment will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Rush votes no.
Mr. Rush votes no. Ms. Eshoo.
Eshoo of California votes no.
Ms. Eshoo votes no. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Doyle.
Doyle votes no.
Mr. Doyle, I didn't see you. Could you repeat your vote?
Sure, Doyle votes no.
Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky.
Schakowsky votes no.
Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield of North Carolina votes no.
Mr. Butterfield votes no. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui of California votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor.
Castor, Florida votes no.
Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney votes no.
Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko of New York votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark.
Clark of New York votes no.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas representing California votes no.
Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz from California votes no.
Mr. Ruiz, I didn't see you. Could you repeat your vote?
Ruiz from California votes no.
Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingell.
Dingell votes no.
Mrs. Dingell votes no. Mr. Vesey.
Vesey votes no.
Mr. Vesey, I didn't see you. Could you repeat your vote?
Vesey votes no.
I'm sorry, I still didn't see you.
Can you not see me?
He's there. He's right at the top of the screen.
No, I haven't seen you. I'm sorry.
He's got on a blue shirt. He's in a car.
He's wearing cool glasses.
Does that help?
He's really good looking. You can't miss him.
He should have a shirt and tie on. Let's give him grief.
That's debatable about the glasses.
Can you still not see me, Chloe?
I see you. Mr. VC votes no. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes no.
Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes no.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes no.
Ms. Barragan, I didn't see you. Could you repeat your vote?
Barragan votes no.
Ms. Barragan votes no. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes no.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes no.
Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Ms. Rice. Ms. Rice votes no. Ms. Craig.
Ms. Craig of Minnesota votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes no.
Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Rogers. Mr. Upton.
Mr. Upton votes aye.
Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess.
Burgess from Texas votes aye.
Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Scalise.
Scalise votes aye.
Mr. Scalise, could you repeat your vote? I'm sorry.
Mr. Scalise votes aye.
Mr. Scalise votes aye. Mr. Latta.
Latta from Ohio votes aye.
Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger.
Kinzinger votes aye.
Mr. Kinzinger votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long.
Mr. Long from the bicentennial state of Missouri votes aye.
Mr. Long votes aye. Mr. Bouchon.
Bouchon from Indiana votes aye.
Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen.
Yes.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson.
Hudson from North Carolina votes aye.
Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Duncan of South Carolina votes aye.
Mr. Duncan, could you repeat your vote? I can't see you.
Can you see me now?
Yes. Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn.
Dunn of Florida votes aye.
Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis.
Curtis votes aye.
Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko.
Lesko from Arizona votes aye.
Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw.
Crenshaw votes aye.
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong.
Armstrong votes yes.
Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Mr. Pallone.
Pallone from New Jersey votes no.
Mr. Pallone votes no.
Is there anyone, Madam Clerk, who's not recorded? Oh, Ms. Rogers.
Thank you. Mrs. Rogers votes aye.
Ms. Rogers votes aye.
Mr. Schrader?
Mr. Schrader's not recorded.
Schrader from Oregon votes no.
Mr. Schrader votes no.
Is that everyone, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, the yeas were 26 and the nays were 32.
So the vote on the Armstrong amendment is 26 ayes to 32 noes, and the amendment is not agreed to. So we're back now to the Tonko substitute. Are there any members who seek to offer further amendments to the Tonko substitute? Mr.
Mr. Chairman, I
Scalise?
have an amendment at the desk. Yes, I have an amendment at the desk titled Scalise 1.
Scalise 1, do you have it, Madam Clerk?
Yes, I have it.
Okay, the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to Subtitle A offered by Mr. Scalise of Louisiana, page 32, after line.
Without objection, the reading of the Scalise amendment will be dispensed with. There's no point, is there a point of order on this? No?
Mr. Chair, I reserve a point of order on the amendment.
Mr. Tonko reserves a point of order, and the gentleman, the whip, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is very straightforward. It just would ensure that as this new tax would be imposed, that all hospitals in America would be exempted. And to be clear, I don't want this tax imposed on anybody. I supported the McMorris-Rogers amendment that would have gotten rid of this tax altogether. But the bottom line is, I know people are trying to play semantics. If you look at the reports on this, you've got groups like the American Chemistry Council that say this is going to generate over $66 billion in new taxes. And by the way, this legislation spends that money. So if it's not a tax and nobody's doing it, then why are you spending the money that it's going to generate from this new tax? The bottom line is people should have to pay it. But if you look at what it would do to hospitals, most hospitals run on natural gas or some other form of fossil fuels. I don't know of a hospital in America that performs surgery using renewable energy like wind or solar. I'm sure they have some in their mix. I'm all for renewable sources of energy, but they don't give you the baseload capacity you need to make things, to save lives, which hospitals do. And of course, the irony is if you hear a lot of people talking about, that this cliche of bashing fossil fuels as if the electric cars are going to solve all the world's problems. I think a few of my colleagues already pointed, maybe 3% of Americans use electric cars, and I'm sure that number is going to grow. But where do you think that energy comes from? You don't plug those cars into a tree. They don't have solar panels on the roof of those cars. Most of them get their actual energy from fossil fuels. So don't try to mask it and say, hey, I'm driving an electric car. I don't believe in fossil fuels. You're using fossil fuels. And so why would you want to go and attack it? Frankly, electric or any other form of energy that's based on fossil fuels, we should be wanting to do more things with natural gas. Why would you want to tax natural gas out of America? I mean, you could call this, instead of the Build Back Better, you could call it the Build Back China Act, because you will build more jobs in China. You will end up having to build more things in China if you tax American natural gas. Because it's cleaner burning, you should want to do more things with natural gas. By the way, you should want to make more things in America, because if you pass these kind of taxes like you're trying to do in this bill, all you're going to do is run more manufacturing out of America, like we were seeing before we lowered taxes overall. This doesn't even get into what's going to happen with the corporate rate, and that's not in our jurisdiction, but as they try to raise corporate taxes, that will also increase costs on families. This magic number that President Biden used a lot during the campaign, and I know some of the Democrats on this committee have used it and said, "Oh, don't worry, nobody making less than $400,000 will pay a dime in new taxes." That's a lie. If this bill passes, if we don't get rid of this tax, everybody's going to pay more taxes. Again, $66 billion is the conservative estimate of how many new taxes would be generated on utility costs. You've got groups like American Gas Association saying every family's household electricity rates will go up 12% minimum. And there are other estimates that are a lot higher than that. I hate to tell you, if you're a low-income family, you're paying 12% more for your electric costs because of this tax. That's a tax on you making less than $100,000, less than $50,000 a year. That breaks President Biden's pledge. And by the way, without my amendment, there will be another President Biden pledge or promise that will be broken because President Biden promised to lower healthcare costs. Guess what? If we don't pass this amendment, healthcare costs will go up in America because of this new tax on natural gas. Again, most hospitals that are run on natural gas, they're going to pay this increase, which means guess what? They're going to pass it on to families, people that go to the hospital. People will pay more in healthcare costs if we don't exempt hospitals from this tax. Like I said earlier, I'd like to exempt everybody from this tax, but at a minimum, can we agree to not tax hospitals more? That's what will happen if this amendment doesn't pass. And oh, by the way, there's a jobs factor here too. API estimates we will lose over 90,000 more American jobs if this tax passes. Again, China, Russia, they're exempt from this. They're not paying this. In fact, if fossil fuels were so bad, why just a few weeks ago did President Biden beg OPEC and Russia to produce more fossil fuels? He did. They rejected his plea because he shut off American energy. We got to stop this lunacy. We got to stop destroying American jobs. We've got to stop raising costs on American families. America has been doing things cleaner with better standards than any other country in the world. We should want to make more things in America, not tax Americans and make more things in foreign countries. Let's not build back China. Let's protect Americans and let's lower healthcare costs. Let's exempt hospitals from this new tax. I hope my amendment gets adopted and I yield back to balance of time.
Thank you. Mr. Tonko is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I oppose this amendment. This is another delay tactic that only serves to undermine the critical funding in this bill. If Republicans care about helping hospitals save money, I expect them to fully support the public building efficiency investments that we'll be considering later today. The purpose of today's markup is quite simple. We have to consider investments that will reduce air pollution and protect public health in all of our districts. Members have a choice. Would they prefer having their constituents breathe clean air or dirty air? They can support investments like the ones under consideration today, investments that will improve the lives of everyday Americans by reducing the amount of air pollution in their communities. Or they can support this amendment, an amendment to delay critical investments in clean air and continue with business as usual. So with all that said, I urge my colleagues to join me in voting for clean air and opposing this amendment.
Thank the gentleman.
I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Tonko. Anybody on the Republican side want to speak? So we have Ms. Eshoo is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike the last word. The minority whip just made a rather impassioned a case on behalf of hospitals. Is the American Hospital Association on your amendment? I haven't heard from one hospital in my district. I represent Stanford University Hospital, Lucille Packard Children's Hospital, as well as other hospitals in my district and in the region. Another one of the largest research institutions in our country, University of California, San Francisco. So I don't know if any other members have heard from their hospitals, but I'd like to know if the American Hospital Association is on your amendment, Mr. Scalise.
Hospitals asked me to raise utility costs by 12% minimum, but
No,
clearly,
but are they supporting your amendment?
there are a lot of groups that are supporting my amendment,
No,
but
is the,
there are a
I'm
lot of groups
asking just
opposing
a
this
direct
tax.
question. Is the American Hospital Association supporting your amendment?
I don't think they've taken a position actually for
Well,
Oregon.
there you go. Okay, I yield back.
All right. Do we have any other Republican? If not, we go to Ms. Dingell is recognized for 5 minutes. did you have your hand up, Debbie?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Gotta make sure.
All right, is there anyone
Thank-
else who wants to speak on this on either side? Mr. Burgess?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would just offer once again, this is a very good example of why our committee should have done the basic work on this. It would have been great to have this discussion. What is the contribution of hospitals that have to run their diesel generators if they can't get the proper power to power the facilities and keep their patients alive? This is an important concept that Whip Scalise has brought up. I think it was one that was worthy of discussion as an amendment. I, for one, will be voting for it, and I don't give a rip what the American Hospital Association says. I yield back.
Does anyone else want to speak on this? If not, we're going to go to a vote. You want a recorded vote? Ms. Rogers has asked for a recorded vote as ordered. Those in favor of the Scalise amendment will say,
Just hold while I get this vote done.
what was that?
I think that was Mr. Doyle.
Oh, that was Mr. Doyle. Okay, recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of the Scalise amendment will say aye. Those opposed to the Scalise amendment will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush. Ms. Eschew. Ms.
Anna, you're
DeGette.
muted.
Yeah, I think she's muted.
Mr. Eschew, you want to, can you see her now?
Issue of California votes no.
Ms. Eschew votes no. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Doyle.
Doyle votes no.
Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky.
Schakowsky votes no.
Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield of North Carolina votes no.
Mr. Butterfield votes no. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui, California votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor.
Castor of Florida votes no.
Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney votes no.
Mr. McNerney, could you repeat your vote? I didn't see you.
Sure thing. McNerney votes no.
Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Tonko. Ms. Clark.
Ms. Clark of New York votes no.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Schrader.
Schrader of Oregon votes no.
Mr. Schrader votes no. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas representing California votes no.
Mr. Cardenas, could you repeat your vote? I didn't see you.
Okay, can you see me now? Cardenas representing California votes no.
Yes, Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz from California votes no.
Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingell.
Dingell votes no.
Mrs. Dingell votes no. Mr. Vesey.
Vesey votes no.
Mr. Vesey votes no. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes no.
Ms. Custer, could you repeat your vote? I didn't see you.
2. Custer votes no.
Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes no.
Ms. Kelly, could you repeat your vote? I didn't see you.
Kelly votes no.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Barragan.
Miss Barragan, right here, votes no.
Ms. Barragan votes no. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin of Virginia votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes no.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto?
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. O'Halloran? Ms. Rice?
O'Halloran votes no.
Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Ms. Rice? Ms. Rice votes no. Ms. Craig?
Ms. Craig of Minnesota votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no. Ms. Schreier?
Schreier votes no.
Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan?
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher?
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Rogers?
Mrs. Rogers votes aye.
Mrs. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Upton?
Mr. Upton votes aye.
Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess?
Burgess of Texas votes aye.
Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Scalise?
Scalise votes aye.
Mr. Scalise votes aye. Mr. Latta?
Latta from Ohio votes aye.
Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley? Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger?
Kinzinger votes aye. I am on camera.
Mr. Kinzinger votes aye. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long?
From Dunklin County in the great state of Missouri, Mr. Long votes aye.
Mr. Long votes aye. Mr. Bouchon?
Mr. Bouchon from Indiana votes aye.
Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen?
Votes aye.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson? Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg?
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan?
Mr. Duncan votes aye.
Mr. Duncan, could you repeat your vote? I couldn't see you.
Mr. Duncan votes aye.
Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer? Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn?
Mr. Dunn from Florida votes aye.
Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis?
Curtis votes aye.
Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko?
Lesko from Arizona votes aye.
Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence?
Pence votes aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw?
Crenshaw votes aye.
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong?
Armstrong votes yes.
Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Mr. Pallone?
Pallone from New Jersey votes no.
Mr. Pallone votes no.
And do we have anyone who is not recorded?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Rush is not recorded. How do you vote?
Rush votes no.
Mr. Rush votes no.
Mr. Chair, it's Mr. Tonko. How am I recorded?
Mr. Tonko is not recorded.
Tonko of New York votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no.
Is there anyone else, Madam Clerk, who's not recorded?
No, sir.
All right. Then the clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, the yeas were 26 and the nays were 32.
32, and this is the Scalise amendment. So the vote is 26 ayes to 32 noes. The Scalise amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments to the Tonko substitute?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Guthrie? Oh, Mr. Hudson, okay.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk have that one, Hudson?
What's the title?
Guthrie 01.
Oh, it's Guthrie 01 from Mr. Hudson.
Yes, I have it.
You have it? The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to Subtitle A, offered by Mr. Guthrie of Kentucky, page 32, after line.
And without objection, the reading of the Guthrie amendment will be dispensed with. And Mr. Hudson is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As Fort Bragg's congressman, I've seen firsthand how vulnerabilities in an interdependent electrical power grids and natural gas pipelines that support our installations has the potential to jeopardize our Army readiness. From Hurricane Florence, which hit North Carolina in 2018, to the Colonial Pipeline cyber attack at the beginning of this year, ensuring installations' energy resilience is a vital component to maintaining critical missions. My amendment will prohibit the EPA administrator imposing or collecting a fee from an owner or operator of a facility that is required to sustain critical missions on or near a military installation. The fact is, installations like Fort Bragg in my district and Fort Knox in my colleague Brett Guthrie's district must always be prepared. When the president dials 911, the phone rings at Fort Bragg. This capability has been seen as recently as August, when the 82nd Airborne Division paratroopers, who are part of the Global Response Force, were mobilized for deployment to Afghanistan within 18 hours to help with the evacuation of U.S. personnel and Afghan allies that were left behind. Bottom line, this proposal does not quantify the effect this new tax would have on actually reducing methane emissions, including stifling investments in leak monitoring technology. I'd like to see this committee do more to understand the potential national security implications of this proposal. Frankly, if we'd had hearings in the subcommittee and the committee level, this is one of the issues we could have hashed out. Unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, that we've moved so quickly into this markup, we haven't even had hearings. We haven't had a chance to discuss issues like this. You know, I can remember when you were the ranking member, I had a little ceiling fans bill. Everybody agreed it was a good bill. There were 2 regulations coming into effect in the same year that affected 2 different components of a ceiling fan. My bill said let them come out on the same date. It was important to the industry. Critical stakeholders all agreed. The Senate, where most good ideas go to die, actually passed this by UC. Yet you, sir, as ranking member, insisted we have a subcommittee hearing. And so we did that, and we delayed passing that bill. In this case, we have a bill that literally is the most expensive piece of legislation in the history of the United States. This bill spends more money than the combined GDP of Mexico and Canada, more than both countries spend combined. I think we should have had a hearing. I think there are some really important implications like this national security implication. So I would ask my colleagues, please support this amendment so that we can protect these important installations. I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield?
I'd be happy to yield to Mr. Guthrie.
Thank you, thank you for yielding. Thank you, my friend from North Carolina, for yielding. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, you would think that you would have to deal with this with the military installation, but the amendment says the administrator shall impose and collect a fee from the owner or operator for each applicable facility that is required to report methane emissions, and Fort Knox is required to report methane emissions. And when Fort Knox was going energy independent, where they could go off the grid and take care of themselves because of the geography, the natural geography in Kentucky, geology in Kentucky allows them to have their own wells. We actually had to negotiate. I had Secretary Zinke and Secretary Esper negotiating whether or not Fort Knox have to pay the Bureau of Land Management fees to be able to go energy independent. So this is something real, and so it's not just can't be dismissed. We have evolving threats, threats to our homeland. We have threats of the Colonial Pipeline attack. We had an ice storm in Kentucky where Fort Knox was off the grid because our grid went off during an ice storm. That's why Fort Knox decided they had to pursue being energy independent so that they could stay on the grid, even when we have natural disaster in our area. They're a leader in this effort. They get their energy from a variety of sources, with geothermal and solar, but the mostly natural gas production on post because of our geology. They have 26 gas wells, and Fort Knox has conducted exercises because of their energy resilience. Within 10 to 15 minutes, they can be completely on their own and off the local grid. This amendment would exempt military installations like Fort Knox from the methane fee. And by exempting military installations and their energy resilience programs, this amendment will help ensure the U.S. military continues to have reliable access to energy, even during emergency situations. And so I just want to stress, we literally had to negotiate with Secretary Zinke and Esper so the Department of Defense didn't have to pay the Department of Bureau of Land Management a fee to use the gas that's in there, was on their post. So I will yield back to my friend from North Carolina.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. I don't know what's going on with the clock. We'll try to fix it. I recognize Mr. Peters for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief, so you don't need that clock. I do oppose this amendment. The carve-out is not necessary. If a military installation, which, by the way, the military installations have been intrepid leaders in energy innovation and reducing greenhouse gases, but if they're using natural gas, I'd expect they don't want to pay suppliers for gas that's wasted or leaked. And that's what this methane fee applies to. The fee is simply telling owners and operators to pay for their excess methane pollution, which comes from natural gas that never makes its way to consumers. The amendment would do nothing more than undermine the important investments made by this bill, investments that will improve the lives of everyday Americans by reducing the amount of air pollution in their communities. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting for clean air and opposing this amendment. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Peters. Anyone else want to speak on Mr. Carter? Recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of the amendment because nothing is more important than ensuring our national security. The number one responsibility of our federal government is to protect our homeland. Plain and simple, we cannot jeopardize the safety and security of Americans in the name of climate goals. Transitioning away from the reliable energy of natural gas, as this bill is blatantly trying to do, would put Americans at risk. As my colleagues have already pointed out, wind and solar energy does not provide the certainty, reliability that is absolutely necessary for our military to carry out missions across the globe. My district along Georgia's coast hosts every branch of the military. The submarines at Kings Bay Naval Base, home to an important leg of our nuclear triad, can't afford to question the reliability of their energy sources. Fort Stewart, one of the largest Army bases in the country, not only provides the quick strike ability to defend our country from threats across the globe, but is also home to thousands of families. They cannot afford to worry about where the electricity is coming from. As Representative Scalise pointed out as well, Russia and China do not have to abide by these kind of limitations. I urge my colleagues to not subjugate our military to these logistical questions when much greater challenges face our country, and support this amendment. And I yield back.
Do we have anyone else that wants to speak? I don't know if that might, Mr. Tonko, is that for this bill or that's left over? Anyone else on either side? All right, then we'll go to a vote. Tonko was left over, right? Mr. Tonko, did you want to speak on this? Okay. Ms. Rogers has asked for the yeas and nays. A recorded vote is order on the order. This is the Guthrie amendment as introduced by Mr. Hudson. Those in favor of the Guthrie amendment will say aye. Those opposed to the amendment will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Rush votes no.
Mr. Rush votes no. Ms. Eshoo.
Eshoo of California votes no.
Ms. Eshoo votes no. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Doyle.
Doyle votes no.
Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield of North Carolina votes no.
Mr. Butterfield votes no. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui of California votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor.
Castor of Florida votes no.
Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney from California votes no.
Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch.
Mr. Welch of Vermont votes no.
Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Tonko. Ms. Clark.
Ms. Clark of New York votes no.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Cardenas.
I hope you can see me. Cardenas representing California votes yes.
Mr. Cardenas votes yes. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingell.
Dingell votes. Can come back to me in a minute, please?
Let me just repeat again. We're voting on the Guthrie amendment as introduced by Mr. Hudson.
Okay,
Cardenas,
Dingell votes no.
how am I recorded, Cardenas?
How is Mr. Cardenas
Mr.
reported?
Cardenas voted yes.
I apologize, I meant to vote no. I'd like to correct my vote no.
Mr. Cardenas votes no.
And
Mrs.
Dingell
Dingell.
votes no.
Mrs. Dingell votes no. Mr. VC.
VC votes no.
Mr. VC votes no. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes no.
Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes no.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Barragan.
Miss Barragan votes no.
Ms. Barragan votes no. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin of Virginia votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Rochester votes no.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran, Arizona votes no.
Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Ms. Rice. Ms. Rice votes no. Ms. Craig.
Miss Craig of Minnesota votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes no.
Ms. Schreier, could you repeat your vote? I didn't see you.
Yeah, Schreier votes no.
Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Rogers. Mrs. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Upton.
Votes aye. Mr. Upton votes aye.
Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess.
Votes aye.
Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Scalise.
Scalise votes aye.
Mr. Scalise votes aye. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta, I think you're muted.
Latta of Ohio votes aye.
Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long. Mr. Long, you're muted.
Long votes aye.
Mr. Long votes aye. Mr. Bouchon.
Bouchon from Indiana votes aye.
Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen.
Mullen votes aye.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson.
Hudson, North Carolina votes aye.
Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg.
Alberg of Michigan votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan.
From the highways and byways of the great Palmetto State, Mr. Duncan votes aye.
Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn.
Mr. Dunn of Florida votes aye.
Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis.
Curtis votes aye.
Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko.
Lesko from Arizona votes aye.
Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence.
Pence from Indiana votes aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw.
Crenshaw votes aye.
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong.
Armstrong votes yes.
Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Mr. Pallone.
Pallone from New Jersey votes no.
Mr. Pallone votes no.
I think we had
Mr.
several.
Chairman, how am I recorded?
Is that,
Sarbanes,
Mr. Sarbanes is not recorded.
Mr. Sarbanes is not recorded.
How do you want to vote?
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
Chairman, how am I recorded? Ruiz from California.
Mr. Schrader is not recorded? No?
Mr. Schrader is not recorded.
Mr. Schrader votes no from Oregon.
Mr. Schrader votes no.
Mr. Chair, it's Mr. Tanko. How am I recorded, please?
Mr. Tonko?
Mr. Tonko is not recorded.
Mr. Tanko of New York votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no.
Mr.
Chairman,
Yes.
Kinzinger. Mr. Kinzinger, how am I?
Mr. Kinzinger is not recorded.
Kinzinger votes aye.
Mr. Kinzinger votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded? Oh, Mr. Ruiz?
Mr. Ruiz is not recorded.
Ruiz from California votes no.
Mr. Ruiz votes no.
Mr. Soto?
Mr. Soto is not recorded.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no.
I think that's everyone, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir.
The clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, the yeas were 26 and the nays were 32.
Okay. The vote is 26 ayes to 32 noes, and this is the Guthrie amendment, which is not agreed to. Are there further amendments to the Tonko substitute?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr.
And Burgess, I have
Mr. Burgess?
amendment number 3.
Do we have the Burgess amendment?
Yes, I have it.
Madam Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to Subtitle A offered by Mr. Burgess of Texas, page 9.
Without objection, the reading of the Burgess amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment deals with what could be referred to as stranded gas, natural gas that is produced in the oil field where energy is produced, that there's not a viable mechanism for getting it to market. And sometimes this is vented, which is not a good idea, and sometimes it is flared, which is a better idea, but still not a great idea. This amendment would provide a mechanism to get that stranded gas to the market by providing it some of the same type of generous financial treatment that we provide to wind and solar. So here's the deal. This provides $5 billion to use natural gas that is otherwise stranded, flared, or released into the atmosphere to be used instead to generate electricity. The biggest challenge to reducing methane emissions is not a lack of will, but sometimes it can be infrastructure. But it also poses an opportunity. Instead of just flaring this resource, it could be used to generate electricity. Unfortunately, the gas producers are not incentivized in this direction. But if you read the plain language of the amendment, it rebates to entities for up to 30% of the cost of capital investments made for capturing, transporting, storing, or using methane that would otherwise be flared or released into the atmosphere and is to be used to generate electricity. Now, here's the good news. While this is an infrastructure bill, and you would think, well, infrastructure would be part of getting the natural gas from the oil field, from, say, the Permian Basin back to the population centers, Dallas, Fort Worth, Houston, San Antonio. In fact, that infrastructure already exists. It exists in the forms of pipelines, which are abandoned and no longer used, greater than 6 inches in diameter. And so this incentive to provide a producer the opportunity to capture the gas, get it to market, and then repurpose or recycle or carbon capture and storage the carbon dioxide that is produced in the generation of electricity. This has the propensity, the possibility of not only reducing the methane that might be flared or simply vented into the environment with significant consequences, but to be used to generate electricity and then to be used in carbon capture, possibly even enhanced oil recovery. Now, here's one of the problems. I know people on my side are concerned about the cost of this. Again, this is, in my mind, repurposing the generous and lucrative subsidies that are already provided to wind and solar. Here's the deal. Had we had the opportunity to have a hearing, had we had the opportunity to have a subcommittee markup, all of this could have been discussed at that point. But unfortunately, we jumped straight from the Speaker's office to this big $3.5 trillion behemoth that we're now stuck with, and the chairman tells us we have to be through with it in 48 hours, which is no way to run an airline. Look, this is a valid concept and one that I hope we can keep in the forefront of our discussion. We want to reduce methane. We want to reduce flaring. Here is a viable way of doing it. This study that was done by the Texas Railroad Commission that determined the number of unused pipelines from the Permian back to the population centers of Texas is one that is readily available. And this is the type of exercise I think we should be looking at. But because we didn't have the opportunity for proper hearings, we didn't have a markup in subcommittee, members haven't had a time to adequately digest this conceptually, I will offer this and withdraw the amendment at this time, but count on seeing it again at some point in the future, and I'll yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Burgess. Do we have other amendments to the Tonko? He didn't withdraw it? I thought he did. I thought you withdrew it, no?
No,
He did not?
no, he yielded back.
Do you want to withdraw it?
Yes, I ask you to consent to withdraw the amendment, unless Mr. Pence wanted to speak on it.
You do? Mr. Pence is recognized.
Yes, word. I'd just like to make a few comments in support of what industry innovation and how that has happened in the coal industry and all across the pipeline, motor fuel industry for decades and decades. And I'd just like to applaud Dr. Burgess for bringing this idea forward. And I'll be happy to be part of that as we move forward. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to withdraw the amendment.
Dr. Burgess has asked to withdraw his amendment without objection, so ordered. We have another amendment to the Tonko substitute. Yes? Mr. Armstrong? Are there any other amendments? McKinley? Mr. McKinley, you have an amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it's at the desk.
Does the clerk have the McKinley amendment?
What's the title?
McKinley 108?
Yes.
I'm sorry, it's, Madam Clerk, it's B 108. McKinley.
We didn't receive that amendment.
You sure McKinley B 108?
No, it's not McKinley, it's just B108.
It's just B 108, no name.
Oh,
B like boy, 108.
yes, I have that.
You have it. Our clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to Subtitle A offered by Mr. McKinley of West Virginia. Add at the end of the
And without objection, the reading of the McKinley amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Perhaps we finally have an amendment that we can all support. This amendment would prohibit funds in Subtitle A from being used to purchase products containing critical minerals mined in areas controlled by the Taliban. Now, Mr. Chairman, in 2010, the Department of Defense identified $1 trillion worth of undeveloped mineral deposits in Afghanistan. They are now estimated to be worth $3 trillion, and the Department of Defense referred to the country as the Saudi Arabia of lithium. And lithium is a key ingredient in batteries for electric vehicles, grid storage, solar powers, wind turbines, and other energy technologies. But as you know, the withdrawal of U.S. troops from Afghanistan last month left that country in the control of the Taliban, as well as its mineral deposits. And just hours after the Taliban took control, China stated they were ready for, quote, friendly cooperation with Afghanistan. Just remember, China dominates the global market for these minerals. They mine over 70% of the world's rare earths and are responsible for 90% of the processing. China already has a 30-year lease on Afghan copper deposits, and China's interest in Afghan minerals will continue to grow. Mr. Chairman, eliminating the U.S. reliance on the Chinese and Taliban for minerals is a bipartisan issue that all of us should be able to support. China previously threatened to cut off supplies of the rare earth elements to the United States in 2019, and Congress should never let the United States be vulnerable like that again. Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption of my amendment and request a recorded vote.
Does anyone else want to speak on the McKinley? The gentlewoman from Delaware, Ms. Blunt Rochester, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
To all of my colleagues, no one on this side of the aisle disagrees that the issues we must address regarding the extraction of critical minerals. However, these are challenges with solutions. Throughout this Congress, Democrats have been working to develop these solutions. The bipartisan infrastructure bill, for instance, includes vital measures championed by members of this committee that will develop a domestic supply chain for critical minerals processing, manufacturing, recovery, and recycling. Given my colleagues' interest in addressing critical minerals supply chain issues, I look forward to his vote in support of the bipartisan infrastructure bill. In addition, this administration has taken decisive action to stop the import of goods whose components were produced under forced labor. This critical decision sends a clear signal that the United States does not, I repeat, does not tolerate harmful labor practices abroad. I look forward to working with my colleagues who are eager to address this topic. But this amendment is nothing more than a distraction from what we're trying to do here today, make vital, long overdue investments to tackle the climate crisis. I hope my colleagues on both sides of the aisle share this sense of urgency and join me in opposing this amendment. I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. Ms. Rogers is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
We've all witnessed with sadness and anger the Taliban's takeover of Afghanistan as a result of the failure of the Biden-Harris administration. Almost immediately following the Taliban's takeover, the reaction by the People's Republic of China was to strengthen commercial relationships there. We closed our embassy. China and Russia have theirs open. We've heard testimony in a number of hearings detailing the growing reliance on critical minerals and related processing from China and its affiliates as the United States uses more solar, wind, battery technologies, and related components. This rush to green in many ways is a rush to trade our energy security that we finally gained, energy independence in 2020, for reliance on China and other adversaries. News in recent weeks that the Taliban are sitting on an estimated $1 trillion in minerals, including critical minerals, explains the Chinese Communist Party's rush to close the relationship with the new regime. This subtitle spends some tens of billions of dollars in a slush fund for renewable technologies. And if we're not careful, those funds will enrich our adversaries and increase our energy and economic security risk. A vote for this amendment is a vote for American supply chains and against the Taliban and Chinese enriching themselves on the backs of hardworking American families. Vote yes. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Does anyone else on either side? You have Mr. Ruiz and Mr. Armstrong, you both have your hands up. Is that old? You want to speak on this? All right. Anyone else want to address this McKinley amendment? All right, then we'll go to a vote.
No.
Oh, Mr. Palmer is recognized.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman recognized for 5 minutes.
I just want to point out that in our move, this rapid move to renewable energy grid that the Biden administration anticipates and that my Democrat colleagues anticipate cannot be accomplished without a almost total reliance on China. Currently, the U.S. imports 100% of its rare earth material, which you must have to build solar panels and turbines. 80% of those are imported from China. Given the current permitting regime, regulatory regime imposed by this administration, there's no way that we're going to get our mining operations, our refining operations, our manufacturing operations for renewables developed in a timely manner to meet the goals of my Democrat colleagues and the Biden administration to achieve a major pivot toward renewables. So with all due respect to my distinguished colleagues on the other side of the aisle, what's going on in Afghanistan and China will wind up dominating the mining operations for rare earth materials and other materials in Afghanistan. This is going to be an enormous problem for the United States, primarily because we're not developing our own rare earth materials, mining, refining, and manufacturing operations at a rapid enough pace to not be in danger of being basically held hostage by China. That I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Anyone else want to speak on the McKinley amendment? He asked for a recorded vote, I think. All right, we will go to a recorded vote. Recorded vote is ordered on the McKinley amendment. Those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Those opposed to the amendment will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Rush votes no.
Mr. Rush votes no. Ms. Eshoo.
Eshoo of California votes no.
Ms. Eshoo votes no. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Doyle.
Doyle votes no.
Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes no.
Mr. Butterfield votes no. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui of California votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor.
Castor, Florida votes no.
Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney votes no.
Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch.
Welch votes no.
Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Tonko.
New York votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark.
Clark of New York votes no.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Schrader.
Schrader of Oregon votes no.
Mr. Schrader votes no. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas, representing California, votes no.
Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz from California votes no.
Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingell.
Dingell votes no.
Ms. Dingell votes no. Mr. Vesey.
VC votes no.
Mr. Vesey votes no. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes no.
Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes no.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes no.
Ms. Barragan votes no. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin of Virginia votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes no.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes no.
Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Ms. Rice. Ms. Rice votes no. Ms. Craig.
Ms. Craig votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes no.
Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Rogers. Mrs. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Upton.
Upton votes aye.
Mr. Upton, could you repeat your vote? I didn't see you.
Yeah, Upton votes aye.
Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess.
Votes aye.
Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Scalise.
Scalise votes aye.
Mr. Scalise votes aye. Mr. Latta.
Latta votes aye.
Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long.
Mr. Long from the bicentennial state of Missouri votes aye.
Mr. Long votes aye. Mr. Bouchon.
Bouchon from Indiana votes aye.
Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen.
Votes aye.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson.
Hudson of North Carolina votes aye.
Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Duncan from the great state of South Carolina votes aye.
Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn.
Mr. Dunn of Florida votes aye.
Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis.
Curtis votes aye.
Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko.
Lesko of Arizona votes aye.
Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence.
Pence of Indiana votes aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw.
Crenshaw votes aye.
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce.
Joyce votes aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong.
Armstrong votes yes.
Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes no.
Do we have anybody who Who we missed? Mr. Schrader?
I'd like to change my vote.
Mr. Schrader wants to change? How is he recorded?
Mr. Schrader voted no.
Like to be recorded yes.
Mr. Schrader votes aye.
Schrader votes aye. I think Kinzinger voted, didn't he?
Mr. Kinzinger is not recorded.
He's at the hearing in Foreign Affairs. What do you want to do? All right, so he can't vote on this one. So the clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, the yeas were 26 and the nays were 31.
31, okay, so this is on the McKinley amendment. The vote is 26 ayes to 31 noes, and the amendment is not agreed to. Is that correct?
Yeah, because they didn't have one person.
Okay. Do we have any other amendments to the Tonko substitute? Ms. Lesko, do you have an amendment? Ms. Lesko?
Yes, what subtitle are we in?
This is the first print on air pollution.
I
don't know.
don't think I have one in Subtitle A.
Yeah, it's Title A, right? It's Title A. Do we know what hers is?
Go to Curtis.
You want to go to Curtis? All right, we're going to pass and go to Curtis, if that's okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'm ready if that's appropriate.
And yours, what's yours labeled?
Curtis Amendment Number 1.
The clerk have that?
No, they just switched to Curtis.
12A, Madam Clerk.
No, it's 12A, no preemption.
No? You have it, Thule?
I have it.
Madam Clerk, will report the amendment.
Amendment to Subtitle A offered by Mr. Curtis of Utah. Amend section.
Without objection, the reading of the Curtis Amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be very brief. I've heard a lot of debate today concerning the role of fossil fuels, but I believe we all agree that less methane is better than more methane. Now, I've already spoken about my opposition to this tax. But that said, my amendment would at least improve this new tax by ensuring these funds are used to reduce methane emissions, not money for random projects at the EPA, by giving the funds directly to the state where the methane emissions were taxed rather than to the EPA. Now, I'd like to point out 2 very important reasons why I think this is a better distribution of these funds. First, those closest to the methane
Mr.
links
Curtis,
have an
would you just
understanding of their unique equipment.
Mr. Curtis, would you just suspend for a moment? What's the problem?
Sure.
I think he is too. He's talking Curtis 01, not 12A.
We think we have the wrong amendment, Mr. Curtis. Let's wait a minute.
All
Let's
right.
see what we're
I'll
doing.
wait. Got it.
Yeah, no preemption. I think he is too.
What do you want to do?
Well, we've already called up 12A.
Which one is it?
12A.
It's your amendment, Mr. Curtis, but not the one you're talking about.
No preemption.
It's the one that deals with no preemption.
Right. So the one we had intended to call up deals with,
Do you want to deal with, do you want to do the other one or not? The one on no preemption?
so my preference is to do the one that I was intending, which is dealing with the allocation of funds.
All right, so can we just withdraw that one, Madam Clerk, at his request?
Yes.
All right, so Mr. Curtis has asked unanimous consent to withdraw his amendment. Without objection, so ordered. And now what's the other one? Curtis 01 is the one he wants to bring up. You have that?
That, I just read Curtis 01.
Oh, so she read Curtis on one. Let's have her read Curtis on one.
Curtis_01. That's what I read.
We did have the right one?
That was the right one.
All right, I'm
That's the name.
sorry. I'm sorry, John. I guess we did have the right one. Let's start over again. All right, the clerk will report Curtis 01. Let's just make sure we know what we're doing here. Go ahead. Hold on. Right now, there's nothing because he withdrew it. What do you want to do?
Mr. Chairman, I believe it is Curtis 01. I can read the first few lines as I see it here for the clerk, if
Go
that's
ahead,
helpful.
read the first two lines.
And what
Okay, line
about
number
your
one,
exercise regimen? How's that been going?
allocation among states and using amounts as provided in subsection I2 other than the cost of developing and administrating.
You know which one that is?
You just have to dedicate some regular time.
All right, let's just make sure that we bring up the one he wants. Are we ready? Yes. All right, because right now there's nothing. So, okay. Read the amendment that he's asking for.
Amend Section 136 of the Clean Air Act as added by Section 30114 of Subtitle A relating to.
Remember, for exercising purposes, all you have to do is 1/2 hour a week.
All right, so without objection, the reading of the Curtis Amendment will be
It's not the amount you do, it's that you just.
John, you got to mute yourself, Mr.
So
Sarbanes.
that's not me, Mr. Chairman, that's somebody else.
Mr. John Sarbanes has to mute himself. Mr. John Curtis is now, his amendment is, did we move his amendment?
Yes.
Okay, so without objection, the reading of the Curtis Amendment will be dispensed with, and Mr. John Curtis from Utah is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not so sure Mr. John Sarbanes doesn't have a more interesting conversation. But I'll jump in and start over. Thank you for your patience in getting the right amendment. I think we can all agree that methane is a potent greenhouse gas emission. As a matter of fact, despite all the debate we've had today on fossil fuels, nobody has really suggested that less methane is not better than more methane. I've already spoken out about my opposition to this tax. My amendment actually improves this. Let me be clear, my preference is no tax. That said, my amendment would improve this new tax by ensuring these funds are used to reduce methane's emissions, not money for random projects of the EPA, by giving the funds directly to the state where the methane emissions were taxed rather than to the EPA. Now, let me point out two reasons why I think this is an important change. First of all, those closest to the methane leaks have an understanding of their unique equipment and operations and how to fix them, far beyond that of our EPA friends in Washington, D.C. Secondly, hopefully everyone can see the corruption causing motivation if the EPA is motivated by financial win based on heavy-handed or aggressive enforcement. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, which only changes the distribution of the funds to the states rather than the EPA. And I request a recorded vote and yield my time.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to speak on the Curtis Amendment? No? No? Anyone want to speak on the Curtis Amendment? Otherwise, we're going to go to a vote. All right, we'll go to a vote. He is for, a recorded vote has been requested.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'm content with making my point and withdrawing the amendment and saving the committee the time.
All right, the gentleman has asked unanimous consent to withdraw his amendment. Without objection, so ordered. Where are we going now? All right, now we're going back to Debbie. All right, Ms. Lesko, do you have an amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, number Lesko B1_11.
Does the clerk have that amendment?
Yes, sir.
All right, the clerk will report the Lesko amendment.
Amendment to Subtitle A offered by Ms. Lesko of Arizona.
Without
Add-
objection, the reading of the Lesko amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentlewoman from Arizona is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment ensures that nothing in this subtitle shall be interpreted to apply a requirement to federally recognized Indian tribes. So-called clean electricity payment program isn't just a series of incentives for more solar and wind energy. It also includes a significant penalty on utilities that fail to increase their clean electricity percentage by an arbitrary 4% a year. How would an electric utility go about meeting this new federal mandate? According to Democrats, it's easy. You can overbuild more solar and wind regardless of the cost to taxpayers. Or you can shut down some existing coal and natural gas generation, leading to a higher share of generation by intermittent solar and wind, regardless of the effect on energy reliability and affordability. I think it's safe to say that is what my Democratic colleagues ultimately want to achieve. It saddens me that we haven't learned our lesson from costly federal interventions of the past. I think about communities in Arizona, like Page, Arizona, which thrived on the operation of the Navajo Generating Station, a coal-fired electric generation station. It wasn't supposed to close until 2044, but it ultimately closed in 2019. And that community, including the Native American tribes, suffered and many lost their jobs. Earlier this year, when the Biden administration announced a temporary suspension of US oil and gas leasing and permitting on federal lands, it exempted tribal lands. I believe that this bill is extremely costly and bad for our country. But the least we can do is apply the same logic used by the Biden administration and ensure that costly requirements in this bill do not apply to federally recognized Indian tribes. I urge a yes vote on my amendment, and I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank the gentlewoman. Ms. Clark is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, Subtitle A makes critically important investments in public health, communities across the nation, and in combating climate change. These investments will provide much-needed resources to our Native communities across the country. New clean vehicles, air quality monitoring, pollution reduction projects, and grants to cope with wildfires. All of these investments and more will help Native Americans with public health and dealing with pollution. In addition to these investments, the subtitle appropriately collects a fee on methane emissions from polluting industries. At a time when it's critical that we invest in solutions to the climate crisis, unfortunately, my Republican colleagues want to go backwards. This amendment is unnecessary and seeks to solve a problem that doesn't exist. So I want to urge my colleagues to vote no. And if if there's more that we can do to assist my colleague in addressing these issues, we look forward to working with her, but this is not a solution to what we're trying to get accomplished here. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to speak on the Lesko amendment? Anybody virtually? All right, then we're going to move to a vote. She's requested a recorded vote, I believe. All right. So, A recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of the Lesko amendment will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Mr. Rush of the great state of Chicago votes no.
Mr. Rush votes no. Ms. Eshoo.
Eshoo of California votes no.
Ms. Eshoo votes no. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Doyle.
Doyle votes no.
Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield of North Carolina votes no.
Mr. Butterfield votes no. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui of California votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor.
Castor of Florida votes no.
Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney, California, no.
Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch.
Mr. Welch, Vermont votes no.
Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Mr. Taco of New York votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark.
Ms. Clark of New York votes no.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Schrader.
Schrader of Oregon votes no.
Mr. Schrader votes no. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas, representing California, votes no.
Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz from California votes no.
Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingell.
Dingell votes no.
Mrs. Dingell votes no. Mr. Vesey.
Vesey votes no.
Mr. Vesey votes no. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes no.
Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes no.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Barragan.
Ms. Barragan votes no.
Ms. Barragan votes no. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin of Virginia votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester of Delaware votes no.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes no.
Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Ms. Rice. Ms. Rice votes no. Ms. Craig.
Ms. Craig of Minnesota votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes no.
Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan, can you repeat your vote, please? I couldn't see you.
Sure. Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Rogers. Mr. Upton.
Upton votes aye.
Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Scalise.
Scalise votes aye.
Mr. Scalise votes aye. Mr. Latta.
Latta votes aye.
Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger.
Kinzinger votes aye.
Mr. Kinzinger votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long.
Long votes aye.
Mr. Long votes aye. Mr. Bouchon.
Bouchon from Indiana votes aye.
Mr. Bouchon, do you mind repeating your vote? I couldn't see you.
Sure. Mr. Bouchon from Indiana votes aye.
Thank you. Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen.
Yes.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson.
Hudson, North Carolina votes aye.
Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg of Michigan votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Duncan votes aye.
Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn.
Dunn from Florida votes aye.
Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis.
Curtis votes aye.
Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko.
Lesko from Arizona votes aye.
Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence.
Pence votes aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw.
Crenshaw votes aye.
Mr. Crenshaw, can you please repeat your vote?
Crenshaw votes aye.
Thank you. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce.
Joyce from Pennsylvania votes aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong.
Armstrong votes yes.
Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Chairman Pallone.
Pallone from New Jersey votes no.
Chairman Pallone votes no.
We have members that are not
Chairman,
recorded.
how am I recorded?
Mr. Sarbanes is not recorded.
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Burgess?
Mr. Burgess isn't recorded.
You want to wait for him?
Mrs. Rogers is not recorded as well.
Thank you. Mrs. Rogers votes aye.
Mrs. Rogers votes aye.
Just wait a minute, we'll check on Burgess. Is he the only one left?
Yes, sir.
All right, we're not getting him. The clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 25 and the nays were 32.
And this is the Lesko amendment. So the vote is 25 ayes to 32 noes. The Lesko amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments to the Tonko substitute?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Latta is well, Mr. Latta, what's the amendment?
Yes, it's Latta _02.
Does the clerk have that?
Yes, sir.
All right, the clerk will report the Latta amendment.
Amendment to Subtitle A offered by Mr. Latta of Ohio.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my amendment would require the administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency to conduct a study to determine the likelihood of increased national average heating costs during the winter months, projected over 10 years if the methane pollution fee established by the bill is implemented. A student of basic economics will tell you that implementing this fee, or the natural gas tax, as should be called, on the fossil fuel industry will inevitably result in higher energy costs for American consumers. Energy sources like natural gas are some of the most reliable in providing heat and electricity to households across the country. In fact, according to the Energy Information Administration, about half the homes in the United States use natural gas for heating. Because of the importance of natural gas to keep Americans warm and the lights on during the coldest months of the year, It is essential that there is transparency in how this fee will impact their wallets. If the majority is interested in transparency and gaining an understanding of how these proposals will impact everyday Americans, they should join me in adopting this amendment. And Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'm going to withdraw the amendment, but I think it's absolutely essential that we look at this into the future as how this would affect Americans. So I withdraw the amendment. Thank you.
Mr. Latta has asked unanimous consent to withdraw his amendment. Without objection, so ordered. We have further amendments to, you have one? Ms. Rogers has an amendment at the desk. Do you?
What's the title?
Inflation to Title A.
Sorry, can you repeat the title?
It says certification of effect on inflation. Section 3, certification of effect on inflation. That's at the top. Well, you know, on the left.
Inflation.
Oh, we do have inflation?
Yeah, we definitely
I have it.
Okay. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to Subtitle A offered by Ms. Rogers of Washington.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with.
Mr. Chair, I reserve a point of order on the amendment, please.
Mr. Tonko reserves a point of order, and the ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
This amendment is simple. It prevents any of the reckless spending and the almost $40 billion in reckless spending from the subtitle from being expended until the EPA administrator certifies to Congress that it will not lead to a further increase in inflation for energy prices. This proposal has already dramatically increased cost on Americans. The spending that that the majority has already expended recently has already caused a dramatic increase on costs for Americans. It's the highest in a decade. Gas prices in my home state of Washington have increased 70% over the last year. The consumer price index for all energy price and costs have increased almost 25%. The irresponsible taxes and the slush funds in this subtitle will make things even worse. Every subtitle of this reckless tax and spending spree is going to burden American families with even more, making more costs, making energy, medical care, food, transportation, and everyday household goods unaffordable. This shouldn't be a partisan issue. Last year, I joined with several of my Republican and Democrat colleagues, including several members of this committee, in sending a letter to Speaker Pelosi and Leader McCarthy asking them to address the fiscal health of our nation and bring our out-of-control spending under control. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter that letter into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. I urge support of this amendment to save Americans from rampant inflation, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Ms. Castor is recognized for 5 minutes.
Move to strike the last word to speak in opposition.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, this amendment is another attempt to delay the much-needed investments of the Build Back Better package. This amendment would delay investments to fight the climate crisis and reduce air pollution and protect the public health. And when you zoom out and look at the big picture now, we know that the climate crisis is raising costs exponentially on our neighbors, on our businesses, and we just don't have any time to waste any longer. There's another very important aspect of this methane fee that goes after the waste. Remember Methane is the downstream segment of fossil fuel. It's a significant contributor to the climate crisis. It happens as part of refining, transmission, storage, distribution, the methane leaks and flaring. So what we're trying to do as part of the methane fee is to reduce the waste. Now, there was a very important study done by the Environmental Defense Fund that said this isn't just an important tool to fight the climate crisis. This can be an enormous job creator as well. They highlight the fact that there are about 200 businesses already across America that are in the methane mitigation business. These are the businesses that are providing products and services to help the fossil fuel companies reduce waste and plug leaks. Remember, methane is a highly potent greenhouse gas. It's responsible for a huge chunk of warming. So here's an opportunity for us to get a win-win-win. We're going to create jobs doing it, we're going to protect the environment, we're going to save money all through reducing waste associated with pollution. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment.
Thank the gentlewoman. We're on the Rogers Amendment. Does anyone else want to speak on this? Oh, Mr. Latta, is he more senior yet? Or we'll start with Mr. Latta, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Beg your pardon, Mr. Chairman. I just took my hand down.
Oh, okay. All right, Mr. Pence is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to strike the last word. I support the McMorris-Rogers amendment for some comments I made earlier. In the state of Indiana, our fuel prices are up 80%. This is a good idea. We need to take a look at this. We've got to protect the consumers out across this country, and this bill, the overall bill, does not do that. With that, I yield some time to Congressman Joyce.
I ask that the member yields time to me. I move to strike the last word. Actions have results. This harmful tax bill will cost Americans. It will cost all Americans who are already seeing huge increases in energy costs. Again, all Americans, not just high-earning Americans, all Americans will be affected. The results of this damaging tax bill will have continued results to increase the acceleration that we are already seeing in inflation. I encourage my colleagues across the aisle to join with me in voting in favor of this amendment. Thank you, and I yield.
I yield back.
I don't think we have a Democrat. Mr.
Yeah.
Curtis?
Yeah.
We do?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Oh, I'm
Yes.
sorry. I just want to make sure you know that I wanted to speak at whatever order you're ready for me
All
to
right.
speak in.
It's Mr. Curtis. I have Curtis, Lesko, Crenshaw. We're going to go in that order. Mr. Curtis?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's
I move to
recognized.
strike- I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is
I
recognized.
Thank you. I rise in support of Leader Rogers' amendment to prevent this subtitle from going into effect until it is confirmed that we will not contribute to an increase in the consumer price index. In Utah, the price of used cars is up 55% on an annualized basis. Food prices are up 6.2%, and Utah residents are paying 70% higher gas prices. Utah has some of the best infrastructure in the country, and we've done it with a disproportionately low level of federal funds. Utah has a balanced budget, but the federal government has nearly $29 trillion in debt. Utahns feel our infrastructure crisis is not a social crisis, but a fiscal infrastructure crisis. How is it we can't see the fiscal infrastructure crisis right in front of us, exacerbated by crippling inflation and federal spending? My constituents would like me to ask, if your states need an infrastructure investment bill, why don't you pass one at the state level? Don't put Utahns in debt, devalue their retirements, and raise their costs of living because your state has put off difficult choices. It's not just Utahns that inflation hurts. Everybody, especially those on fixed and low incomes. Instead of printing money and going further into debt, we should be pushing policies that allow individuals to get back to work, reduce reliance on the government. Utah has succeeded at this and currently enjoys a 2.6 unemployment rate. This spending bill is irresponsible, and I urge my colleagues to consider the impacts this bill will have on inflation. I urge my colleagues to support Leader Rogers' amendment. I yield my time.
Thank you. Mr. Soto is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're in the midst of a pandemic still. We passed the CARES Act. All of you voted for it. We passed the CARES Act supplemental. Many of you voted for it. And we passed the American Rescue Act. And what did we do? We avoided another Great Recession like we saw in 2010. And we provided enough funds to battle the pandemic. Also, due to the pandemic, supply chains are slower right now. Both those things have put some pressure on prices. But the choice remains, would you rather have an underfunded pandemic response and another Great Recession, or have some pressure on prices? To me, in my Main Street back in Kissimmee, Florida, the answer is pretty clear. We had to go big to make sure we could respond to the pandemic, go big to make sure we avoided recession, and you could try to politicize prices all you want, but that was the choice that we faced, and we would do it again and again and again to make sure that we're responding to the pandemic in a way that'll make us stronger as we get out of it.
This gentleman yields back. Ms. Lesko is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of Ms. Rogers' amendment that says that no funds will be used if it leads to inflation. We're already seeing massive inflation. Representative Soto said we're seeing some pressure on prices. Well, in Arizona, we're seeing a lot of upward pressure on prices. I mean, the cost of used cars has gone up 55%. And that's a big deal because in a lot of places, you can't even buy a new car right now. They're just none to be found, or very few to be found, and they're on back order. So people have to buy used cars. The prices are up 55%. The price of food when people go to the grocery store is up 6.2% since last year. And the price for gasoline has gone up 70% in Arizona in the last year. And then all of this spending that we've been doing has added to Arizona taxpayers $380 billion more in just the last year in federal debt. This is unsustainable. We cannot continue to spend money on and on without any responsibility. And you know, when others, including Representative Soto, said, well, we need to continue spending this for the pandemic, he's right. During the middle of the pandemic, at the beginning, I supported helping workers and businesses that the government put out of business because of shutdown. But now there's businesses clamoring. They're clamoring for workers. They cannot find the workers. And so clearly, it's time for the economy to move on and for government to get out of the way and stop subsidizing everybody and just let people get back to work and the economy to get back. And so I yield back and I support the Mrs. Rogers amendment. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else? Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word and speak in support of this amendment. The reason I speak in support of this amendment, like the other amendments that have been offered, is because that reveals the weaknesses in critical reasoning that are occurring on a lot of this policy. And what I mean by that is a complete lack of assessment of the costs and benefits of what we're doing. Seems to be an appetite to impose enormous costs on American society, and no question of what benefits you might derive from those costs. If we want to listen to the science, the UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change says that by the year 2100, we can expect to have 450% more global GDP than we do now. With the cost of climate change, it might be closer to 434%. So there's a cost, but it is not the cost that I keep hearing from a lot of my colleagues. It's not even close, actually. And by the way, that's a conservative estimate. Doesn't take into account new technological technological innovations that would allow us to actually adapt to that. So we have to actually be reasonable about the costs and the benefits and what we're doing. And this amendment's important because this will impose enormous costs on our society that's already reeling from hyperinflation. And for what? What do we get out of that? We're not exactly spending it on expansive research and development, not to spur public and private investment, but to actually just fund costly mandates that do nothing for the environment. It probably makes matters worse. In fact, every single program in here, from funding for clean, heavy-duty vehicles to port emissions to the Environmental Product Declaration Assistance, it actually funds a failed California mandate. Honestly, this division could read something like a reimbursement list from the governor of California and the California Air Resource Board. For whatever reason, the majority is trying to institute nationwide the only mandate in America for green construction requirements, the only mandate in America for zero emission delivery trucks, and mandates on small fishing boats in the bays of San Diego. Since Californians are tired of actually paying for these mandates, now Democrats want to foot every American taxpayer with the bill. Not only are they trying to put these failed policies on everyone, but they're paving the way for federal government to come into America's home and tell them what refrigerator to own, preventing people from using natural gas to heat a pot of water. It sounds far-fetched, but President Biden's National Climate Advisor, Gina McCarthy, proposed doing just that in the Clean Power Plan when she ran EPA. It's not unfair to say that the California model is not working. They're paying higher electricity prices than the rest of America, while also having it shut off or throttled down constantly. Higher gas prices in the rest of America as well, and they're getting sued by civil rights groups for their racist environmental policies. And for all of California's environmentalism through government mandates, California has 7 of the 10 most polluted cities in America, according to the American Lung Association. It's almost like top-down government just doesn't work. So I asked this committee, why would we double down on these failed policies? Is the air in California significantly better than what I'm breathing in Texas? Absolutely not, and certainly not according to the EPA standards. I don't want my constituents to be forced to subsidize California's poor environmental practices or import their high gas prices, especially when we also have inflation to deal with. Instead of looking for real solutions to protect the environment, we're going to double down funding California's failed mandates. And I have to say, I'm very disappointed in my Texas colleagues for supporting some of these measures. You know your constituents are going to be hurt by this. You shouldn't be supporting these. And I can't believe we're doing it with a straight face. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Wahlberg, you put your hand up. Oh, Peter? No? Is there a Democrat? All right, we go to Mr. Wahlberg. Recognized for 5 minutes.
Strike the last word to support the ranking members.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. I think it's an absolutely necessary amendment, especially since it seems like we are really unwilling to look at the continuing challenge, the tax that we're putting on society itself. You know, my Republican colleagues in Michigan, as well as I would hope some of my Democrat colleagues, would be very concerned about doing something like what we're attempting to do and increasing the debt. You know, I look at the figures and I see additional debt coming from this approach today would be $540 billion. Price of used cars up 57%. Price of food 6.3%. Price of gas up 80%. All of that speaks, of course, to the auto industry, which is Michigan. This is the motor capital of the world. And yet these costs continue to go on. And for my friend and colleague from Florida say that we had to do all of this in order not to melt down. How do we know that? Certainly we had to do the CARES Act. Most of us did that for short term. We knew that there was potential of our citizens understanding the science, hearing the best reasoning would do what was necessary, but we've continued to spend. And if we continue to do this, I mean, talking about Florida, additional debt, $1.2 trillion. Price of used cars up 56%. Price of food up 4.8%. Price of gas up 74%. Do you really think that the majority of constituents want to see that continue? I mean, if we're intent on doing what we shouldn't be doing here, I'll admit that's where I'm coming from. Yet we ought to at least be willing to support an amendment like this that takes a look at reason and says, if indeed this continues to promote this tax, which is called inflation, and I would certainly disagree with one of my former colleagues who seem to indicate that inflation cures climate change. I don't get that. So I'd ask my colleagues to support this amendment, to think rationally about what we're doing to the future of our country as well as the present. Support this amendment, and I yield back. Who am I yielding to?
This is Congressman Scalise.
I would certainly yield, Congressman Smith.
Thank my friend from Michigan for yielding. And I guess the question should be, how much more inflation does the majority party want to impose on families? I mean, just in the last 9 months since President Biden took office, inflation's become the biggest concern that people express because they're paying more for everything. They're paying more for gasoline, as my colleagues pointed out, in some cases over 50% more. But they're paying more when they go to the grocery store. If they want to buy products, if you want to get a new dishwasher, you're probably waiting 6 months because the federal government for the last 6-9 months has been paying people not to work. Every small business owner's looking for workers and they can't find them because government's paying people not to work. They're paying them more than what they were making when they were working. They're telling them they don't even have to pay their rent. Inflation's through the roof. And then you're going to add tax hikes on top of that. I want to strongly support my colleague, the ranking member's amendment, because what Ms. McMorris-Rodgers is saying is the same thing a lot of families are saying. Enough with all the spending, enough with all the taxes, enough with all the inflation. Look, this tax that she's suspending is only one of the many taxes in this package. Our committee isn't looking at all of the other taxes. You go look at what a corporate rate increase will do to kill jobs in America, to raise costs on families here. All you're doing here with increasing American natural gas, you're just shipping more jobs to China. Go look at what China emits to make the same. Well, let's say you're making steel in Pennsylvania. You should want to make more steel in Pennsylvania, because if they make that steel in China, they're emitting 5 times more carbon because they're exempted from all of these crazy radical ideas. They just are. It's a fact. So if carbon emissions are what you're worried about, you should be getting John Kerry, the climate czar, instead of flying around the world lecturing on how bad America is. He should be flying to China and telling them to actually get control of their environment like we've gotten control of ours. We've been reducing emissions in America through smart technology. And then you wreck our economy and send those jobs somewhere else, they're going to emit more carbon. It all ends up in the same place. I think people get this. They just want to spend money. That's why y'all want this tax. It's to spend more money, but the spending is what's driving inflation already. You add more spending, more taxes, you will only get even more inflation, and families have had enough. They're fed up. Let's at least stop, put a pause on the spending and on the inflation. I support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlemen, Mr. Wahlberg, are you yielding back?
I'm yielding back.
Who's that? Yes, okay. So we're on the Rogers amendment. Does anyone else want to speak on this? Mr. Carter is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Recognized.
Mr. Chairman, many of my colleagues have hit on this point, but I'm glad Ranking Member Rogers has introduced this amendment because inflation is such a big issue. Inflation is nothing more than taxation, and it's gone up every month of Joe Biden's presidency. Producer price index jumped 8.3% year over year, according to the Labor Department in August, a new record high. These numbers came just a week after the August jobs report fell well short of economists' expectations. The U.S. economy added only 235,000 jobs in August compared to an expected 720,000. This is an enormous disappointment, especially in light of the trillions of dollars that Democrats have forced through Congress. What was the result? This is the weakest jobs report of Joe Biden's presidency. 8.4 million Americans remained unemployed in August. 8.4 million. Yet there are 10.5 million job openings. The number of unfilled job openings has remained far above the 48-year historical average of 22%. Instead of encouraging employment, Democrats and the Biden administration are doing everything they can to create cradle-to-grave entitlements that will cost trillions of dollars and keep Americans on the sidelines. This bill will spend an additional $3.5 trillion on policies that will kill American jobs, increase taxes, and make inflation even worse.
The ranking member's amendment would be a small fix to this bill to ensure Americans do not face further cost. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Does anyone else want to speak? All right. Oh, yes, Mr. Palmer is recognized for 5 minutes.
I move to strike the last word, and I speak in support of this amendment.
Gentleman's recognized.
I'd like to point out that the Federal Reserve says they don't expect higher inflation to stick around once more people are back to work. But the Socialist Democrat policies that have already been implemented and that will be included in this bill are paying people not to work. So I don't think we can expect inflation to come down, according to what the Fed says. I also want to point out that, as I've already pointed out, that energy costs are driving inflation. Energy costs are in every product and service American families utilize. They're buried in the cost of the product and service, and it's increasing cost that has a much bigger impact, disproportionately so, on lower income families. Inflation is the highest in over a decade, and it's the highest increase in the Consumer Price Index in 29 years. Now, one of my colleagues said that inflation and costs have been going up every year because of the climate crisis. I just want to point out that the Consumer Price Index has been at or below 3% every year, all the way back to 1992 until this year. And I do agree that there is a crisis that's driving this jump in the Consumer Price Index and inflation. It's the Biden administration crisis, along with the crisis created by the Socialist Democrats, who are continuing to try to implement energy policy that will be devastating to the average family in the United States. It's beyond me. I know my colleagues are very intelligent people. I have a high regard for the intelligence that they have, but it's beyond me that whatever mathematical formulas they're using doesn't lead them to support some of the amendments that have been offered here, because all of us are paying higher prices. And a lot of the people I represent, all of the people I represent are paying higher prices. And we're hurting people with these policies. So I think this is an amendment that on the surface, every member of Congress ought to support. With that, I yield back.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, so we're on the Rogers Amendment. You want to record a vote? And a recorded vote is ordered.
I think Ms. Dingell wanted to talk.
Ms. Dingell, is your hand up for this?
I am voting. I'm in the middle of.
Bobby, are you looking to speak, or you just?
Looks like Ms. Dingell and Mr. Gett.
All right, let me just make sure. Did Ms. Dingell or Mr. Gett want to speak on this? Ms. Dingell, would you, I'm sorry, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word to speak in opposition to this amendment.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
This amendment is nothing more than another political stunt that would delay much-needed investments in this bill. This amendment would delay investments to fight climate change, reduce air pollution, and protect public health, something that I think we all feel pretty desperate about right now. Pending a certification from EPA that the provisions will not lead to inflation. That is not what we need right now. Inflation is a serious concern. I share it like everybody, but this administration is taking it very seriously, and they're addressing it very seriously. Recent indicators have shown that inflation is slowing, and experts believe that the inflation we are seeing is transitory as we go through this unprecedented recovery. And like many of you, I spend a lot of time with economists because I'm worried about the auto industry. Let me be clear, this bill is an important part of that recovery. The investments in this bill will support our economic recovery and the revitalization of our infrastructure. A stable economy supports stable prices. My colleagues are concerned about passing costs along to future generations. Then maybe we need to get serious about addressing climate change and supporting the investments in this bill. My district cannot handle. When they hear thunderstorm, they go into a total state of panic. I want to get them to stop panicking. The climate crisis is here, the costs are unsustainable, and it's only going to get worse. I urge my colleagues to vote against these continued efforts to filibuster the implementation of these much-needed programs and to support the underlining bill. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Dingell, did you? No.
Not
Okay.
Mr. Gett, but now Mr. Joyce.
Mr. Joyce, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike.
Who? All right, Mr. Joyce is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word. I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Palmer, my colleague from Alabama.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I just want to point out, and again, I don't know why this is not obvious. Inflation is not transitory if energy costs keep going up and if people will not go back to work. It's just not going to happen. And people, my colleagues keep bringing up air pollution. I just want to point out that since 1980, our GDP has gone up over 690%. Vehicle miles traveled has gone up 112%. Population's gone up over 30%. Energy consumption's up over 22%. But I want to just share with you what's happened in emissions. And the key criteria gases that the EPA tracked since 1980, carbon monoxide is down 81%, lead's down 98%, nitrogen dioxide is down 67%, ozone's down 33%, particulate matter emissions are down 64%, and sulfur dioxide's down 93%. We have made tremendous progress in cleaning up our environment and our emissions. These are EPA numbers that I want to point out. I also like to point out how policies impact things. I have a Gallup report here entitled American Entrepreneurship, Dead or Alive. Prior to the Obama-Biden administration, there were over 100,000 more businesses starting up instead of closing. That's the differential. 100,000 more business startups than there were business closures. By 2014, after 6 years of the Obama-Biden administration, we were at 70,000 more business closures than startups. So you want to talk about helping the economy and helping the average American, you need to take into account how your policies impact people. And again, I go back to the 2009 stimulus package and all of the promises that were made. That was an $831 billion package. They predicted that it would generate 4% economic growth. That didn't happen. It averaged about 2%. It actually slowed to 1.5% in 2012. You had, at that time, Vice President Joe Biden going around the country saying the stimulus would usher in a summer of recovery. 18 months later, after the passage of the bill, National Public Radio acknowledged that the stimulus was a dud. It was running a headline that said, "Recovery summer ends with an economic pothole." That's where you're heading with this bill. Biden even predicted that the stimulus would create 250,000 to 500,000 new jobs per month. That didn't happen. So, I mean, I know a lot of people think history is what happened last week, but you need to go back and look at the history of these policies and try to learn from it. With that, Mr. Chairman, I happily yield back.
The time is Mr. Joyce. Do you want to say something?
Mr. Chair, I yield back.
All right. Anyone else? Nobody else has their hand up virtually, right? All right, then we're going to go to a vote on the Rogers amendment. The gentlewoman has asked for a recorded vote. A recorded vote is ordered.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I withdraw my.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you for withdrawing your A point of order, Mr. Tonko. Recorded vote is ordered on the Rogers Amendment. Those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Those opposed to the amendment will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Rush votes no.
Mr. Rush votes no. Ms. Eschew.
Eschew of California votes no.
Ms. Eschew votes no. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Doyle.
Doyle votes no.
He's weakening.
Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes no.
Mr. Butterfield votes no. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui of California votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney votes no.
Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko of New York votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark.
Clark of New York votes no.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Schrader.
Schrader of Oregon votes no.
Mr. Schrader votes no. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas representing California votes no.
Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz from California votes no.
Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingell.
Dingell votes no.
Ms. Dingell votes no. Mr. Vesey.
VC votes no. VC votes no.
Mr. Vesey votes no. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes no.
Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes no.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Barragan.
Ms. Barragan votes no.
Ms. Barragan votes no. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin of Virginia votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes no.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes no.
Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Ms. Rice. Ms. Rice votes no. Ms. Craig.
Ms. Craig votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes no.
Ms. Schreier votes no. Mr. Hand.
Trahan votes no.
Mr. Hand votes no. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Rogers. Mrs. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Upton.
Upton votes aye.
Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Scalise.
Scalise votes aye.
Mr. Scalise votes aye. Mr. Latta.
Latta of Ohio votes aye.
Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger.
Kinzinger votes aye.
Mr. Kinzinger votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long.
Long votes aye.
Mr. Long votes aye. Mr. Bouchon.
Bouchon from Indiana votes aye.
Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen.
Mullen votes yes.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson.
Hudson, North Carolina votes aye.
Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Duncan of South Carolina votes aye.
Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn.
Mr. Dunn of Florida votes aye.
Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis.
Curtis votes aye.
Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko.
Lesko from Arizona votes aye.
Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence.
Pence from Indiana votes aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw.
Crenshaw votes aye.
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce.
Joyce from Pennsylvania votes aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong.
Armstrong votes yes.
I'm sorry, could you repeat your vote?
Armstrong votes yes.
Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Mr. Pallone.
Pallone from New Jersey votes no.
Mr. Pallone votes no.
Ms. Castor?
Castor, Florida votes no.
Ms. Castor votes no.
Mr. Guthrie?
Mr. Guthrie votes aye.
Mr. Guthrie votes aye.
Is anyone else who hasn't voted?
Mr. Burgess is not recorded.
Is he, we're going to wait for him or not? He is on? Mr. Burgess? Yeah, I see him here. All right, I guess we're going to move on. The clerk will report the tally. And this is on the Rogers Amendment.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 32 and the nays were 25. Sorry.
Wait a minute, it's the opposite,
The,
right?
the opposite. The nays were 32 and the yeas were 25.
The nays are 32 and the yeas are 25, correct? All right, so on the Rogers Amendment, the vote is 25 ayes to 32 noes, and the amendment is not agreed to. Do we have further amendments to the Tonko Amendment in the nature of a substitute? No further amendments? All right, then let's go to, you want to record a vote on the names? No, we don't. Okay. So if there's no further debate or amendments, we will proceed to a vote on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print Subtitle A, Budget Reconciliation, Legislative Recommendations Relating to Air Pollution. And please unmute your, well, we've already done that. All those in favor of the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print Subtitle A, Budget Reconciliation, Legislative Recommendations Relating to Air Pollution will signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, I'm sorry. All those opposed will signify by saying no.
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 In the, in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Okay. Now, on final, though, you want a roll call, right? Yes. Okay. All right. So the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print Subtitle A, Budget Reconciliation, Legislative Recommendations Relating to Air Pollution is agreed to. Now we're going to go to the question on approval and transmitting to the Committee on Budget the committee print Subtitle A, Budget Reconciliation, Legislative Recommendations Relating to Air Pollution as amended. I move the committee do now approve and transmit the recommendations of this committee and all appropriate accompanying material, including additional supplemental minority or dissenting views, to the House Committee on Budget in order to comply with the reconciliation directive included in Section 2002 of the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2022, S-Con Res 14, and consistent with Section 310 of the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Control Act of 1974. Okay, all those in favor of that will signify by saying aye. But you want to have a recorded vote, okay? So now we got to do a recorded vote. Recorded vote is ordered. Please, all those in favor will signify by saying aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll. This is final passage of the air pollution print, okay? Madam Clerk?
Mr. Rush.
Rush votes aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eshoo.
Eshoo of California votes aye.
Ms. Eshoo votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Doyle.
Doyle votes yes.
Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky.
Aye.
Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes aye.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor.
Ms. Castor votes aye.
Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes.
Yes, Chris.
Sarbanes votes aye.
Just wanted to let you know they'll take a
Mr.
quick
Sarbanes
10-minute
votes aye. Mr. McNerney.
Oh, well, McNerney votes aye.
Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko of New York votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark.
Clark of New York votes aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Schrader.
Schrader of Oregon votes no.
Mr. Schrader votes no. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas representing California votes aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz from California votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell.
Dingell votes aye.
Ms. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey.
VZ votes aye.
Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Custer.
Aye. Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Bedagon.
Aragon votes aye.
Ms. Bedagon votes aye. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin of Virginia votes aye.
Mr. McEachin votes aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester of Delaware votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes aye.
Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice. Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig.
Craig of Minnesota votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rogers. Mrs. Rogers votes no. Mr. Upton.
Mr. Upton votes no.
Mr. Upton votes no. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Scalise.
Mr. Scalise votes no.
Mr. Scalise votes no. Mr. Latta.
Latta votes no.
Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes no. Mr. Kinzinger.
Kinzinger votes no.
Mr. Kinzinger votes no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long?
No.
Mr. Long votes no. Mr. Bouchon?
Bouchon from Indiana votes no.
Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Mullen?
No.
Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Hudson? Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg?
Mr. Wahlberg votes no.
Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Duncan?
Duncan, no.
Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Palmer? Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn?
Dunn of Florida votes no.
Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Curtis?
Curtis votes no.
Mr. Curtis votes no. Ms. Lesko?
Lesko from Arizona votes no.
Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence?
Pence from Indiana votes no.
Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Crenshaw?
Crenshaw votes no.
Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce?
Joyce from Pennsylvania votes no.
Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Armstrong?
Armstrong votes no.
Mr. Armstrong votes no. Mr. Pallone?
Pallone from New Jersey votes aye.
Mr. Pallone votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, G.K. Butterfield.
Mr. Butterfield is not recorded.
Mr. Chairman, Butterfield in North Carolina votes no. Votes aye. I'm sorry.
Votes aye.
Mr. Butterfield votes
yes.
aye.
Anyone else who's not recorded wants to be? All right, the clerk will report the tally. This is final passage on the air pollution title or print.
On that vote, the yeas were 31 and the nays were 26.
And the nays are 26. So the vote is 31 ayes to 26 noes. Yes.
Plan to file views and request the usual number of days.
Okay, did we hear that? Do you want to repeat it maybe?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I plan to file views and request the usual number of days.
Without objection, so ordered. The committee has approved the committee print subtitle A, Budget Reconciliation Legislative Recommendations Relating to Air Pollution as amended, and ordered the legislative recommendations transmitted to the Committee on Budget. All right, now we're going to go to the second print. The chair calls up the committee print subtitle B, Budget Reconciliation Legislative Recommendations Relating to Hazardous Materials, and the clerk will report the title of the bill.
Committee print to budget reconciliation legislative recommendations
Madam
relating.
Clerk, without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. And without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Tonko is recognized for an Ains, is that?
I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk labeled Subtitle B01.
Clerk has that.
Yes, sir.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to committee print for subtitle B offered by Mr.
Without
Tonko of New
objection,
York.
Madam Clerk, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and Mr. Tonko is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This subtitle would provide nearly $16 billion in investment to clean up contaminated sites, reduce waste, reduce exposure to toxics in schools, and empower disadvantaged communities to address environmental injustice. The first section provides some $10 billion to implement the Comprehensive Environmental Response, Compensation, and Liability Act at federal facilities on the national priority list. Those sites where federal agencies cause serious, dangerous contamination pose a risk to public health and our environment. It is the federal government's responsibility to clean up that contamination, and these investments will fund significant cleanup progress. There are currently 175 federal facilities on the national priority list. The need for these funds is significant and pressing. I am proud we were able to include this investment. The second section provides funding through an important title of the Toxic Substances Control Act to reduce exposures to toxic substances in our schools. The aims before us increases the amount of funds that we are devoting to this purpose to $50 million. The third section will refund important activities and projects to reduce waste and increase recycling. This committee has always embraced the effort to reduce, reuse, and recycle, and I think we are all aware of the significant need for investment to improve and increase waste reduction and recycling. The last section of this bill would provide landmark funding for a new environmental and climate justice block grant program, which will provide much-needed investments in our disadvantaged communities. The funds will support community-led projects to address environmental injustices. For far too long, disadvantaged communities have borne a disproportionately large burden of pollution and have received a disproportionately small portion of federal investments in environmental quality. The landmark investments in this section can have a huge impact. I thank all my colleagues who worked to develop this section, including Representatives Ruiz and McEachin. Apart from the increases in funding to address toxics in schools, this aims contains technical changes to the bill, mainly in response to technical assistance that we have received from EPA. I urge my colleagues, Mr. Chair, to support this amendment and the underlying print. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Tonko. Is the ranking member want to be recognized? I recognize Ms. Rogers for 5 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would like to strike the requisite number of words.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to Subtitle B, and I urge my colleagues to do as well. A brief look at this subtitle, like the entirety of this effort, is breathtaking as I consider the sweeping changes being forced upon Americans, unprecedented on so many fronts. How it picks winners on the tab of losers, printing record amounts of money to reward political allies, creating a system where the federal government gets special rules apart from citizens, and providing more command and control by the unelected, unaccountable. Importantly, this subtitle's out-of-control spending levels dwarf historic funding for these programs. And the subtitle doesn't contain any accountability measures. We must stop fooling ourselves that the size of the check equals the quality we receive. And we must have transparency to be able to track spending, measure results, and know what we're getting for our money. Record spending and printing of money has already raised record price increases on working families. Spending trillions on a wish list will only make rising costs worse. The American people sent us here to solve problems, not just spend us into debt. Turning to the specifics of this subtitle, Mr. Chairman, the $10 billion in this subtitle to fund Superfund site cleanups is almost 7 times the amount of money annually given to Superfund. And just as concerning is that this funding isn't focused on remedial cleanup actions, so I'm going to be concerned that it's going to be wasted on endless site studies and lawyer fees. It's only being spent on federal sites, and it's not prioritized for sites based on their level of risk to the community. Superfund money should go to cleaning up the most risky sites, regardless of whether the federal government is responsible, particularly that they don't otherwise have the backing to get cleaned up. But the reckless spending doesn't end there. Section 30202 provides $50 million.
Ms. Rogers, can we just suspend? Too much talking over here. Mr. Kessler, we would like to hear the ranking member. Sorry.
Yes. Thank you,
You
Mr.
can continue.
Chairman. Thank you. Section 30202 provides $50 million for programs related to school siting selection, community outreach, and environmental health programs. Yet this law's funding authorization expired almost 9 fiscal years ago. And I cannot remember any hearing on this program. More reckless federal spending that will drive up inflation without accountability. Section 30203 of Subtitle B appropriates $750 million for grants to eligible entities to reduce waste and promote recycling. One of the big concerns here is that this section disregards for the free enterprise, including trying to create market demand and opportunities for certain commodities, regardless if there's a viable one. Section 30204 appropriates $5 billion to award grants to, quote, benefit disadvantaged communities as defined by the administrator. What does that mean? In a previous version, this program directly aided low-income and disadvantaged communities. But now EPA is being given enormous discretion to define and determine who benefits from this program. In addition, Subtitle B specifically awards public funding to community groups for advocacy at the federal and state level, and also anything else that EPA thinks is a good idea. This is dangerous. Congress should not be funding private groups to lobby, regardless of who they are, nor to create a situation where private parties become policy contractors that ratify outcomes the agency wants and which skirt the Hatch Act. Congress shouldn't treat this funding like petty cash for EPA to raid anytime it seems like a good idea, and especially when it's benefiting political allies and radical environmentalists who have no concern over job losses or rising costs on low and middle-income families. For these reasons, Mr. Chairman, I urge opposition to this subtitle.
Thank you. What I wanted to, can I have a? All right. So we have, well, I'd like to finish anyone who wants to speak on the underlying aims, but then after we're done, we have to take a 10-minute break, only 10 minutes, because we have to, the digital team has to switch to a new stream due to YouTube stream time constraints. But I'd like to finish with anyone who wants to speak on the underlying aims, and then when we come back, we'll do the amendments. Does anyone else want to speak on? Yes, Mr. Schrader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just would like to point out for the record that very supportive of the hazardous material removal in general. Certainly Superfund site at Hanford and great state of Washington State as a case in point. But point out that we have already allocated $10 billion in the bipartisan infrastructure framework that would go a long way to taking care of that. As the ranking member pointed out, we're making historic investments in hazardous materials already, and I'm concerned about additional spending in this particular section. And I yield back.
All right. Anyone else want to speak on the underlying bill?
Chairman.
Oh, any Republican? If not, we'll go to Mr. Rush. Mr. Rush is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I did not have any intention to speak on this amendment, but I have been listening intently to the debate on both sides all day. And I must emphasize that the subtitle that we are currently discussing, and in fact, even the larger bill, is not in any way, by any stretch of the imagination, objectionable, despite what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would have us to believe. While it is easy to get distracted by the details, the larger picture in this package includes sizable funding for cleaning up Superfund sites, block grants for environmental and climate justice, and in part due to my own advocacy, investments addressing toxins in schools. These are not handouts, and they are not the constructs of a nanny state. This rhetoric that we've heard is harmful, and it seeks to prevent us from helping those who need our help the most. In truth, this subtitle is absolutely grounded in the fundamental principle of helping those whose health and whose well-being is suffering through no fault of their own. This subtitle attempts to finally take action to protect those who live near polluted areas. And Mr. Chairman, according to the EPA, those communities that are located close to polluted areas are more likely to be made up of Black and brown households. These communities continue to suffer from the worst legacies of pollution. We have an obligation to assist these communities rather than make it harder for them to get that vital assistance. I don't think that any of my colleagues on this committee can disagree with that principle in good faith. Cleaning up our communities is not governmental overreach. Taking toxins out of our children's school is not in the least way Marxism. That's absurd. Reducing the amount of waste dumped into the landfill will not cause inflation. It is simply taking noble and common sense action for the common good. Mr. Chairman, I support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Anyone else who wants to speak on the Ains?
Mr. Chairman,
Miss,
Kim Schreier.
oh, yeah, we have a Republican. If not, Ms. Schakowsky would be next, and then we'll go to Dr. Schreier. Go ahead. Jan, I'm sorry, Ms. Schakowsky is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
For far too long, environmental justice communities have had to bear the brunt of the consequences of the climate crisis. These communities disproportionately come into contact with hazardous substances, toxic chemical emissions, and other pollutants that are often emitted alongside greenhouse gases. They are also disproportionately affected by worsening natural disasters and weatherization. What were once record high temperatures, floods, and wildfires are now occurring more frequently and with increased intensity. This bill includes a $5 billion investment in grants for community-led projects that will help those most impacted by the climate crisis. It is time to provide these communities and allow them to drive conversations about solutions. I urge my colleagues to support the full $5 billion for environmental justice communities and climate justice block grants. And I look forward to continuing our work to ensure a more just and equitable future for all. Thank you, and I yield back my time.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Schakowsky, would you yield to Rep. Berrigan for your remaining time?
I would gladly yield.
Thank you, Ms. Schakowsky. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, as well for having this hearing on this important issue. Subtitle B has a $5 billion investment in environmental and climate justice grants, by far the largest ever. With this investment, we will empower environmental justice communities to lead projects that reduce pollution and bring climate justice solutions to communities first and first by the climate crisis. This will mean climate resilient solutions such as clean energy microgrids to keep the power on during extreme weather events like heat waves and hurricanes. It means community solar projects that local jobs save money on electric bills, like the recent solar project on the Wilmington Senior Center in my district. It means green infrastructure to prevent flooding and to protect communities from extreme heat. These long overdue investments will give environmental justice communities the resources to fight for a safe climate and a clean environment. I urge support. I thank my friend, Ms. Jakowski, and I yield back to her. Thank you.
Okay, a gentlewoman from Illinois has yielded back. So now we go to Dr. Schreier is recognized. Well, unless there's a Republican, we go to Dr. Schreier. Oh, I had said Schreier first, so let's do Schreier, and then we go to Ms. Clark, all right?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word, and I wanted to speak in support of the investments this legislation makes to reduce waste in our communities and improve our nation's recycling infrastructure. Local governments are the backbone of our nation's recycling system, assuming nearly full responsibility for the cost of residential recycling education, collection, and operation, not to mention figuring out the marketplace for the recycled materials. Each municipality is governed by different rules, and in many places, recycling isn't even an option, and this must change. Domestic recycling and waste management is in desperate need of investment and modernization. The amount of waste we produce only continues to grow. And if we do not take steps to reduce our gross overconsumption of single-use plastics, we are on course to generate over 12 billion metric tons of plastic waste by 2050. This issue is particularly critical as there's no longer a market overseas for our plastics, increasing the demand on local infrastructure and forcing us to look for alternative domestic solutions to handle our own waste stream here at home. So strengthening recycling infrastructure and markets for recycled materials within communities across the nation is imperative to increasing the economic and environmental viability of our recycling system. That's why earlier this year, I worked to secure $55 million in this year's budget for the EPA's Post-Consumer Materials Management Infrastructure Grant Program, which provides needed federal funding to help strengthen local recycling programs. And I am so excited that Build Back Better Act builds on this work and further addresses these challenges by providing $750 million to the EPA to award grants to help communities modernize their recycling infrastructure, expand access to composting, reduce food waste, and encourage manufacturing and disposal practices that reduce waste. Together, all these investments will provide local governments and communities with the resources they need to create a more resilient and expansive U.S. recycling system. Thank the chairman and my colleagues for including these investments in this legislation. I look forward to continuing to fight for investments that uplift our communities. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. So I'm told we don't have any more Democrats. And any more on your side? No? All right, so what we're going to do is just take, what's that? Oh, so we have a 10-minute break. It's now 10 minutes to 6, so, and this is for this digital streaming, okay, that we have to do this. So we'll kind of come back at 6 o'clock sharp, okay? All right. Thank you. The committee is in recess.